shadows crawl under my skin. A battle I swore I'd never win. But here I stand, fists clenched tight, chasing the dawn through the endless night. Every scar is a mark I earn, every fall is a lesson learned. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again, I'll stake my claim. The mirror cracks but I see clear. A warrior's heart beats loud in here. The voices scream but I won't bow. The time is now, it's here, it's now. Every fear is a ghost I'll chase, every step leaves a stronger trace. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again, I'll stake my claim. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again, I'll stake my claim. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again, I'll stake my claim. You wore a mask of holy grace, but underneath a poison face. Build your throne on shattered trust. Now your empire turns to dust. You preach your lies, you played your part, a dagger hidden in your heart. The truth is out, your crown is burned. This is the lesson you have earned. I can't believe what you've become. chains, your smile ablaze. The damage done will never fade. The crowd that once called out your name now spits it back in ash and flame. I see the cracks beneath your skin, the darkness you've been drowning in. Your kingdom's gone, the walls collapse, the world won't let you crawl back. I can't believe what you've become. A shadow riding in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of all. I can't believe what you've become. A shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of all.
Uh, was I too subtle with that? Hey guys, it's the grumpy old guy. How's my little grumps doing? As you can hear, my voice has taken quite a hit. You know, I went out this morning and I bought throat lozenges to kind of get through all this, what we got left. I'm really hoping that this won't be another 10 to 12 hour stream, uh, because goddamn. uh, Once again, I did post this on X/Twitter, if you prefer. I will never, ever monetize any of my Cinder videos because I do not want to profit off of this misery. And I'll be quite honest. The reason why I'm not going to ever monetize these videos, it's because out of respect of what everybody is going through, with the possible exception of one. People who make videos about this and monetize them and like drool every time something about Cinder comes out, or even if it's like a hint that Cinder is involved. and make a video and or partner with YouTube and monetize that. Well, no, it's their right to do it, and all that, but I don't want to be that. Out of respect for the Power Pups and the fact everybody involved, with the possible exception of one, this is not really something to be celebrated. Let me make that clear. Once again, this whole shit show is not something to be celebrated. And I'm not going to sit here and profit off of people's misery. All right. From Sinder, Shylily, Bao, Numi, Buff Pup, all of them. I am not going to profit off of their misery. All right. This has impacted the VTubing community, and in some cases, you can say, cause a major division in the community where, now, at one point where the community is one, whether your Oshi was Shylily or your Oshi was Cinder or your Oshi was Bao. Now, if you go on Twitter, people are attacking each other from their community. Oh, how dare you say this about my Oshi and all that stuff. I don't want to profit off of that. I don't want to promote that type of thinking. I get that people want to defend their Oshis or who they're fans of. I really do. If this happened to Saba, yeah, I'll be sitting there defending her left and right. I will be on Twitter and being toxic as hell. I know that. Okay. And I don't really blame the idea that you have to defend the VTubers that you're a fan of. I don't. I'm not blaming anybody. Emotions are high right at the moment. I get that. And they're going to be high, raw, and all that for a while. The coming days, I predict that we're going to see the return of Cinder very soon. And it's going to be raw. It's going to be another round of drama videos, all this stuff. I'm sure there's going to be another round of Google Docs and all that coming from various VTubers or videos from various VTubers defending themselves or trying to say various things. Okay. I know that's going to happen. It's predictable. What I would like is just everybody to move on and not say anything else. Really. No. No. Cinder defended herself. What you want to believe is what you want to believe. But I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. Hey, Orlin. Thanks for being here. Like I said, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that we're going to get another round of Google Docs, another round of videos and all that stuff from VTubers. Then we're going to get another round from the drama tubers and all that stuff. And it's just going to, for at least another 3 weeks, this is what everybody's going to fucking talk about. And after Cinder comes back, it's another 3 weeks. That's all that everybody's going to fucking talk about. They're going to dissect every fucking stream she has. And then it will slowly go away. That's what I predict. All right. Yeah, that's true. The never-ending story. It's going to be that way for I would say a few months. Okay. Then what's going to happen if Cinder collabs with somebody? There's going to be another round of fucking stories about that, you know, because no, that's human nature, sadly. That's why I said when Cinder returns to streaming, I I am not going to cover it for a month because I just know everybody get their vitriol out and all that shit, and I really don't want to have any part of that because she's streaming again. Okay, get over it. You know what? That it will end in April or May of 20. No, I'll be honest with you. Let's just say this happens, which is highly unlikely, by the way, in my opinion. Let's just say 6 months from now, Cinder announced a collab with Bao. A whole bunch of shit's going to be said. Like I said, it's highly unlikely. But if it does, it's going to be all this shit's going to be brought up again, all that stuff, and it's it was like you said, it's a never-ending story, and people are going to constantly make videos about it, everything like that, and I just don't want to profit off this misery. And I'll be quite honest about my intentions here. After I do a video or a stream about Cinder's return to streaming, that will be it. I'll probably not talk about the Cinder situation after that, because I don't want to be a fucking vulture picking at the carcass of this stuff. I mean, and don't get me wrong, a lot of what my growth has been because I done streams about Cinder and covering her situation and all that stuff. Basically, that's when I started growing. And when I was sitting here, listen, no, well, I have said this before. My little prep work or my little ritual for prior streaming is listen to music. And when I was thinking about it, I realized I was a vulture. I was picking at the carcass of Cinder's misery. And that's the reason why, and I made that realization earlier on, and that's the reason why I made that announcement on X that I was not going to cover the Cinder situation anymore. I wanted to move on from it. And now I'm back in it. Because when I started this with the intention to get the truth. And now we got Cinder's side of the story. I could not cover this document. I could not cover this document in all fairness because it's Cinder's truth now. We got everybody else's truth. Now this is Cinder's. And I have to cover it because it wouldn't be right that I just did Nanoless, Bao, Shylily, whoever, without doing Cinder too. It wouldn't be fair to her or the Power Pups that I didn't cover this document. Because then it would be a lopsided report or coverage would be the best way to put it. And I just want to make it very well known. I get no joy out of this. This isn't something I particularly find fun doing. Yep, I've already said my piece as well on the stream and on Twitter as well. I don't want to talk or see about it anymore. Merely just watch it on the sidelines or just leave it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Uh, I really want to put this behind me. All right. But I will continue coverage. I do have a collab planned this Sunday with GVP and Loboto talking about this. And after that, regardless of what else comes out, is that I won't cover it immediately. I'm gonna give everything a month. If unless there's a whole round of Google Docs, like Shylily does a Google Doc, another Google actually does a Google Doc for once, or drops a video, or Nanoless drops another Google Doc, or Bow drops another Google Doc. I will cover that. I'll admit that. Now, I'll be assuming it'll be within the next week or so, if not in the next day or two. To be honest with you, because what's going on. I will cover it. The response to Sinder's document. My personal opinion, they'll keep their fucking mouth shut and just like, okay, she said it. We're just going to continue on. We're on the path that we are right now and not say a fucking word. I think that would be very smart of them not to say a fucking word and finally do what they should have done at the very beginning and handle all this shit privately. That's what should have happened at the very beginning. All this should have been handled privately. That's the one thing I got from Nanoless's document. That's the one thing I got from Bow's document. Every VTuber that chimed in on this on X and did a video, they should have handled this privately. They should have all gotten together and talked with Sinder, because there was things that Sinder weren't aware of that Red did, and how it hurt people. That's obvious. And for people to deny that, no, go hit your head with the frying pan already, and wake up. And they need to start doing that. If you let's just say this: if I had a problem with GVP, Loboto, or anybody I'll collab with in the future, it will be handled privately. There won't be a fucking Google Doc for me. Unless public safety is involved. And that's only after I contacted necessary law enforcement. Because public safety is involved. Kind of reminds me that one episode of Doctor Who where the doctor gets pissed off and he's trying to talk sense into two characters to prevent a war and just down. Yeah, I hate to say this. I don't watch Doctor Who. I don't like Doctor Who. I'm just sorry. But I just lost a sub. But yeah, going forward, no more fucking Google Docs. If you have a problem with someone, go talk to them. Resolve your issues. Whether that means that, hey, it's just a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. I accept your apology. Or, hey, we can't be friends no more, but we're not going to go public with anything. If anybody asks why we don't collab anymore, I just don't want to. And just leave it at that. You know, no massive fucking 5 fucking VTubers releasing Google Docs and shit like that. Take care of this behind the scenes. You don't drag your communities into this shit. Because when you do that, the simple truth is this: it no longer is about what the issue is. Because everybody is going to make a whole pile of hypotheses and apply everything. And I'm guilty of doing that too. And it's just going to tear the VTuber community as a whole apart. This shit needed to be handled privately. And everybody gets to tell their story and present their evidence. All that shit, and a consensus is made privately on how to handle the situation. And then they execute that solution without going to the fucking Twitter or making fucking videos about it. It's like, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be private. And if anybody talks about it, us as a group will come out against them, saying this matter was taken care of privately. They just went public with this. They're clout chasers, and that's all you gotta fucking do. Why am I saying this? The Numi stuff was private. It was solved. Shylily dragged Numi into this, where she had nothing to do with it at all. And basically, a drunk driver ran down an innocent bystander. Is the best analogy I could come up with. Someone who's not involved at all with any of this got hit. And that's on Shylily, by the way. That's not on Sinder. That is on Shylily, because Shylily was the one who brought it up. Okay. Let's get it into this, and let's see if we can get through this. All right. Okay. Okay, let me go back here. Let me get that pulled up. All right. Now let me go over here and fuck with OBS a little bit and see if I can get this back. Okay. And there we are. Okay, I don't remember exactly what page we were on. Sorry, I was stretching. Let me get my throat lozenge. All right. Please fucking want this to be out. I think this is where. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is about where we were. I did skip a lot of some stuff here because Cinder is repeating herself a lot now. Okay, I'm just being honest, and I just went. I noticed that she's repeating herself, and you saw me go through this saying she's repeating herself on my last stream, and I'm not going to constantly go over the same thing over and over again. I understand why she's doing it. I think she's trying to drive home a point. But as someone who's covering this, I don't need to constantly cover the same thing over and over again. All right. Okay. Shylily's manipulation. This is speculation by Sinder. Shylily was involved in everything from the start and came out of this the hero. There isn't a lot of hard evidence of it, but due to her actions and things she said, I believe she may have manipulated everyone and how everything played out. She seemed to have a lot of knowledge about how a narcissist manipulator would act. So let's look at her own actions. Okay, and I think Sinder's wrong here. Let me just say this. Was it quite possible Shylily was heavily involved in the creation of the Google Doc and how it's worded and all that stuff and how it was presented? Yes. But I don't think she's the mastermind, to be honest with you. Like I said yesterday, I believe the puppet master is Nanoless. I mean, I know people disagree with me. I've seen people disagree with me on X that, Shylily gained a whole lot. Shylily was going to get that regardless. She didn't need this. She didn't have the most to gain. So Sinder was quote unquote canceled. And it happened faster. But Shylily's current level of concurrent viewers and all that was going to happen. Because, how popular she is and how notable her brand is. Nanoless came out with a brand and people knowing who she is and getting high recognizable clients like Iron Mouse, like Maury Calliope. She did the model for the 5th anniversary of Myth for Hololive. Hololive pays pretty well. She probably made double on that model alone than she typically gets from anybody else. Because it was a corporate client. It was not Maury Calliope that hired Nanoless. It was Hololive that hired Nanoless. Probably at the suggestion of Maury Calliope, but if Hololive didn't want Nanoless to do a model of their intellectual property, she wouldn't do it. She wouldn't be able to do it. So, once again, where did this all begin? Nanoless. Who had the most to gain? Nanoless. Not just getting out of Cinder's shadow and becoming her own VTuber, but higher paying clients because her name got out there. So who's making the most bag? I mean, we all can see view counts, but we can't see Nanoless's commissions from corporations that hire her to do models. We will never know. And I'm guarantee, I can say with about 98% certainty, it was more than $10,000. All right. Shylily most likely wrote Nanoless document for her. She used Nanoless information to tell whatever story she wanted, write lie after lie, then post it as she had nothing to do with it. I think that was a joint effort. And Shylily went with the narrative of Nanoless. I know I'm coming out against this whole Shylily being the mastermind, but it's because Sinder has a strong biases, a strong anti-Shylily bias right at the moment. And I said yesterday, one of the faults that Sinder has, she still has a soft spot for her model mama, Nanoless. What she wants to admit to it or not, it's obvious. She has this very soft spot for her model mama. I mean, look how many times they accommodated her. I mean, just go read the DMs. They accommodated Nanoless left and right. On her stream, Shylily said she was afraid of how I manipulated my way out of things after the documents were posted. With that, it's possible Shylily could have been the one to instruct Nano to separate herself from Red and I due to the threat of being further manipulated. Being why Nano got contact with us through Akira. Anybody who knows that anime and that name, Akira, It should have been a fucking red flag right there, by the way. If Shylily told my friends the same thing, then it support why no one ever reached out to talk to me. Yeah, I'm gonna be cutting in more every time I give my opinion things now, because I was trying to hold off and just do an overall thing, and that's not gonna work out that well, because this is a lot. Like I said, Sinder's got a soft spot for Nano. I mean, they became successful basically together. But I don't think Shylily manipulated Nano. I think it's the reverse. I'm going to be honest. Because Nano is the one who gave the DMs to Shylily. And we don't know what the DMs were. It could have been what exactly was in Nanoless's document. What Shylily saw. I mean, with some like minor things that were edited afterwards, but it could be only what Nanoless wanted Shylily to see. That's what I'm getting at. Shylily was the one to back up Nano's story and false claims of manipulation of to Bao, and the rest of my friends with limited screenshot Nano gave them as proof. Once again, she's too much focused on Shylily. She has to realize her friend of her model mama, someone she trusted for, what, 4 years or so, stabbed her in the back and caused all this. All right. Without Nano showing Shylily I'm going to say the doctor DMs to elicit a reaction from Shylily, none of this would have fucking happened. And that's the fucking truth. That's the truth. If Nanoless didn't show Shylily any DMs, this wouldn't have fucking happened. That is the truth. Shylily convinced Numi I lied to her in our private conversation about her concert, blamed the things I did on Shylily. Shylily also could have used this event to justify to my friends why they shouldn't talk to me. On stream, she said they tried to talk to me once in reference to this, to explain why they didn't talk to me at this time. All right. That's going to be hard to prove. I mean, the Shylily convinced Numi. All right. Because Numi did, from what I've glimmered from all this, Numi really didn't want to be fucking involved. She didn't want to have nothing to do with any of this. And Shylily dragged her in this when she did her video. Numi didn't want to have nothing to do with it. She didn't want to be part of this shit show, and that she got dragged into it unwillingly. Yet she may have made a post under Shylily's tweet about Cinder's apology, or when Nanoless dropped the document. I'm not gonna go fucking look. I don't want it. It's not really important. But she was an outlier to all this until Shylily dragged her into this when she did her video, which she shouldn't have done. Shylily shouldn't have done that. And it was wrong for every single person involved in this to not talk to each other. I'm probably going to repeat that a lot, by the way. Shylily was the one who saw me as greedy and jealous, and I believe she pushed those ideas to my friends and convinced them those were my motives behind their claims. if Numi shared screenshots of your conversation where you were apologizing and admit you put business before friendship, it could have been Numi. I mean, Shylily could have brought up the idea and Numi brought the proof. Just saying. It's a possibility. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Shylily's reply to my apologies starts with manipulating the public to distrust everything I wrote, and the rest is filled with lies to turn everyone against me. Okay, true. From her point of view. And from my point of view, too. On stream, Shylily basically told her chat that they're stupid if they don't blindly agree with her. Yes, she did. and her retelling of events that I'm a narcissistic manipulator. I don't think Sinder is a narcissistic manipulator. I will say she was a bad friend. That's her own admission. She took accountability of. She said she was a bad friend. Which kudos to her for taking accountability and saying she was a bad friend. Which no one apparently is going to be recognizing that fact that she takes accountability for things she does wrong. Well, we'll get to more on that later. This started because Shylily lied and manipulated Nano. No. I think it's the reverse. I think Nano manipulated Shylily, and then Shylily just took it from there. It goes back to who started all this. That's your master manipulator. Or put it in Shylily's terms, manipulative bitch is Nanoless. She's the mastermind behind all of this. And I'm going to be repeating that a lot. My friends and the public wouldn't have had any reason to distrust anything Shylily said. And they had other reasons to jump to conclusions too. Shylily didn't like me for her own reasons and wanted to hurt me because of what was said about Bao and Nano's DMs with Red. She brought everyone together. Oh shit, my glasses are. She brought everyone together and manipulated things along to turn everyone against me, then admitted on stream to all this quote unquote slandered Red told to Nano. Okay, it's better. I think, once again, with Shylily being manipulated by Nanoless, with Nanoless being the mastermind behind all this stuff, for whatever reason that Nanoless had, and with Shylily, I will agree, Shylily manipulated Bao when Bao was not in the right mental space. That's how this got steamrolled. I will agree, it's quite possible Shylily brought all Nanoless's model babies together to cancel Sinder, really. And with Shylily's fiery temper, where she flies off the handle because she's an immature, petty person who needs to grow the fuck up, Nanoless had someone who can rally the troops to help her achieve her real goal, which was get out from Cinder's shadow. Reward for lying, speculation. After lying about our years of working together, Nano was rewarded with over 500 followers on Twitter, a waifu cup with gamersub, a makeshift plushie. Everyone in the world wanted to work with her. The support and praise of the biggest VTubers out there. I keep turning it off because my blue gets part of it. I just hate people fucking calling me while I'm streaming. Not that I'm going to answer my phone, by the way. So, yeah. This is my son. Okay. And endless sympathy for everything she endured while working with me. There you go. Why did Nanoless mastermind all this? You got it right there. You know? It's right there. Right there. If you want a bigger picture, here you are. If you want the proof to hit you in the face, as soon as it fucking loads. Right there. What more can I say? The reasons why Nanoless did this. To get out from Cinder's shadow. That's the reason why she masterminded this whole thing. Shylily not only replaced me in my own friend group, but as the hero of the story, she gained the biggest and most consistent growth in her viewership after canceling me out of everyone. Now, I think this was going to happen anyway. Okay. I think regardless if Cinder was canceled or not, everybody involved was going to grow. Because VTubing, once you become established as a VTuber, you're going to experience constant growth. More people are going to discover you. They're going to either sub to you on YouTube or follow you on Twitch. And there will be a constant growth in concurrent viewers until Twitch fucked with that. And constant growth in views on YouTube. I think this growth that right here that Shylily experience was going to happen regardless. That's my point. Because of the Nanoless Google drop, because of Nanoless, because of Nanoless's dropping that Google drop on Cinder, it just happened a lot faster. That's all. People believe that this growth wouldn't have happened. I believe it would. It may have been a few months later, to be honest with you. But I'm going to say that this was going to happen anyway because Shylily's brand. Just like if Cinder wasn't canceled, her growth would have kept on happening too. That is the case for every single active VTuber involved in this situation. The growth was going to happen. Was there a spike after someone drops a Google Doc on somebody? Yes, because this has happened before. About 7 years ago, there was another Google Doc dropped, where people in that Google Doc given testimony to tear down another person experienced an explosion in growth. But some had that explosion in growth, In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. Just look up the channel Awesome Drama. That's what I'm getting at. And look up Mars Girl. She was hovering, I believe, around 80,000 or something like that. She finally got her Google, YouTube play button because of this, because of that document, which led her to do other things we can talk about if I decide to do anything covering her career, which I'm not really interested in doing. I'm the greedy one, but Shylily didn't miss an opportunity to capitalize on her new hero status a week after she tore me apart on her stream and dropped a limited edition blowhole blast. Well, I probably that was already in the works, I would assume. This is like a gamer sub type thing because I'm assuming it's gamer sub. That pop. It's not like it took a. I'm pretty sure this stuff takes a while, and this was going to happen regardless if the Google Doc dropped or not. Nano and Shylily lied to each other, then lied together for each for their own reason. Nano to avoid any accountability for her actions and stay in good graces of Shylily and friends. And Shylily got revenge for Bao. Shylily to get revenge for Bao and take out someone she didn't like, and admittedly never did. Okay, I can kind of see that. They both gained the most out of doing this, and possibly never knew they lied to each other's face for their own ends. Okay, I agree with that. Now, Shylily may have replaced me as Nano's new Cinder, judging by what they actively worked on together. They couldn't have made my point any better. Okay. It's no. Okay, some people claim that it was Shylily was copying Cinder. Look who did it. Look who did it. Did Shylily have input on it? Probably. But then again, that's Nanoless's style. Just saying. And maybe this is Nanoless taking a little jab at Cinder too. Yes, it's a gamer sub type of thing. Okay. That means it was in the works for at least a month, 2 months before the Google Doc happened. So this up here, I don't really think that was like something. Hey, let's drop a Google Doc right before my gamer sub stuff happened. I don't think that's how that worked. But yeah, just like once again, it's who drew it. And yeah, it's this little horn thing here is probably a jab at at Cinder that Nanoless did. Okay. I know that the VTubers have input on the design and all that stuff. It could be both Nanoless and Shylily wanted to take a shot at Cinder with this model, but it's not a one-for-one copy. You know, that's all I'm gonna say about anytime someone brings up, "Hey, they're copying me," unless it's a one-for-one copy. I'm not gonna say that. I will say this: they're trying to take a slap at Cinder, but it's not a one-for-one copy. A skid, whatever the fuck that is, with Shylily. I don't know what skib is. Okay, I'm sorry. There's one last thing I wanted to show to really cover all my bases. I didn't know where else to put it, so I've added it here. I asked Shylily if I can get a skib of us together. After it was delivered, after it was delivered, I intentionally waited about 3 weeks to send it to her so I can post it under my original VTuber debut date. I was preparing for a year and a half. I messaged Shylily about getting a skip together in January. This was our first time talking privately, but we're interacting on Twitter back and forth for a couple weeks before that. All right. Reminds me of who I don't know who the fuck those two are. Once again, I'm not going to be reading none of these screenshots out loud. You can read it for yourself. It's on the screen long enough for you all to be able to read it, because I'm a slow reader. One of the first things Shylily ever privately said to me was that our things together remind her of Gorgon and Karger. Okay, whatever. I thought it was a pretty cringe of her to say that, as if she was some kind of box legendary and skib. And a skib she wasn't help paying for. What? Okay, back on.
Oh, haha, the cherries are on blast towards a V card doing the. Oh, like, how dare you sit there and pretend to be some bogs legendary of something that you didn't create? Oh, disgusting.
This is just fucking dumb. What Shylily is talking about here. It was a marketing ploy to help boost the sales of something she created that Sinder was doing. It's just fucking dumb to bitch about this. It's just fucking dumb. And I would say this if Sinder or anybody else was saying this shit, it's just fucking dumb. It helped her product that Shylily created to garner more sales. Shut the fuck up and take the W. The W being V cards sales were helped by Sinder saying the Charizard thing. And to act ungrateful about it right now shows you how bad of a businesswoman you are. Okay. I don't know too much about Pokemon because even though she made this comparison, it's not like she ever portrayed herself as Gordon and fighting secret against a firehound themed enemy when she comes out as the hero and saves her friends, especially not months after she took pleasure in a major role canceled. She's talking about the lore video. I'm not gonna fucking play it. I'm not, because I really don't give a fuck. I'm being honest. Can I see this being like a shot at Cinder and Shylily being shown herself as a hero? Yes, I can. I understand why people say that. But what I'm getting at, I'm not going to highlight something that's so fucking petty and so goddamn stupid. It's just dumb. And we all know it's dumb. Okay? I know how long a project like this takes to complete, even though I'm sure Shylily had a story she wanted to tell. Someone else created someone else was credited with writing this lore video. I just find it ironic that it happened. The skip was delivered at the end of May 25th, 2020. Okay. In May 19th, 2022, I sent Shylily the complete artwork on the 19th, posted it on the 23rd of May, 2 days before my debut. By the time this art was posted, I'd just been shy of 6 months since the skip was placed. All right. One second. Don't know why it's not showing up. I have no fucking clue to why it's not showing up. All right. I don't know. I wish. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna leave it alone. So I got a message on Twitter, and I'm gun shy about messages on Twitter unless I really do know you and we've interacted on Twitter itself, replying to my post, and I'll reply to your. I really am gun shy with messages on Twitter. I learned that early on when I created my X Twitter account for my YouTube. With all the bots I got, I was just like, I'm just gun shy about Twitter. Interacting in messages in Twitter. That's why I kind of like to interact with people through Discord because I'm pretty sure they're not fucking bots. That's all. Okay, let me look at chat real fast and go over a few things before we continue. Copy and paste and redraw, even powder reacted to this. Okay. Fair, salt to the wounds. Yeah, I mean, that's it. It was obviously Nanoless and Shylily taking a shot at Sinder. You know, I'm not going to deny it, but it's not a one for one copy. I'm not going to say they copied her. Okay. Garen from Pokemon, those Pokemon always fight for the expansion of land or sea. Once again, I don't fucking like Pokemon. I was the dad that was purchasing the fucking Pokemon packs for his kids. So it's like Power Rangers. I don't particularly like Power Rangers here because I had to put the fucking stickers on the toys. Dumb, petty, and just plain out jealous. Yeah, it is. And this part is also another job. You know, that seems to be a lot of that going on. Since I just talked about the scab with Shylily, I might as well address this too. For years, the scabs I had gotten with people have been held against me, as if I was using people I got them with for clout. Shylily's scab was the only one I held off on giving her to post right before my debut, but it wasn't my intention when I ordered it in January. I ordered a scab artwork January 2021 to 2023 of January. And about 3/4 of my scabs were ordered before my original debut in May 25, 2022, before I was an actual VTuber with a model. I got scabs for fun, to show thanks to people, to grow existing friendships, and have art to post on Twitter while waiting for my debut to be ready. Is that getting stuff for clout? I don't know if I would say clout. I think it's a good marketing move, to be honest with you. Especially if those people you got scabs with are okay with it. And two, you both grew together. I mean, I think back in 2021, Shylily wasn't as well known as she is now. Because I don't think Womp Womp really hit big until like 2022 around there. Just saying. But I think, I mean, as long as everybody was okay with it, fine. It's a good marketing thing. And Cinder was not just marketing herself. It's like, hey, I got this thing with Shylily. Hey, I got this thing with Bow, whatever. And it's a joint venture if you look at a certain way. Every YouTube I got in a scab with was either someone I was actively working with, had already worked with, or someone who I was already friends with, Jesus Christ, or acquainted with at the time I ordered them. I asked everyone for the permission, okay, to get one beforehand, except for a few cases, it was a surprise meant to be a gift for someone. As far as I remember, and can tell by my financial files, I pay for all these myself, including Shylily's. I've never expected anyone to chip in. Okay. Which kind of makes sense. It's a good marketing tool. I will say that. I don't really, I guess this is like, if we get down to it, it's kind of like, how to put this? It's like a V card, to be honest with you, from what I've seen of V cards. And there's nothing really wrong with that. Okay. As long as everybody agreed to it, there's nothing really wrong with that. Every scab I order, with about half of them being of myself, the sensor scabs are below. The sensor scab below are not safe for work. There are 2 scabs with tricky and that didn't show up on this page that I have shown below instead. It seems like Nanoless was in a lot of them. Eh. I would like to see that one in a bigger. This one right here, that looks nice. Just so you all know, I'm not that big of a connoisseur of not safe for work artwork. It's like, if I want to see porn, I go search up a porn. A picture of a naked girl really doesn't do that much for me. Okay. Why is that not safe for work? Just out of curiosity. I mean, what, too much hip? Yeah. In conclusion, in Bao's section, Red explained his grudge against Bao that led to his and Nano's exclusivity deal. Yeah, he kind of fucked things up, didn't he? Does it matter? Explain why Red held things against Bao that he told Nano about, or explain that I only treat Bao differently because of Red's feelings to her? No. Because since this is all made public, it had to be explained. What both of us did was wrong. Once again, taking accountability. We should address the problem when we could have. But it matters how Red got to his conclusions with Bao. Red couldn't see the whole situation around Bao and Sack any other. Yeah, he could have. She's wrong. He could see it as a strict business thing, but he decided to make it personal. So yeah, he could have seen any other a different way, a business thing, someone making a decision about his business that Red wasn't involved in, and just let it go. She's wrong. It's because she has this relationship with Red, and it's clouding her judgment. And I'm kind of taking her to task because Red caused all this shit. Because his lack of professionalism and no lack of just doing business. So yeah, he could have seen it a different way. It was a business move. Okay, cool. If that's what you want to do with your business, go for it, man. Hey, hopefully, all Red had to do was say, "Well, good. I hope it works out for you. We wish you a lot of success," and he left it there. But he didn't. After Sack went exclusive, Red pieced together every action he experienced and noticed from Bao to corroborate a story based on assumptions and a pattern behavior that made sense to him. Yeah, because he was unprofessional. He ignored any of the good things Bao had done, now thinking she was being fake about everything. He didn't contact Bao about any of this at all to verify his theory. He was angry at her and already made up his mind about what she'd done and thought she lied about it anyway. Red eventually tried to get even with her by making a deal with Nano to take the opportunity to work with her away from Bao. Once the truth came out, he turned out to be wrong. Well, no shit. What Red did was piece together and assume a story about someone from observations and experience with them after something negative happened regarding them, added up to supposed to be a pattern of behavior. Okay, this is. Let me get through. Let me get through all 5 of these points. Then I'm going to say something. Focus solely on all the negative things that happened with that person to fit the confirmation bias towards them, and never considering any of the positives, which all happen to be part of the conspiracy. Never contact that person to find out the truth of this story due to being angry at them for what they already determined happened and thinking they lied their way out of accountability. Took retaliatory action against that person in response to what they assumed they did. The story about that person turned out to be wrong to begin with. Does this sound fucking familiar? Does this sound fucking familiar? This is what everybody's doing to Sinder, by the way. They didn't talk to her. To this day, no one's talked. They haven't made contact with Sinder, obviously. They don't care about her side of things, and they're running with this headcanon of her being this horrible human being and all this shit based on somebody else's actions and someone else's pattern of behavior, which wasn't Sinder's. Who should people be mad at? Red. Not Sinder, Red. Because Red was the one that said all this shit, and it was overly paranoid, overly competitive, and overly friendly with his vendors. He didn't know how to draw that line when you're doing business. We just talk business. Now you could do it in a friendly manner. I want to clear it up. You can do it in a friendly manner, but you don't sit there and talk about fucking gossip because it's fucking wrong. It's just plain fucking wrong. You just stick to what you need to get done. Hey, Nanoless, we want we have a debut. We want a new model by this date for a debut for Halloween, Christmas, whatever the fuck it is. Is that a problem? Oh, I got this in lineup, and yeah, I could do that. Cool. Let me know if there's any issues. That's it. That's the whole fucking exchange. You don't go into, hey, Ballad's doing this. Hey, we're having the Silver Veil is, we have problems. We don't get into none of that. Red Redacted is the manager for the Sinder brand. His focus should be solely on the Sinder brand and how a workload of a vendor will impact the necessary deadlines they have for the Sinder brand. And all you talk about is the Sinder brand. You don't talk about anybody else. That's why you leave as if there's any issues, please contact me. Because you got to make adjustments or find another artist or another person to do merch or whatever. And you don't go, oh, this is all Bal's fault. This is all Silver Veil's fault. Oh, this is all Cotton's fault. You don't talk about none of that shit. How is this going to impact on our deadline? Okay, do we need to find another artist? Oh, I can cancel this. So that's your choice. We're not going to get involved with that at all. If it is an issue, we need to know now so we can make a decision because we have this deadline. That's what I mean, business. No, don't be so accommodating. If you can't do it, just tell us you can't do it so we can get someone who can. And maybe Nanoless would stop taking so much fucking work if she loves doing Cinder stuff so much, like she constantly said in DMs. Then she will know, hey, I only could do this much. If I love doing Cinder, I only could take on this much extra. But they kept accommodating her, which led to her being very manipulative because she manipulated Red like a fucking puppet all the goddamn time. And he, with all his personal biases against other talent that he was not manager of, let her get away with it. She got blocked and they're avoiding her for real. And until now, people are mad at her instead of Red. And yeah, it's obvious. I mean, if anybody took the time to read stuff and comprehend it completely and not look through, she's a bitch, she's a whore, all the stuff. I mean, they've done that to multiple VTubers. Fruit comes to mind real easily, and Project Melody comes to mind easily when she went through her whole model stuff. People fucking jumped to conclusions or made what their personal biases they had against that particular talent be the truth. Instead of looking at the facts and going, something's not adding up here. Let's keep on reading, figure it out. If everything's right there in black and white, you just can't say certain things anymore. Well, couldn't Bal and my friends have done the same thing? Yeah, that's what I said. Doesn't it sound fucking familiar? They heard what Nano and Shylily. Well, I'm going to correct this real fast because it's slightly annoying with her personal bias against Shylily. They heard what Nanoless were telling them. Was telling them. That includes Shylily. Nanoless started this. She's the ringleader. And saw selected screenshots of Red's messages with Nano and assumed that There couldn't be any other way but me knowing and agreeing with everything Red said and did. They used their combined experience with us to back up their theory, and were convinced of my motives by someone other than myself, and corroborate a pattern of behavior. No matter what I've done for them or what I did together in the past, everything was now seen as an act to use or betray them. None of them contacted me at all to verify their claims and instead jumped to conclusions. They were mad at me for what they already convinced I did, and probably told I manipulated my way out of it, then took action against me that they thought I deserved in return by writing and posting their documents to the public. By your own mission, you said you were a bad friend. And you were correcting the behavior before those Google Docs happened. In fact, weeks before. And you were trying to reach out to resolve issues. I get that also. I get that, Sinder. But prior to that, you were a bad friend by your own admission. You know? Just saying. So they use your inability to communicate what you're experiencing, whether if it's, hey, I'm so busy, I got this lined up, I'm sorry I can't hang out with you like that what we did in the past, I'm gonna find a way to make time for y'all. You never said that to anybody. At least you didn't show that you did. The only time you did say that to somebody was New Meat about her concert. You didn't say that to Bao. You didn't say that to Tricky, Vienna, or any of them. You got consumed with the business side of this, and you were out of bounds with, having personal friendships. It's the best example I can give you all. Explain what I'm talking about. When I was a cable contractor, there was a period of time for most of my career, I was working 6 days a week. About 14 hour days. That didn't leave me time to do shit. It was get home, eat something for dinner, and go to bed. And have 1 day a week to do all my necessary stuff like laundry, cleaning house, spending a little bit when I was as a single father, spending a little time with my son. All that crammed into 1 day. All right. That's not a healthy lifestyle. Because you don't have any fucking time to take a breath. And that's what Sinder was doing. That's what Red was doing. They weren't giving themselves time to take a breath. And then here I am streaming on what's supposed to be my day off saying this. You need to give yourself 2 days to not be redacted and Sinder. To be whatever your real names are in real life and just deal with real life. And reflect on not only your success and say, listen, we've been consumed by this Sinder stuff. And I've noticed that I haven't really been interacting with my friends as much. Something to consider. My friends made their decision with the information they were given. They were quick to assume that everything Red said were my shared thoughts, but they weren't. That was their fucking mistake. My friends never saw Red and I argue and didn't know we lived together and never knew I cheated on Red I don't really consider that what happened there cheating, but you go with it. And continued, you couldn't have known how our relationship was beyond what they saw during a half dozen times we traveled every year. They decided this was the culmination of some long series of wrongs I committed against them to further myself. I'm not a perfect person by any means, but to claim that everything I ever done with my friends, for them, shared with them, felt with them, was all fake is wrong and unbelievable. I do agree. That is a true statement there. All right, that is a true statement. You can't wear that mask all the fucking time. The mask will slip, and people will notice something, especially in real life, because if you're not a bubbly, natural bubbly, ditzy person that's always fun loving and all that stuff, like you're on stream and in real life, there's a personality shift. Okay, I've said when I started out, I tried to be something I wasn't. What you're getting now, this is more like who I really am. There's a little toned down stuff I do on purpose. I mean, I'm not yelling and screaming like I would typically do with dealing with shit like this. Sometimes that comes out, but I typically try to keep that tone down because well, there's been quite a few times I wanted to drop the C word in this document. Okay, I'm being honest. I'm sticking with the word bitch, but there's been a few times I wanted to drop the C word, and I did. Okay, that's what I'm getting at. You're getting majority of who I'm actually am. I believe the Cinder you all see on stream is actually who she is. All right, the bubbly personality, like the easy to fall into giggles and all that stuff. Because that mask was fallen off a long time ago when they met up in real life. And we would have had a Google Doc about this a long time ago. We're talking 2023. Or there would be a rumor going around for a long time that Cinder was fake. And that didn't happen. Why were any of the screenshots of me bad mouthing, backstabbing? Where are any of the screenshots of me bad mouthing, backstabbing, and sabotaging them? They were not rungs on a ladder for me to surpass. I never had real friends until I found them. That is true. There's no screenshots of Cinder talking to Nanoless, trying to backstab anybody or badmouth anybody or trying to set. Well, in fact, with Red, there's no real messages of him trying to sabotage anybody. Not getting a nano model, it's not going to destroy your fucking career. I hate to tell you that. I hate to tell Nanoless this. You are a good artist, but you're not the key to success. You don't guarantee views. Sorry if that hurts your ego, but you do not guarantee views. If you did, you would be hired by all the fucking VTuber corporations out there. Every VTuber corp talent would have your fucking model. Because if your art guarantee views, I guarantee Niji Sanji, Hololive, Face Connect, or any VTuber corporation, hell, fucking VShojo, they will all have you doing their models. Because having your models guarantee when a VTuber debuts 100,000 subscribers. That doesn't fucking happen based on artwork. It's just a pretty fucking picture. That's it. That's all it is. And I know my son's going to get pissed off at me for saying that. But it doesn't guarantee success at all. It's not a guarantee for success. So nobody's career was sabotage. Period. End of fucking story. They concluded that she had bad mouth in person with Red. Well, they can conclude that as much as they want without fucking proof. They have nothing to back that claim up. They used their status in the community as some of the biggest VTubers around, ambushed me in the middle of the night to publicly out the person they falsely convinced of some kind of evil mastermind. Sounds like a plot from a fucking movie, to be honest with you. They all did this together. So no one was going to question their group corroborating story. It was okay to ruin me and ignore our history together because they were convinced they were doing it for the sake of friendship. If you ask questions or ask for more evidence, you are banned, blocked, and silenced because you dare to question those grieving in this difficult time. The public wouldn't have known any better unless I gave a full account of what happened in this document, rather than what was vaguely told to them through recollections and hurt feelings. Well, that's true. The whole paragraph is true. Because we're seeing evidence of that right now. All right. The tone of the paragraph, I think, is a little strong, is hinting as malicious intent. I don't think everybody involved in this was done it out of malice, really. I think they done it out because they were actually hurt with what the Dr. DMs were presented to them. You know, I think that's why they did that. They didn't do it because I never liked her. She blah 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 blah. I think that she said that Red said this about me, and they're in their head, in their head canon that Red and Sinder are the same person, and whatever Red said, Sinder said, and never took time to sit there and say Red is his own person and Sinder is her person. You know, let's face facts. Red and Sinder don't act the same way. That's a pretty good indication that they're two different individuals. Now, I will say this. No, I'll hold off. Bao lost out on a VTuber model with Nanoless, the artist who wanted to cancel it in the first place and who convinced her it was my fault. Okay, that's true. And we've seen evidence that Nanoless didn't want to work with Bao. Or Cotton, for that matter. And she was occasionally okay not doing work for Silvervale. I decided to pull out of my unplanned performance in Newman's concert because of my own anxieties, and I was a bad friend when I made the choice initially not to be there for her. Taking accountability once again for that. I lost my friends, my career, countless opportunities, and my reputation to millions of people has been ruined permanently. My name has been dragged through the dirt and also become an insult synonymous with insincerity and betrayal. I've avoided being spoke like that. I'm avoided being spoke like I'm VTuber Voldemort now, and some people were pretending like I never existed. These things are not equal. I don't know what to say about the stuff she just said about being a VTuber Voldemort. She feels that way. She feels that way. And yeah, I've seen some people say that. I mean, did that. And are doing that. I agree it's not right. Because once again, I could do the whole fucking list again of what Sinder didn't do. But I'll just do a quick list of what Sinder did do. Sinder herself, not anything Red did. Sinder was a bad friend. That's it. The whole manipulative, all that other stuff, she didn't do that. There's no proof that she did that. Sinder was a bad friend. That's it. That's all. Which could have been resolved privately, to be quite honest, and which she became very aware of and was taking corrective action. And she was doing that weeks before this Nanoless document dropped. Jesus, I have a fucking hiccups again. Despite it all, I still forgive him. These things aren't not equal. The damage my friend have inadvertently caused me is irreparable and immeasurable all over conjecture, lies they were fed, things I never knew happened, and opinions I did not agree with. Whether they knew the truth or not, they perpetuated lies about me to the public, and my life has forever altered because of it. Okay, that's a true statement. All right. Cinder's life will never be the same again. If you want to disagree on causes why, fine. But that's a true statement. Cinder's life will never be the same again. She's going to have trust issues now. She's going to be gun shy, collabing with other VTubers, all that stuff. I mean, I'm not one of those people saying that she can't collab with, no one's not going to want to collab with her. Yeah, there's going to be people who want to collab with her. I mean, fuck, it's Cinder. I mean, I'm going to be honest about it. And I'm sorry I'm going to make this comparison, but it's about the closest comparison I can say. Cinder is going to act like when Silvervale left V-Shoujo. That's how she's going to behave. She's not going to trust anybody unless she absolutely knows them very well. And then she'll still be guarded. That's what I think is going to happen. Despite it all, I still forgive him. Numi said on her stream that talking about things is always a better option. Okay, play the video.
If you ever do feel upset or annoyed or uncomfortable about things, I think that it's always important to say it, to talk and speak your mind. Talking about things is always the better option. It always is. And yeah,
I wish more people would have taken Numi's advice right there. Because, well, let's face fact, this whole situation is a big nuts and burger. All this is a bunch of people who refuse to talk to each other. That's it. The pivotal thing my friends didn't do was talk to me or Red about anything. Senator, you and Red did the same thing. Never hearing what we had to say about Nanos and Shyly's claim. Even Bao on his stream was left questioning the motive behind things. Everything circles back to poor communication from everyone. Both Red and I didn't communicate with Bao about his problems with her in December 2024. Once again, taking accountability. I didn't communicate with Numi about performing in her concert and how I felt about it before I canceled on her, which you handle privately with Numi. Way to go. Come to self-realizations. Hey, you're making a mistake and you're being a bad friend with not just Numi, but with a lot of people. And you're doing corrective actions for it, as shown in not only your interaction with Numi, but your tweet too. If there were ever really any problems Nano had with us, she never communicated. Uh, I mean, I could read into things with Nano's messages with Red towards from the after the exclusivity deal, but I'm not going to do that. But you guys didn't question her motivations either. It's a two-way street there. Well, you guys, Red was being manipulated by Nano time and time again, so I can understand why he didn't say anything. Numi didn't communicate with me. Numi didn't communicate with me about her concert or trying to plan, only trying to plan things with Red and confide in Belle about how she felt about me canceling. She was talking to your manager, Cinder. That's who she should be communicating with, to be honest with you. Unless, I think Red eventually told Numi to talk to you. But the first step when you, in my opinion, or in my head, as far as a process of, as talent wants to collab with another talent, you reach out to their manager first. And because the manager should know what your schedule's like and say, hey, I want to do this on this day. Is she available then? And he can look at the calendar and go yes or no. And if it's a no, he doesn't go any further than it. Why get you involved? Just makes sense. Be honest with you. That's how the process should work. Val didn't communicate with me about her feelings of isolation, only expressed those feelings to Numi privately. You guys think Red didn't communicate with Val about the fucking issues he was had either? Like, once again, let me get through this. Shylily didn't communicate with me about her problems she had with me, only and resorted to petty actions instead. No one communicated with me or Red before choosing to make everything public, ending in my cancellation. Okay, I said this before. I'm going to say it again. In any relationship, whether it be a friendship, romantic, or business, it takes two. If you're going to criticize people for not communicating with you, you're going to have to accept the fact that with you not communicating with them, it's also your fault. All right. I mean, if something falls through, you should reach out immediately, or Red or somebody in your brand going, hey, this is not going to work now because of this. That's kind of what happened with Numi. It fell through the cracks, in which you admit that happened. And in turn, here you go. I don't think Nano's actions didn't start out malicious. I think you're wrong. I'm just going to say that right out from that first sentence. I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. He wanted to find out if what Red said was true, and Shylily used that against me. I do not believe Nano ever shared the full true story of what happened between her, Red, and I with my friends, and instead chose to protect herself and lie about everything. Listen to what you're saying there, Cinder. Listen to what you're saying. It's hard to believe Nano put her own document together as heavily evidence that Shylily doesn't really fucking matter, to be honest with you. Nano sat back and let Shylily take the wheel for her after knowingly lying about what happened between us. Let's put this sentence in a different way. Nano manipulated Shylily to direct the narrative of the document and what happened. And you manipulating Shylily to create a narrative to achieve her goals, which is to get out of your shadow. When you consider that Nano's and Bao's documents were planned together and posted simultaneously, it was on purpose to put my betrayal of my friends first and foremost, even though Nano says she didn't care about Bao. That's the interesting thing here, but Nano saying she didn't care about Bao. I didn't think Shylily got all the information that she should have. Especially that message where Nanoless said she didn't care about Bao. Didn't care working with Bao. She didn't want to. Whatever. She just wanted to work, do Sinder stuff. Now, with that being said, I'm thinking that this is how this played out as far as Nano's document. Shylily knew no one knew who Nanoless was. She was not a recognizable name as compared to Sinder. And Shylily was probably actually honest with herself and went, okay, there's some people who don't like me, so I'm not going to be really a sympathetic figure. I think Nanoless and Shylily put their heads together and go, who's the most sympathetic person that's possibly involved with this? And they saw Red's messages about Bao, and they went, everybody knows what Bao's been through. How she got scanned before. And how she got mistreated before. And went, there we go. We have our figurehead in Bao. And me and Shylily will look like we're championing Bao to protect her from being scammed again. Or the fact that it looks like she got purposely denied a Nanoless model. Which wouldn't affect her fucking career at all. Just saying. After viewing the entirety of Red's DMs with Nano and having full context of their conversation, it is very clear Nano's entire document was maliciously and deceptively written to push a false narrative to the public on which everyone else claims to be based on, while using emotionally triggering language in its accusations throughout. With the biggest VTuber, Shylily, I don't really agree with the biggest VTuber, supporting her, no one would question Nano's claims, even my friends. When put under scrutiny, there are so many details purposely left out. Okay, that was true. That was coming very evident prior to Sinder dropping her doc. Given the freedom to tell whatever story they wanted, that the DMs were shown vaguely supported. Screenshots from conversation over 2 years present out of order, missing context, and mixed and matched to fit a narrative. Even go as far as to boldly edit a screenshot to remove a message. Claims were made without evidence, and straight up lies were told, meant to be believed by the public who wouldn't know any better. Some of the claims in Nano's documents don't even match the screenshots provided as evidence. It's not like no one actually read the screenshots provided and either just read what was written or just listened to the large voices telling them what they said happened, which is very evident on the how this document is being reacted to by certain fan bases on certain other people. Oh, excuse me. This document was falsely written to paint Nanoless as a victim who had no agency in her choices without showing any of her guilt and Red and I as evil, manipulative people who only wanted to use Nano for our own gain, sabotaging every project she ever canceled, cherry picking exactly what needed to be shown to make the case. Everyone was told that everything in Red's messages had to be my thoughts and feeling as well, for all the blame to be put on to me, as if he isn't his own person. Only 3 total screenshots of my own words from 2 conversations over a year apart from each other were shown. The only manipulation here was to the evidence in Nano's document and the public perception of me. Okay, one, that's mostly true, what she said there. People were figuring out something was wrong with Nanos' Google Doc for a while, because how everything was spaced and how context was missing, how the time jumps and all that stuff was going on. And when you took a closer examination of it and you trying to figure out, okay, we're in 2025, 2020, now we're in 2024, and now we're in 2023. It was a jumble mess. And people were kind of like, okay, they're working real hard on a narrative. Something isn't right. Okay, a lot of that happened. And this is probably the first time I'm saying this. Some of this is Cinder's fault. What I mean by that, she should have had a larger hand in the business side of the brand and not just be like, hey, I'm just the talent. And no, have regularly checked Red's DMs and Red like have like a day or take time out of the day to go over Red's DMs to make sure that what she wanted to be done was getting done. What I'm basically saying, she was far too trusting. Okay. Now, this is not to say she should question everything Red did. What I'm saying is she should have done more oversight, because she could have caught things. Hey, Red, don't be sitting there gossiping about my friends to Nanoless. Red, what's this shit about Bao? If she did that, a lot of this could have been stopped real fast. Especially the gossiping with Nanoless. That should have been nipped in the bud immediately. You know, but I'm gonna be honest about it. My personal feelings is this is going on with a lot of VTubers. They're trusting their manager to handle everything, and they don't really have oversight what they're saying or how they're presenting their brand. Like I said, this is Cinder's fault too. The lack of oversight of Red's communication with vendors, that's on Sinder. Because Red overreached a lot of times. He overreached. He used his authority, the words we and our, which we and our, way too much, because they gave credence to the vendor that Sinder agreed what's being said. And that was wrong. You stick with the truth, which is I feel this way about Bao. I feel about this way about things. The only time Red did do something along the lines to protect Sinder is when he said, this doesn't, the phrasing I'm going to get wrong, this doesn't leave this room. That when he basically put forth, you're not allowed to talk about this. This is now you're an NDA Nanoless. This is just a private discussion between us and doesn't go any further than us. And Nanoless agreed to it. That's an NDA, which he broke. That's the only time he took measures to try to protect Sinder. All the other times, he didn't do that. He thought he was talking to a friend that's going to keep things confidential. That's always a bad fucking idea in business. That's always a bad fucking idea in business. Don't trust people are going to keep things confidential. That's why you say things like, "Hey, you're not allowed to record me, and you're not allowed to ever publicly present any DMs that I'm part of." Because now you're under you have made your intentions clear that you are to respect my privacy. This is a private business discussion. We're talking about business, and you keep it on business. Because once you run into the realm of gossip, you're running headlong into a locomotive on the same track as you, and right on the front of that locomotive is drama. And you're doing absolutely nothing to get out of the way. In fact, what you're doing is running faster towards it. There's that fucking line again. Business and personal. Doesn't mean you can't be nice to your vendors, but it means that, hey, you don't talk about your personal feelings or how you feel about another talent or another person dealing with that vendor. You stay focused on your needs. And when you ask about your needs, you say it in such a way that you're not saying, oh, this person's doing this. That's it. I want to check something real fast. I just saw something on Twitter. I just want to make sure something. They're still just reacting to the Google Doc. Okay, because I saw Sinder treading on X/Twitter, and I just want to make sure she just didn't, announce that she's coming a date for her to return to streaming. It was just people talking about the Google Doc. That's all. Neither of us sabotaged any VTuber's project with Nano. As you've seen from our messages, we always praised Nano for her work she did with others. I always supported my model sisters, and I platformed them myself on my stream, even if I could also understand the reasoning behind Red saying more Nano models means they're less special, which is fucking stupid. I'm not going to go into it again. I've done that enough times. It's still fucking stupid. In the case of the exclusive deal in January 2025, Red asked Nano not to work with Bao, Cotton, or Silverveil. Nano said she had a model plan with Bao that he didn't know about before, and Bao probably didn't know about it either. Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for payment of her own model's rigging. They negotiated, made a deal that was never shown to the public. To argue that now Nano was manipulated in any way is crazy. Okay, I agree with that. Nano was just complicit in their deal as Red was. She had no problem asking him about and talking about drama around Bao that her document claims she wanted nothing to do with, then offered to cancel Bao's model herself. I had nothing to do with this happening and had no knowledge of it until the documents were posted. Red and Nano are the only two people that could have told me about this. Neither of them did. There's nothing to show for it because it didn't happen. I can't prove a negative. More to the point with this Bao stuff. They claim that Sinder knew all about this stuff. This is all based on her and Red being in a relationship and they're one fucking person. If there was a DM of Sinder agreeing with anything about Bao, why wasn't it in Nanoless's document? If they had evidence, real solid evidence that Sinder knew about Bao, about Red, and agree about Red's feelings about Bao, and it was in a DM, why wasn't it in the document? Because it will make the Nanoless's document 10 times stronger. Because all they got is Red. And once people realize Red is his own separate person, the whole, hey, Cinder knew all about this shit, kind of fucking falls apart. Yeah, why wasn't it in their documents? If all this shit they say about Cinder herself, not what Red said, Cinder herself, all the stuff that she knew, all this stuff, where's the fucking proof? Because if there are fucking proof that Red and Cinder was in a relationship romantically, that's not fucking proof. Once again, in any kind of relationship, people keep secrets. You will never fully know a person 100% because everybody keeps secrets that they don't want nobody to know about. So, if they had proof of this stuff, they should have put it in the Google Doc. They didn't, and well, things are falling apart. Before Cinder's document happened, people would come to they were coming to the realization that Red and Cinder were two separate people. There weren't this one being that everybody wants to play off of. Hi, Buff Pup. You fucking idiot. It is a straw man argument. Oh, yeah, Cinder and Red they tell each other everything. Bullshit. Bullshit. Tell you right now. They probably do now, for however long that's gonna last, but it's just such a bullshit logic theory that they know everything what each of them does. Hey, I just replaced my tampon. Way to go, dear. I mean, come on, seriously. I'm just saying. Nano lied and pushed all her agency of her own actions onto Red. Then Shylily and my friends took Red's agency away from him and his actions, and then blamed everything either one of them did it either everything either one of them did on me. This was fucking true. I gotta inject a little humor in here once in a while. Nano uses a scapegoat for her canceling uses us as a scapegoat for canceling Bao's model when she was the one who wanted to do it in the first place. This is also true as in evidence in DMs earlier. She canceled Silver Veils and Cotton model back in November of 2023 and blamed us, which is once again proven in DMs. And when she said she was going to take Silver's model back, she didn't because it was healthier and less stressed. Once again, proven in DMs. She canceled 7 models in August of 2024, avoiding accountability for herself and implying those clients that it wasn't her fault, it was my fault. Well, that wasn't proven in DMs, but it was implied in Nanoless's document. But what was proven in DMs, it was Nanoless's idea, and she did it without any encouragement from Red. Red says, if that's what you want to do, do it. That's all that Red said, which is like, it wasn't, hey, yeah, we want you to cancel those models. It was, if that's what you want to do, you do it. I mean, it's up to you. It's your fucking business. Which, to be all in honesty, Nanoless shouldn't have gone to Red with it. That's on fucking Nanoless. She should have gone to her manager, which supposedly is no longer her husband, according to the recent post by Nanoless, but she's a fucking liar, so why believe her? Nanoless was clearly capable of thinking for herself and always in control of her own business decisions. She repeatedly overextended herself and overbooked too many projects that she couldn't handle again and again, which you constantly made accommodations for. If Nano was able to cancel on some of the biggest VTubers out there, like Iron Mouse, twice on that list, technically it's not 7 it's 7 models, but it's not 7 fucking VTubers. It was actually 6. Some of the biggest VTubers out there, bigger than me, she could have canceled plans with us or stopped working with me altogether if she really felt that way. It says she did in her document, which is also true. It's even in Nanoless's document, it shows that Sinder and Red were fine if she didn't want to work with them anymore. They're like, if you don't want to work with us, okay. Just have to let us know so we can find someone else. That's in Nanoless's document, by the way. Both Red and Cinder saying that those type of things. It was like, we're fine if you don't want to work with us. We'll still be friends, and there won't be any hard feelings. We're cool with that. If you don't want to work with us as often as you do now. I think it was more along those lines. Brandon. Hey, Brandon, how you doing, man? I have filing. If Nano canceled a Iron Mouse, everyone would have known about it. And you have a feeling if, but she did. It was shown in the DMs on the list of models that she canceled. Iron Mouse was on there twice. She was supposed to do 2 models for Iron Mouse, and she canceled them. This goes back, there was Giga on that list too. These are large VTubers, and they're probably used to like artists canceling on them. It's like, okay, well, I can find somebody else. It's not a big deal. Okay, this whole idea that this whole backstabbing and canceling models is this horrendous career-ending thing if you don't get this model from this particular artist is now such bullshit. Okay, it's just fucking bullshit. Not getting an Nanoless model is not going to end your fucking career. So you don't have the pretty picture from Nanoless. Whoopie-doo. It didn't impact on Iron Mouse's numbers at all. Mousely likely has backups for back. Yeah, which I'm gonna be honest, most VTubers should. Now it was clear. But not once did she. Instead, she just wanted to do Cinder stuff, which is also in those DMs. We don't hold any power over Nano. We didn't threaten her. We didn't blackmail her. We didn't manipulate her. Maybe you should have. Sorry. Because no, they didn't do none of that. In fact, I would say Nanoless manipulated, basically blackmailed them, emotionally blackmailed them all the fucking time. Okay, just say. Okay. Hey, Lord Cat, how you doing? You caught me in a giggle fit. That's just this section. We were most loyal, sympathetic, supportive, sympathetic, repetitive clients who generally cared about her, and she knew it. And she took advantage of you for it. Even if Nano generally had anything against us, the way her document explains, she never, ever showed or expressed. She could air her grievances with us and part ways, evidence of our acceptance of a Kara's message. But instead, she found herself in this situation, and as soon as it was advantageous for her to do so, she's conspired to cut all ties with us and use us as a scapegoat for her own actions under the guise of abuse of after one conversation with Shylily. It didn't matter who we were to her. She just would have been caught without blaming us and use manipulation, using the manipulation excuse. She carved a path to the best outcome possible for herself and came out of this with more support than ever. What I've been saying. Nanoless is the puppet master. She had everybody on a string and dancing to the tune that she wanted them to dance to. And this includes Shylily. Once again, where did this all started at? Nanoless. Who had the most to gain? Nanoless. That's the fucking truth. That's not my opinion anymore. That's the fucking truth. There's evidence that Nanoless gained a lot more than Shylily, than Bao, or anybody else in this whole situation. Because those VTubers were on a projected growth path. Because the Google Doc dropped, some of it happened a little bit faster. But it was going to happen regardless. With Nanoless, when she dropped her Google Doc, she fucking exploded. And she got corporate gigs from a large VTuber corporation, Hololive, to do the model for Mori Calliope for the 5th anniversary of Myth, which was going to be watched by hundreds of thousands of people. And got paid probably more than her typical commissions fee of $10,000 from Hololive to guarantee that model would be done on time. Not only did she get more popularity, not only did she get more viewers on her streams, she made a pretty fucking good check of that Mordecai IP model. I guarantee you, Hololive did not pay just $10,000 to ensure that fact that model would be ready to go for the 5th anniversary of Myth. Just saying. When you look at it that way, who really gained the most? Nanoless. And you can't convince me of anything else. Because being around the VTuber community, they always going to grow. Once they are established and people are like, hey, it's just not a big titty model, they're actually fucking entertaining, the growth keeps going up. Now, unless they get into a real, unless shit like this happens, it continues that way. Nanoless exploded. She got a plushie. She got a Gamer Subs cup. She got more views on her streams. And she got bigger and better opportunities to do models. Which means she made a shit ton of money. So who's the greedy, manipulative bitch again? Just saying? We're almost done with this section. And once I get done with this section, I'll go to chat for a bit. As stated in this artist's now deleted tweet, Nano removed herself from direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally, rather than actually care about fixing the problem. Nano has shown herself to be entirely. That's kind of that tweet there. I fucking hate this. Nanoless removed herself from tag and directed conversation, and used emotional language to attack and rally than actually care about fixing the art. I provided instruction for 7 months, but focus seems to shift it away from. I think this is the Kevin incident, if I'm not mistaken, that Redacted did here. This is back in August 4th, 2024. I'm pretty sure this is the Kevin thing, the Rigger thing that this tweet is about. Nano has shown herself to be entirely self-serving, opportunistic person. Thank God you finally saw it. Pretending to be meek, whose word means nothing. Given the opportunity to further herself or gain something to her benefit, even at someone else's expense, at the biggest VTuber's expense, or even at the expense of people as supportive as we were to her. Yeah, there's evidence of that. My feet are cold. I need to put my slippers on. Give me a second. The public was lied to about what really happened between myself, Red, and Nano. Nano wasn't manipulated. She wasn't a victim. I didn't betray Bao or any of my other friends. Nanoless betrayed me. Thank you. And in the end, I was nothing to her. I'm glad you finally fucking starting to see it, because most of this section you've been defending her. It really was just business to Nano. Red and I just finally hit me when she just did that. Red and I were most supportive, loyal clients over 4 years, paying for her to be taught how to cut art for model rigging in the first place, giving her over $100,000 to buy her new house, building our careers side by side, and this how she thanks us. No matter what Nano did, she will continue to be supported by people she worked and with to cancel me, and by people they want her They want her artistic talent. I will continue to use my art and models from Nanoless until they can be replaced. Okay. Don't have to do much. Well, yeah, if she's going to go streaming soon and she doesn't have any other models ready for streaming, it makes sense to use the Nanoless models. Okay, especially if she wants to get back to streaming and get her life back on track. That makes sense. I'm thinking that she's going to want to get replaced as soon as fucking possible, so she can get away from anything that has to deal with Nanoless, which would be a good idea. But I'm happy she's seeing Nanoless for what she is, the puppet master, or if you prefer, the manipulative bitch that Nanoless is. The one that was the real mastermind behind her downfall. Because without Nanoless, none of this would have happened. Period. That's the truth. That is backed up by facts from multiple sources, including Shylily. Without Nanoless going to Shylily with those Dr. DMs, and I do think they were doctored when she showed them to Shylily, she wouldn't get the reaction that she wanted to get out of Shylily. She wouldn't help orchestrate all this to get away from Cinder's shadow so she can get what she really wants. And it's going to be hard to convince me otherwise, really. I used to look up to Shylily, but now I don't know how anyone can. This is how I would phrase it if it was me. And I know she's got a lot different perspective than I do on Shylily. I used to trust Shylily, but now I don't know how anyone can trust her. Because my way is a lot meaner. It's the truth. That's a lot harsher than what she wrote there. It's just I'm a dick, okay? I'm an asshole. If you cross me, I'm going to be... There's me being an asshole, which is like me being good-naturedly. I'm going to pick on you a little bit. Oh, you're an asshole. I know. And then there's me being an asshole. I'm going to fucking hurt you. You cross me, I'm going to fucking hurt you. But Sinder is not me. If anybody's closer to me, is Shylily, to be honest with you. As far as attitude. Because I can fly off the handle fairly easily. I don't anymore because I don't want to end up in a hospital with a little thing going bing, bing, bing. Okay? I try to avoid it as much as I possibly can. All right. The L she holds on her forehead must stand for life. That's clap back there. Wow. That was a good one. Way to go, Sinder. Welcome to the Major League Asshole Club, Sinder. Well, that caught me way off guard. Because Shylily was the first person to do so. She had her own grudges against me before all this started, and in a true narcissistic fashion, she lied to and manipulated Nano to avoid accountability, turning her against me. I don't agree with that. I don't. I think it's the reverse. I think Nano manipulated Shylily and uses and since Shylily had this issue with you, which she never expressed, that's where we got to this point. she's Shylily, so of course Nano was going to believe anything she said. The only thing done to Shylily was that Red dared to speak about what she was guilty of doing, and thought we have to reconsider her. We had to consider her as competition for a petty, unwarranted behavior towards me. She still expected her own section in my apology, though, as if I had anything to apologize to her other than not knowing she was talked about. She just probably want a concession from me for some narcissistic sense of victory. And other than the whole who's the master manipulator thing in this paragraph, I agree with most of this stuff. But once again, it's all about who started it. It was Nanoless. Nanoless is the mastermind, not Shylily. Nanoless is the major league manipulative bitch, not Shylily. Because Shylily danced to Nanoless's tune. Shylily wants to claim she sucks at Discord, and Boska told me that Shylily rarely uses Discord, only for business meeting and stuff. I guess that part is true because all this just business to her. All this is just, she's gonna no, you really ram that phrase down Shylily's throat, isn't she? She had no problem using, understanding, navigating, organizing, and communicating with a dozen or more people in Discord consistently over 2 weeks when it came to canceling me. Good point. But for some reason didn't have the balls to respond when I tried to resolve things between us. Yeah, she's going to town. From my own experience, her sucking at Discord is an excuse to avoid accountability for her not putting in the time and energy to talk to people she doesn't feel worthy of her time, including her friends. Something I was attacked for. True. By Shylily's admission. That's a truth statement right there. By Shylily's admission. I can't argue with anything in there. There's nothing for me to go, tweak this a little bit. Oh, that's fucking true. But man, she really just is laying the fucking hammer down. I'm confident Shylily wrote Nano's document for her. Okay. Used Bao as an emotional centerpiece. That I agree with that. And told whatever story she wanted to tell. She hid behind the scenes and kept her hands clean of involvement, staying out of the drama until it came time to dunk on my tweet and make sure I stayed down. She became the hero defender of her friends and turned me into a villain. Shylily projected her own actions and behavior, narcissism, manipulation, jealousy, and avoiding accountability onto me. And convinced all of my friends of it too, while manipulating everyone to believe everything I have ever said was me lying through my teeth, like with words like honey. And she's going to throw all these fucking phrases back in her Shylily's face, I'll tell you that much. She threw her morals out the window, lied, and claimed I was trying to deplatform them when Shylily was the one eager to deplatform me. Shylily is definitely afraid of losing relevance and gladly conspired to take out the person she felt she was losing relevance to in her own passion project, and pushed my cancellation to be done as soon as Bao was out of surgery with Nano's career-ending evidence. No one's going to distrust Shylily's word or side against her. Her celebrating my cancellation on stream was justified in the eyes of the public. She misled while admitting to the slander that started this. Shylily didn't care about accountability. She was ready for blood, and she got it. Man, she went to town. And there's not too many things I disagree in this statement. Other than the fact I don't think Shylily is the mastermind, I do kind of believe that Shylily did write the document with a lot of input from Nanoless on what Nanoless want to be in, what Nanoless's main goal was, which is get out from Cinder's shadow. But all in all, most of this is true. Okay. As far as what's been presented in this document. Now, I'm sure we're going to hear something from Shylily soon. I'm sure of it. I'm talking maybe tomorrow, or if not today. We're going to hear something from Shylily. Whether it be a Google Doc or standalone video or a fucking stream, she's going to come on and talk about this stuff because she can't avoid it anymore. She can't hide from it. And she has some things she has to answer to. All right. Right now, she's probably fucking furious. And I think she's at TwitchCon. Why would anybody go to fucking TwitchCon is beyond me. It's not relevant anymore. Just being honest. I don't think it's like when YouTube does a con. Why would you go to it? It's not fucking relevant. It's just, a bunch of creators get together and doing a circle jerk for the most part. By the way, YouTube, if you want to invite me to your convention, I'm more than happy to go. As long as you pay for the plane ticket and the hotel and food, I will be there. Okay, let me finish up this section and I'll go to chat. It's very easy to lie about someone when the person being lied about is the only one who can disprove them. Okay, hold on. It's very easy to lie about someone when the person being lied about is the only one who can disprove them. I guess I kind of understand that sentence. And everyone was manipulated to believe anything they could say in their defense couldn't be trusted. Twist what really happened to fit in a narrative, then repeat it over and over again until it is believed to be fact. Sinder took no accountability. In her apology, she did. And in this document, she took accountability. And so did Brett. At no time did Sinder not take accountability. It took this document and the section with Red, when he was talking, he finally took accountability. Which is something he should have done, something that he should have done back in April, to be honest with you. Cinder knew everything. That's not fucking true. Cinder betrayed her friends. Cinder was a bad friend. It's just business. As it should be. Because if they just stuck with business, this shit wouldn't have happened. Just being honest. Well, I'm not being honest. That's a fact of life. And no matter how many times they claim Cinder did this and Cinder did that, it doesn't make any of Red's actions my actions. This is true. Any evidence shown of my actual involvement was near non-existent, other than 2 examples of DMs, 2 or 3 maybe. Just because they corroborate their stories and told them loudly and emotionally doesn't make them true. If you need to present your evidence dishonesty, out of order, out of context, even doctoring it, and then making a claim that the evidence doesn't even show, then maybe the evidence isn't reliable and the real story is different from the story being told. This was a witch hunt, and everyone involved just wanted to move on from it as soon as I was gone. This is true. There's nothing about any of what was said there that's not factually accurate. All right. When Nanoless's document dropped, everybody had an emotional response. No one, and I do mean no one, really took a hard look at that document. until a few weeks later, people start looking at it and going, huh? That don't quite make sense. Or you said this, but you don't present any evidence of this. Something's not right. That's when the narrative slowly started to change. As people were looking at Nanoless's document and Bao's document, noticing discrepancies in the DMs, and things weren't adding up. Things weren't jiving. And that's when, like, people are starting to question the narrative. Something's wrong here. And then they include Sinder's apology and what people are accusing her of doing, and she's taking accountability of it. Even things that she didn't have to take accountability of, which basically Red's actions. And people are like going, well, okay, why are you guys all upset? Why don't you accept this apology? She took accountability for everything. Except for, no, there was nothing about Shylily, because no, what, she didn't really fucking do anything to you. Okay, you just misread things or twisted them to make them mean what you wanted to mean. a lot of people, and I'm saying a lot of people beyond the Powerpuffs, like me. I was never a Powerpuff. I was never a fan of Sinder. Looked at that document and went, something's wrong. And then look at Bao's document and go, something's not quite right. Then moving on to like other documents, things weren't adding up the way everybody said they did. So this here, all of this right here, I'm going to say is a factual statement proven in this document by the DMs that were here, that which don't appear to be doctored at all, other than highlighting, making certain words yellow. That's it. And protecting the identity of a few people. But the messages they sent are there, and they appear to be unaltered. So I'm going to say this is a factual statement. Okay, we're going to the Silvervale statement. Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ. 225 pages. Oh, fuck. All right. Let me go to chat first, and so I can deal with my trauma. Okay. Let me get to see. Oh, a lot of shit happening in chat here. All right. Okay. I kept seeing comments of people still claiming Red Cinder manipulated them, mostly because they refused to actually read it all. Brandon, haters are going to hate. Haters are going to hate. The example, I could give you two examples. Tigaholic being called a pedophile and a groomer for the last 4 fucking years because of Noxtaku. Second example, Fruit being called a whore and slut because she slept with someone when she was going through a divorce. And that still happens to this day. Haters are going to hate no matter what. Yeah, Nano is much worse than everybody else. Yeah, she's a puppet master. If I haven't said hi to you, Lord Cat, hi. I'm going to disagree with you, Brandon, when you said I say her and Lily are about the same. I think Nanoless is a lot fucking worse. Here's someone that was been friends and got a ton of support from Redacted and Sinder, and she just turned around and stabbed them in the back. We're talking emotional support, financial support. Anytime she needed anything, they were there for her. and she just flat out stabbed him in the back. I'm saying Nanoless is far worse than Shylily. They had no lore cat. They had no real what the truth really is. I think a lot of people, Nanoless manipulated a lot of people to dance to her tune so she could get out of Cinder's shadow. I speculate that Nano and Lily are in an exclusive deal of some kind now. No. Because if she was, she wouldn't be able to do that model for Mori Calliope for Hololive now, would she? Just saying. Now, let me explain why I think an exclusivity deal is. You just do work for me and nobody else. That's an exclusivity deal. It's a deal where you say, hey, you can still take work from other people, except this, and this. It's not exclusivity. That, I would say, is a priority deal. We are the number one person that you put at the top of the list every single time. We come first. That's more of a priority deal, or if you want to use it in a grocery store term, your Cinder was put in the express lane. Anytime Cinder wanted something, she'd get it as immediately. She was number one. That's not an exclusivity deal. An exclusivity deal is you work for no one else but me. You're totally exclusive to me. Okay. I say Lily's personality, she was just looking for an easy hill to jump on. Shylily flies off the handle all the fucking time. This has been her temper and her ability to fly off the handle is almost become legendary at this point, because even before all this, she used to fly off the handle on her streams a lot. Okay, and it was seen as a quirky thing, a fiery German. Okay. From what I've been told, Hololive pays flat rate no matter if it's a model art or just merch art. What I'm saying is that flat rate is probably higher than $10,000, Brandon. Okay, you gotta remember with Hololive, when they design, their IPs are designed, is typically well-known Japanese artists that have either done manga or anime. And they ain't fucking cheap. Because as comparative to here in the West, where we see art, and someone tells us who did it, it usually goes in 1 year out the other. In Japan, people literally memorize that artist's name, and any work they do, they buy. So the roles kind of reverse here. So what I'm saying is, like I said, an Nanoless model doesn't guarantee 500,000 follows or subscribers. It's sort of the opposite in Japan. People will tune into a VTuber if they're a fan of an artist just to see the model and stay for the model for the debut stream. That's when a talent has to make that connection in order for, I would say, maybe 50% of those people to come back. It's a little different in Japan and places like that, where the artist is like a superstar. Nanoless isn't. More views is a stretch. Barely, if she barely, if ever, streams, so tracking her numbers is weird. If you're talking about Shylily, I do agree, but the growth will still happen. If that's what you're commenting on. It's true with the example is Gargura. she kept on getting subs in the last 2 years of her being with Hololive. She was still getting subs, and she was streaming very sporadically. I mean, she will stream for maybe a week or two and be gone for 2 months. She was still getting subs. So, that's Kevin's. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Let's not also forget earlier in the document, they paid her early on several occasions because she needed the money. Yeah, Red and Sinder were always there to support her. Sinder said she would continue. Yeah, I saw that. If you know what would be funny, if Cinder's first collab after returning to streaming would be I'll say that's highly unlikely. But you know what I think? I'm not going to say it's highly likely, that it may be likely. After another collabing with Zen, to be honest with you. Because that's the type of person Zen is. And based on the message that Zen left for Cinder, I think she only messaged once. I don't, if I remember, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was under her apology, or it could have been under Nanoless's document. It was sort of like, hey, you made mistakes, learn from it, and grow from it. It wasn't an accusation or calling her like a bad person or anything. It was, hey, you made mistakes, learn from it, and grow from it. It was the most positive comment left, if you look at it. I do get the impression after this document, Cinder will not bother seeking legal action against anyone from 5 months back. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. These people are talking about defamation, tortious interference, and all that stuff. It's just far too fucking expensive. And the chances of them winning is 50-50, and you're taking a big fucking gamble. I don't foresee it. Honestly, it doesn't make sense that them for filing defamation or tortious interference, because they're going to have to do it here in the States and Brazil. Okay? And that means an international lawyer. And they ain't fucking cheap. I think I made an estimate for them to file a lawsuit in both countries. They would probably have to spend upwards to $1 million. And that is like a low ball figure, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but it's not going to be fucking cheap. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in monthly expenses for a lawsuit that you don't have a very good chance to win. What I did also say, since Red told Nanoless, hey, this is just between us and it doesn't go anyplace else. And she said, she did the discourse speak for of course, meaning she just agreed to an NDA. And she broke it, which is against Brazilian internet privacy laws, which is a criminal act. And that's the reason why I posted that question to Legal Mindset, I think the second time yesterday. Can Nanoless be charged with something? Because there's a gray area there, which I don't know the answer to, about when you break that law and the other person is not a Brazilian citizen. Can they press charges? That's the question I don't have the answer for. I don't know if there's no one can give me a yes or no answer from them. I do have Brazilian moderators here, and they don't know either. So I'm not going to ask them, hey, go ask a fucking lawyer, because it costs money. I'm not going to ask them to go pay for a fucking Brazilian lawyer to answer my question. And I don't have the money to do that either. So there we go. Major League Basketball. Cool. I think Lily had a grudge and jumped on this because it was, yeah, I can see that one. Baska is Lily's manager and not secret, but I thought Baska was a woman. I could be wrong about that. I thought Baska was a woman. Thought I saw that Sinder was calling her, but I wonder if she has a Jesus, Brandon. I mean, it's been proven recently that Lily does view about. If you're talking about that Twitch stuff, I've explained this before. Let me explain this real fast. Okay, Twitch launched an AI to get rid of bots, but it's such a badly fucking programmed AI. If you go to a stream on Twitch and you don't interact in chat, you're a bot, and you will be counted as a bot and will be taken out of the view counter. So there you go. Because it just wasn't Shylily. It happened to Asmongold. It happened to Iron Mouse. It happened to every streamer on that platform. Which is why I don't stream on Twitch. Because fuck them. Shylily had her own motives and wanted Cinder gone. Nano just gave her an opportunity to get rid of Cinder. Yeah, that's kind of true. But Shylily wouldn't have done this without being manipulated by Nano. You know? Probably a tweet, maybe a stream. Well, I think it's going to be more than just a tweet, to be honest with you. It's grown to this colossal level where Shylily can't avoid not putting forth something longer than what she can tweet, because there's a character limit still. Even if you have Premium Plus, there is still a character limit. She's going to either have to do a Google Doc or a video or a stream. She's not going to be able to get away with a tweet. Shylily didn't care that the evidence was terrible because all that matters she can use it to attack. Well, once again, Shylily's temper is legendary. She just flies off the fucking handle all the goddamn time over minor shit. Keylogging. YouTube does not pay for anything if they invite you. That's why most of bigger YouTubers don't bother going. I know that, Brandon. That's the joke. That was the joke, Brandon. If they ever met Lily, if I ever met Lily, I might tell her that I think of her actions in German as it is much better. Okay, Belle. My German viewer. I would say that those who say I ain't reading at all are illiterate. Now, I will say this. There are people who are going to read this. There are a lot of people who have read shit. It's their comprehension that's in question. Did they understand what was written there? Can they just accept what's in this document? They're just a black and white without trying to read between the lines, twist things to make them fit your narrative, all that shit. Okay. That's like when I was going through here, I was disagreeing with some of what Cinder said because she admits to things early on. Then she kind of like, I don't say paddles. It seems like she forgot that she admit these things. It's not necessarily she's backpedaling. It's kind of like she got angry while writing and kind of doesn't realize she did the same thing. Okay. Which, you could tell in this document when she was especially when she's talking about Shylily, she got pissed. I mean, all those fucking clapbacks, Jesus, she was fucking pissed. You could tell. I read it and thought it was dumb when it came out because I actually read things and looked properly at pictures, unlike 99%. Oh, yeah. Brandon Belga, me and Nano in Brazilian Portuguese. Oh, Brandon, you're Brazilian? Hey, I got one more Brazilian viewer. I can't make you a mod because people are going to think I'm favoring the Brazilians too much. I still find it funny. Lily got so salty she didn't get her own personal section before Lily's tweet. Okay, yeah. Hey, JP. Hopefully it'll be a good day. I can get through the rest of this fucking dude. This silver section is 225 pages. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a lot. That's the long. No, Nanoless was the longest. I think Nanoless was like. We'll check. I got a good moment. So now. Silverville. Silverville's TD. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about that. Cinder is mad with her now that they're really enemies, I think. Hello, you did. That's how legal exclusive deals work. You permanently work for one person, but it doesn't mean you can't work for someone else. What I was explaining, Brandon, is what I think an exclusivity deal should be. If you're going to use the word exclusivity, you work for no one else but me. And I'm going to compensate you for that. To me, that's being exclusive. The way everybody's using exclusivity here, it's more like the express checkout at a grocery store. 10 items or less, you go first. You know? That to me is not really an exclusivity deal. Okay, that's just a prioritizing deal, if you want to call it something. Exclusivity to me is you work exclusively for me and nobody else. That's how I look at it. I used to live in Japan. I know this. Oh, cool. Yeah, Zen tweeted that out. From what a lawyer friend has said, if it's brought to the courts in the U.S., there is no case, but if it's brought to the court in Brazil, there will be a case. Well, my question is because Red is not a Brazilian citizen, would Red have to go to Brazil to do this? It's a lot of things. Bosco is okay. I just thought Bosco was called a woman in this thing, but okay. I just like learning languages. Okay, cool. Oh, interesting, Grumps. Hello, Brandon. Hey, JP. Okay, let's take a look here. Oh, sorry. Oh, I drinking so much coffee lately is really fucked with my stomach, so I'm not drinking coffee. I'm drinking soda, diet soda. Oh, no, it's not diet soda. Because I picked it up at the gas station. They didn't have my flavor here. All right. We got 225 pages in Silvervale. This one, Nanoless. How long was Nanoless? 232. Why did I think that Nanoless was like the longest one in this whole thing? Silvervale is 225. It's 34, thank God. Spite, how long is Spite? It's 97, it's not too bad. And then we got the I'm sure these are fairly straightforward. Silvervale. 200. Legally, yes, he would. Okay, well, That's like I said before. That's up to redacted. And if I was Nanoless, I'd be fucking scared shitless right at the moment. Silvervale's document for reference. I'm VTuber 1. Okay. Part of me don't really want to go over this section because I know what it is. Not that I haven't read it. I got the general gist of what this is going to be about from what else is in this document. But I'm going to anyway. I will say this: if Sinder does the whole, I'm going to repeat things over and over again, we're going to skim those. We're not going to sit here and read word for word. Is she's going to repeat herself because I've already read it once. I don't need to read it twice. Okay, I just want to make that clear. It's not that it's the fact I want to move this along, and I don't constantly want to repeat things over and over again, which in this document is something that happens a lot. All right. Silver and I have never been friends. There were 3 reasons I tried to make some kind of connection with her throughout the years. And I'm fucking cold as shit here. I don't know why. I just turned my heater on. I've endlessly been compared and harassed about my similarities to Silver. That ate at my insecurities ever since I started my VTubing career. These comments weren't true, but I believe Silvervale brought into them and disliked me for it. If Silvervale and I could clear things up, be on good terms, and be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long. I can understand that. I mean, but no, Cinder, there is another option. Block people. It's not that hard. And I get it that you're an insecure person and all that stuff, and you don't want to make people angry. You're a people pleaser. And I'm an asshole. I would just fucking block them. I would just like, oh, I'm gonna block you. Here's the middle finger. Fuck off. Just saying. Any creative or business endeavor Silvervale and I did together could have been very successful and benefit us both. I've gotten countless requests from fans asking this. Red had a lots of potential things we could have done. I was always open to work together. Cinder, if she didn't want to be associated with you, you just need to accept it. That's all. If she never, after like the second time she agreed not to do anything with you, you just accept it and move on. And you wait for her to come to you at that point. And you make it clear to your fans, hey, do not go to Silvervale and say, hey, why don't you collab with Cinder? Or, hey, why are you ripping off Cinder? All that shit. You make it clear to your fans. And you make it clear to the Power Pups, if they're doing that, you will be kicked out of the community. The reason why I'm saying this stuff, because this is not like the first time this has ever fucking happened to anybody. There are solutions to this. You take your community to task. It's sort of like, look at my message. Be respectful or be banned. There is no gray fucking area there, is there? I'll just ban you. Now, if you go into Twitter and you're going to defend my honor for some weird reason, and you are malicious and you're attacking somebody, I would ban you from my platform. Because I'll be honest, I really don't need people to defend me. I mean, if someone's being like a hardcore psychopath, I'll just fucking block them. You don't need to worry about me, people. I'm just like, bye. I don't need to see you anymore. just it. I generally sought friendship with someone I repeatedly told was very similar to me, our personality, likes, and interests. You know, opposites attract. Like people repulse each other. It is what it is. You know, but you just have to accept the fact that she didn't want to be friends and didn't want to have any kind of relationship with you. You know, you're just gonna have to wait for her to have the idea of doing it and accept that. But I got a feeling that's not what happened. Silvervale was never obligated to do any of these things. I never felt that she was. I just wanted to get along. For so long, I held out hope that we can talk things out, but she showed me through her own behavior how she really felt about me due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things between us turned into mixed feelings after she repeatedly gave me reasons to. I grew to resent Silvervale by the summer of 2024. The never-ending harassment for copying her. Like I said, block those fucking people. Unless it was Silvervale herself saying that you were copying her. Just block them. And other circumstances around her didn't help. In times, I confided into my friends about my experience with Silver. They all agree with me and tell me their own stories about her. High school gossip. Excuse me for a minute. I'm going to get up when I definitely need to stretch. These last 3 days have been a little hard on me. And I need to get up and stretch a little bit. It's not going to take Claire very long. I'm not going to play some music. What I really need to do is close the window because it's getting fucking cold in here. I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. I'm going to go do old man things real fast. Be right back. I'm back. Everything like that. Gate for me. Okay. Like I said, these long streams have been a little hard on me. Go away. Fucking bug. Alright, back. Microphone's still working. I just want to double check that since I moved it. Alright. Silvervale was never obligated to do any of these things and never felt that she was. I just wanted to get along. For so long, I hoped that we could talk things out, but she showed me. Oh, okay, I think I read that part. Never ended harassment for copying her. Like I said, if somebody was doing that, no, block them. Move on with your life. It was Silvervale's dislike of me and her actions towards me throughout the years that informed my opinion. Okay, I read. My opinions. Okay, hold on. It was Silvervale's dislike of me and her action towards me throughout the years that informed my and Red's opinion on Shylily's. Huh? Opinion on Shylily's? And her feelings about me before I was canceled. Silver wouldn't acknowledge me by name when I rated her, ghosted my messages for months, got her model from Nanoless at a very suspicious time, and a similar pattern of behavior without any communication. Okay. Let me say something here. Because this is how it's coming off. No one needed to go to Red and Cinder and get their permission to get a model from Nanoless. Just because Shylily Silvervale put a commission in with Nanoless and that's it. Just because the timing of that coincides with what you have going, you know what's that called? A fucking coincidence. Stop reading too much into this stuff. Because here's the point. How the fuck would they know? They were reading way too much into shit. That's a big problem for Red and Cinder. They're reading way too much into things. Okay. If someone ghosts you on Discord, you know what you do? You stop fucking talking to them until they talk to you first. That's what I would have done. Hey, you don't want to talk to me? Fine, talk to you. I'm ready when you want to talk. I'm not going to even try anymore. In fact, there's probably some messages on Facebook from 20 years ago. Still waiting for a fucking reply. Just want to say. Here are some things I've said about Silver in my apology. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time between the constant belittling of myself and a controversy around my first waifu cup and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. There you go. So all these copying claims are coming from Silver's fans. No, fucking block them. It's also the fact that made me insecure. Like, I wanted to know if she believed all these things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led to me making this choice. I become unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct actions of her own. I was wrong for letting everybody get in my head about these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. So this is about these fucking models. No, never mind. I'm not going to go into it again. I was overly apologetic because of the severity of the moment. I chose not to go into detail about any of my interactions with Silver, and even said there wasn't any between us when there was. Okay? I felt awful about the feelings I had about her, calling myself unapologetically evil when I wasn't. And you probably shouldn't have said it. Um, yeah, I know Cinder was in an emotional state when she made that apology. But I get it. That's probably why she should have held off until she wasn't in an emotional state. But hindsight is 2020. I did not sabotage Silvervale. I agreed to ask Nano not to work with her and on models anymore, where Silver lost nothing. Not getting a model from Nanoless it's not a career-ending thing. And I apologize for the opportunities I took from her. What opportunities? Other than not getting a model from Nanoless, what opportunities did she supposedly took from her when there really wasn't any? I mean, that has to come from someplace, Cinder. What were people saying that? What opportunities were people saying that she took from Silvervale? Because now I'm slightly curious about this claim. Hopefully, in this one, 225 pages, it will come out. I gave Silvervale the ability to fill the gaps of the story however she wanted. Despite apologizing for evils far beyond what I actually done, it didn't stop Silvervale from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance. Silver says she wanted her community to be fully informed about everything. So below is my full experience with and around Silver, ending with a breakdown of her document and a showcase of all of the lies she told on stream. Oh boy. Throughout the start of the timeline, I'm sorry. This is a fucking a lot. I placed the screenshots of Red telling the events to Nano from May 2023 to show he wasn't lying to her. They're highlighted with a blue border, look like his commentary, and that conversation is included below, just like it was in Nano section. Okay, we're going to get some repeats. It's the repeats. I'm not going to read. We're just going to hold it on screen for a little bit, and we're going to move on. Because that was a fucking mistake yesterday. Being accused, the accusation of copying Silver. Being accused, compared, and harassed for years by people thinking I copied everything about Silver. Silvervale, including my personality, voice, even my laugh. I was never going to address this publicly, but I'm taking this opportunity to lay everything out there and show I didn't copy her. A quote from my apology. Since I started streaming, I've been ruthlessly compared to Silvervale and be called a discount version of her. I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. There are a large number of people who die-hard believers in the fact that I stole all these attributes maliciously for my own gain, citing the artwork posted of us together, calling her an inspiration, when in reality, this was referring to a decision to become a hellhound. All right, there's that. Before November of 2020, what I knew about Silver was much as I knew about any other Western VTuber at the time. Almost nothing. I knew who she was, but I didn't watch her content. Okay. It was only after V Shoujo debut and Silver rebranded that I started following her. All right. 11/15/2020. My original VTuber concept is based on my ASMR personality was finished. and I was waiting to work with the artist Red, and I contacted to design my character in December. I was originally going to be a cherry blossom wolf girl. Okay. Oh, cherry blossom spirit. Okay. Okay. I'm not even going to try to read these Japanese names. I'm not reading none of this out loud. I'm just reading. Kind of wish you went with it. It sounds interesting, to be honest with you. Okay, it's interesting. It does. You know, it's not something that's been done. It just depends on the design of the model and all that. 11/24/2020, V Shoujo was out. This was Silverveil's original design and description on V Shoujo's website. The same day, Red emailed the artist that was designing my character that they were changing our plans. Red references Silver's design above in his message. In my apology, I said the only time Silver was mentioned in the original design of my character was when we explained why we're pivoting to something else. There were no references of her character involved. All right, let's see what you got here. You don't need to block out the names. Most people know who started with V Shoujo. All right. Silverveil had a re-debut stream to reveal her new model and Sakura Wolf design later the same night on November 24th, 2020. Okay. I do like that model. So that model of Silverveil's, by the way. All right. December 8th, 2020, the details of for Sinder's characters were finished. Okay. The original name we had in mind was Ember, but we thought it was too generic. Red came up with the name Sinder by combining Sin with Cider. Sin relating to hell and cider to fire, which made Cinder the Hellhound, which I like the wordplay aspect of it. It had nothing to do with it sounding like, and it had nothing to do with it like sounding like silver. Cinder, silver? Did it really sound like? Cinder, silver. Cinder, silver. I guess they kind of do, but you know, it's different from each other. Don't put it this way. Cinder, lack of a better way to put it, sounds like something you do when you're cooking. You're cindering something. Silver is a fucking metal. Just saying. The name Amber was going to be reused for my fan base, but we scrapped it, and it didn't have a fan name until much later. Personality, you can see from my original character sheet from November 15, 2020 above. Silver's description on the V show that Silver and I inherently shame. Fuck. A lot of VTubers have that fucking personality. It's not unique to one particular VTuber. Just saying. Our text, Cinder Doodle came from sounding like Snickerdoodle. Leading to my love of sweets. This is fucking silly as hell. I didn't know about her Snickerdoodle thing. I'm sorry. Cinderdoodle thing. Okay. It just sounds so silly. I know it's weird things make me laugh. I'm sorry. It's related to my love of sweets, but also to drawings of me. It was intended to be used for my own artwork. It showed below Snidderdoodles. It's so silly. It's silly. The other idea was syndrome. Josh. But I don't like the way it sounded. Our choice had nothing to do with Silver's art tag being Doodle Mail. Man, these art tags are like the most silliest things ever. I'm sorry. It just tickles my funny bone for some reason. I'm sorry. Let me wipe the tears away. I don't know why that made me laugh so hard, but it did. Thank God there's something to laugh about in this document. Below is the document where all the references were given to the artist design Cinder. None of them are Silvervale. Cinder's bangs are based off of my hair. Bangs. Oh, okay. Okay. Guy stuff. Well, that's the reason why I was confused. Based off my hair IRL. Okay, let me go to chat real fast. Kind of keep up. What I got? Oh, cool. To be fair, Amber was the name of a character in Danny Fandom, so probably better to change that. I don't know. I don't mind or not. It's just a little saturated for color for me. It's just it's just so fucking silly. I gotta get that out of my head. I gotta stop thinking about it. Let's move on from it. I think these are all nice. I actually kind of like that design, really. Mm. 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 I also like that one too. Why is fruit here? Are these actually VTuber models? Of other people? Oh, okay, yeah. All right. What? Maury Calliope? I didn't see more. I didn't see Calliope in here. All right. Okay. December 16th, 2020, my design was finished and never held changing my original design from a soccer roof to a hellhound against silver. I was thankful for, since Sinder was a much better idea than I had before, which is what led me calling her an inspiration soon after this. Mm-hmm. Referencing Silverveil, with when my character design was finished, I needed to get streaming assets. Red and I looked all over the popular VTuber credits at the time with fine artists we liked who we can work with. That includes Silverveils. There are a handful of things I referenced from Silver throughout the years that aren't included in this document, such as emotes and 3D models. December 2020, we liked Silver's chibi art on her Twitch panel and her stream alerts. Red messaged the same artist that made hers for exactly those things, citing Silver as a reference. He got to know this artist and they became our friend. They were the only artists in the VTubing space we really knew at the start of 2021 and happened to be a mutual friend with Silverveil. Okay. The scene's innocent enough. Let me put it that way. I can't get it out of my head. Holy moly! Yeah, the base. There's a lot. There's base designs. I mean, I know most people appreciate the current Cinder design, but some of those concepts are like really good. There's some that I kind of prefer over the current version, but hey, no, that's just personal preference type things. Some of them are just OCs. Okay, that's from an artist called Hanya's Natsu. For those curious, oh, cool. Maybe they've been better off sticking with him than going with Nanoless, to be honest with you. Fan art. Oh shit! After I had a character design, I plan to draw a series of fan artwork myself with different VTubers I like, looking up to, and were inspiration to me in some way. I'll post them using my Cinder Doodle tag. This is going to be an ongoing thing with me. I had 4 planned, started 3, but only finished 1. I chose to draw Silverveil first because I thought our designs looked best next to each other. I was going to draw Fruit because she was an inspiration and reference I used in for my design, and Bao because she was one of my first inspirations to get into VTubing besides Hollow Myth. In my apology, I said I was generally interested in pursuing a friendship with her and drew fan art myself of us together. It's innocent enough. January 15th, 2021. I posted a picture of artwork I was working on, drew it on paper, scanned it, and then finished it on my laptop. January 31st, 2021, I posted excuse me. Oh, there you go. I need to cut down on the coffee. I think I drank like 7 cups yesterday, which is why my stomach is so upset. I posted a finished art. I call Silver inspiration because she inspires Cinder's creation. Without her rebranding into a Sakura wolf, Cinder wouldn't exist. I use the hashtag Silverveil because I thought it was a cute way of putting on a Cinder veil. Well, that was kind of a fucking mistake, I'll be honest with you. Because I thought it was a cute way of putting our names together and went to the art. Me saying maybe we be part of a same pack was my ambitions to be part of the shoujo at the time. A big new Western VTuber group. Okay, I can see that. After it was posted, Silver's mom saw my art, liked it, retweeted it, and commented on it. The image is from the Wayback Machine, an archive with the same date since the original tweet was deleted. I don't know why this would have a snapshot in the Wayback Machine at all, or why the page is German. Shylily! I had under 5,000 followers at the time. I got like 300. Wow. Sorry. The only reason I have this post link to even find it in the Wayback Machine is because Silver did and showed it on her stream on April 30th, 2025. February 1st, 2021. By the next morning, Silver's mom deleted her comment, unliked my tweet, and retweeted it. Read messenger RR's mutual friend and told him what happened. Big fucking mistake. Just no, you move on from that type of stuff. It's not a big fucking deal. No, in all reality, I know that she looked up the Silverveil, but it was her mom, and asked if I did something wrong. I had no way of contacting Silver or her mom and asked them directly. So Red brought it up to them thinking they might know. They pointed out the Cinder Veil tag was the problem. I came from the cosplay community and I knew what a ship tag was. Yeah. Usually like Amasame type thing. This after the actual collab that they do the shipping and stuff. You jumped on that train a little too early there, girl. That's all I'm gonna say about that. VTubers have alt tags, meme tags, general tags, and more. I didn't intend for the tag I used to come across as a ship tag with someone I haven't even met, and it was stupid of me to not even thought of it. Yeah, I deleted a tweet right after and never used the hashtag again. Not completely sure why you're asking me. Yeah, that was a little flag very early on, but probably you shouldn't talk to other people about shit. Yeah, there's a pattern behavior Red to ask the wrong person. Maybe if it was possible, send an email to V Shoujo and ask. He said, "Hey, can you let Silver know if we did something wrong? Please reach out to us and let us know what we did wrong so we correct it." Go through official channels, not go to like an artist or something like that. Hopefully this is something they will keep in mind going forward. Later that day, Silver messaged me directly, and I completely understood where she was coming from. I made a mistake. I was so upset with myself. This was my first interaction with her. My DMs was Silver. All right. There's no. It's it's been resolved. Red didn't need to have to do this. In fact, I wouldn't have done it at all. It's just making real clear. Thanks for helping out with the situation with Silvervale. I appreciate it, and we won't be contacting you about any issues with Silver. If we have a problem with an interaction, we're not going to have you involved. We'll go through official channels. That type of situation. Okay, I could see it from Silvervale's perspective, going to their artist that does their emotes for their streams, and going using them as a mediator when she's part of a company, and there was a V Shoujo email that they could gone through and get a necessary response. Would it take longer? Yes, but at the same token, you're going through official channels and not going through like an artist or a musician or anything like that. A vendor, pretty much. It may come off a little disrespectful. That's what I'm getting at. Instead of going through official channels. February 5th, 2021, I reposted my artwork, rewrote part of my tweet. Silver's fan art was the only one I ever did because I felt anxious and discouraged by how the situation played out. Besides replying to her tweets, this was my last and only interaction with Silverville until late 2022, almost 2 years later. People have used this fact I call Silver inspiration in his tweet as evidence of me copying her. Well, those people are assholes. Just fucking block them. Be honest with you. Demon design, November 16th, 2021. Since some people think my demon design was a way to copy Silverville's goddess design, and Red later made the comparisons to Nano in their DMs, I want to show the timeline here. This is the first time I brought the idea to Nano. And idea came from seeing Fruit's evil alternate design a year earlier in December 2020. I knew I wanted to have a similar outfit since then. Interesting Fruit's being brought up here, considering my video on her. Before Sinder, there was Fruit. I didn't know that was I didn't copy Cinder's doc. My video came out before it. Just saying. It wasn't even a fucking inspiration either. Yeah. I know Cinder is a people pleaser, and the whole I would really like to hang out and play a game with you sometime. it's just me, you know, how I approach things. I'm dealing with a vendor. I'll be friendly to you, all that kind of stuff, as far as like, hey, how you doing? That kind of stuff, you know. But let's hang out and play games. I probably would never ever do that myself. But that's just me. I do like that. I do like this one. That fruit design. It's like actually one of my favorites. And December 2nd, 2021, Silverveil revealed her goddess design for the first time. I don't like the face in that design. I really don't like the face. The rest of it's nice. It's just I don't like the face. December 13th, 2020, my demon design was started. Mm, nice design. That's all I'm going to say about it. February 27, 2020, the original unused demon design was finished and was later updated and made into a new model that debuted in 2023. It's nice. That's all I'm going to say. What else can I say about it? My first model debut in June 25th, 2022. I debuted my first model after over a year of trying to get one. I was finally able to use and show off my model by Nano, which is the third one she ever made. The first one she made after I taught her, after I had, huh? But the first one she made after I had taught her by another artist to cut art and layer it correctly for live 2D. It's nice. I don't know what to fucking say about it. I'm gonna keep saying nice a lot. That's all I'm gonna do. I was harassed, allegedly copying everything about Silverveil. My model was also directly compared to her original live 2D model, also looking too much alike, being used as proof that I must have copied her. I don't see it. I really don't. The color scheme is different. The outfit is different. Uh, the head is different. The hair is different. Which those fucking like little swooshy thing is fucking common. I don't get it. Just people being assholes at this point. By Red's account, Silver was looking in my chat sometimes during my debut stream while he was modding. She was gifted a sub while there, but never said anything. She never followed me on Twitch or Twitter and never acknowledged me after. Uh, okay. June 30th, 2022, starting a few days after my debut, Silver started advertising her big brand new model being worked on. Okay. Whatever. July 30th, 2022. Unfortunately, her model wasn't going to be ready for her birthday, so sometime in July, she decided to get a replacement model. She asked Nanoless just weeks after my debut. Nano was not a well-known artist back then. I was her third model she ever made, and I trained her how to cut art for LTD. By July 30th, 22, Nano already had Silver's model fully drawn. Red sent me a copy paste message from Silver in her server. She responded, that was great. But we both knew if Nano was making her new model, I was going to be accused of copying her again. August 2nd, 2022. Reason why I'm sighing so much is Cinder has such a complex about this. You know? This is the one thing that I find that she took too far, really. This whole Silvervale stuff, she went too far with it. She allowed people other than Silvervale to get in her head, and that's basically caused this whole thing to happen. She never reached a level, okay, she doesn't like me, she doesn't want to interact with me, I'm just gonna stop. If someone says I'm copying her, I'm fucking blocking him because I'm not going to deal with this shit no more. And I'm going to have my mods take care of it. So if it comes up in my chat, I'll never fucking see it. If it happens on social media, I'll just fucking block them and not read their goddamn messages. That's all. And after a while, you'll stop seeing that shit because you eventually get weed through all the assholes and they're like, oh, okay, I can't get at her. She's just blocking everybody. I mean, does that mean that the people will get a little irritated with her? Yeah, but the same token, the whole copying Silvervale stuff stops. Like I said, I think this is the one instance where Cinder overreacted. A lot. Cinder tweeted she was going to review plushie collection on stream. I replied with my plushie collection. I hope she see it. It was another thing we both have in common, and now I was actually a VTuber. I was hoping to be able to connect with her and move past this awkward fan art situation from 2021. She never did the stream. It could have been for any reason that she didn't, but looking back at it, seeing my reply to her was the most liked one, it would have been seen. I feel she had no reason other than not to want to acknowledge or platform me in any way by going through these replies of her stream. This matches her behavior going, I know, plans change. Maybe she did it because she saw you there and got most likes, but no, fucking plans change. Maybe she's just less interested in doing it. No, that happens. It's quite common, by the way, for content creators. Like, there's some ideas like I can't. It's like the Weeb Wednesday stuff. I just don't want to deal with fucking copyrights. That's why I'm not doing it. Plans change. There's been other things I've been interested in doing that I would love to do right now, but I know I'm not a big enough content creator to pull it off. So it's like something that's in the back burner, or it's like something maybe I'll do down the line. But right now, it's not something that's going to happen. It's I feel she's once again overreacting. Given what people have told me about her mental state with her high anxiety, it's understandable, but just no, she needs to she needed to calm down at this time. Someone needed to set her down. So listen, Cinder counseling stuff or interacting with you, you need to let it go and just move on and ignore these assholes that saying they're copying it. I mean, basically, depending how large she was, she needed someone really to be her social media manager and kind of police her social or Twitter accounts and that kind of stuff, and get rid of these assholes and block these assholes who were saying that she was copying Silver. That's all, really. Jesus Christ. I don't think I should be drinking coffee for the next month. August 12th, 2022, I reposted my fan art with Silver for Silver's birthday. She debuted her new model from Nanoless just a month and a half after mine. Even though I debuted my model from Nano before Silver, I was still accused of copying her. And I got that, and I got a model from Nano because she did. Can let me grab my headphones real fast.
Thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome to my birthday and anniversary celebration. Thank you so much. Thank you. And my new model debut, technically. Thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Please give Girl DM your love. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I'm very bouncy. Okay. Bum bum bum. Oh god. It started already.
Yeah, this is when she was still with the shoujo. I'm just looking. Okay. There you go. TwitchCon 2020. I made a tweet. I tweeted a meme during TwitchCon weekend a little while before going to Silvervale's meet and greet. I was planning to go to introduce myself to her directly since our last personal interaction was when I made my fan art. This was an older inside joke between Red and I and wasn't a meme going around. What's the fucking... Okay. At one of my impromptu meet and greets during TwitchCon, I had someone bold enough to confront me and ask me about copying Silvervale's model and artist. I had to clarify to them she got her model from Nano after I did. Asshole. We should have been escorted out of the fucking building. You don't do that shit. It'd probably be something I would do if I like... Never mind. I went to Silver's meet and greet with Arr and Red. This is the first time I spoke with her directly since my DMs with her on Twitter at the start of 2021. While we're waiting in line or right after the meet and greet, Arr! What the fucking kind of name is that? I gotta admit, it's original and it's easy to say. Suggest the idea of a canine collab between us two and Silver. This is an image of us meeting Silver at post. My dad didn't make my own tweet about it. It's Silver. Here was Silver Whale's reply to Aru Street. Yeah, once again, this is a fucking mistake. And that is a very bad habit that Red has. Gossiping. Don't don't do that shit when you're in a business discussion. You don't do that shit. Then yes, I'll point it out every fucking time too. I message. Arrgh! On my way home from TwitchCon, she actually planned on asking someone about my clap together, which she did. The screenshot of DMs was Silver that she sent me. She never got back to her about this. Silver said here that collab together would be a ton of fun. October 16, 2022, Silver tweeted her own version of my meme a week after mine before I retroactively before the meme was not I was retroactively accused of copying her again. I replied to her tweet with my own. There was not a meme format going around. I didn't know this format by any means, but the fact she just happened to do the same thing after I did, right after I went to her meet and greet without following me on Twitter, without ever acknowledging me, is very off-putting. Okay. Whatever, I'm not going to. If it's just a boing boing thing, I don't care. Oh yeah, it's the boing boing thing. Okay. Yeah. What else would I do it as? Thank you. Fucking hate Chrome. Whatever. That helps. Hey guys, I just want to communicate that Grumps is laughing a lot about Sinder Turtles because I'm silly. Thanks, JP. Jesus Christ. Son of a bitch. October 17, 2022, a mutual friend introduced Silver and I directly in a Minecraft server we're both part of while streaming. They chose to take me around, introducing me to lots of people, including Silver. I didn't ask them to meet her. I saw her Silver's meet and greet at TwitchCon 2020, at 2022 and 2023. This was the only time we spoken verbally, and the only time we interacted in a stream setting on my stream. Silvervale was a streaming. Okay. November 30th, 2022. After becoming a VTuber myself, meeting her in person, introduced by a mutual friend and playing the same Minecraft server for a while. Another interest we had in common, and looking past the things she might have been doing towards me, I built up the confidence to try to reach out to Silver again. I was able to DM her on Twitter because of my fan art situation. Otherwise, I would have had no way of contacting her. Her DMs were closed to people she doesn't follow. I wasn't a friend with her on Discord. I refrained from messaging her for almost 2 years because I didn't want to be weird and embarrass her and embarrassing like our first interaction ended up being. I didn't ask for her to a collab or try using her or try to profit off of her. I asked if she wanted to hang out in Minecraft off stream to get to know each other over a game we both enjoy. Silvervale never replied, and I never pushed it or pressured her to. This is what I said in my apology. I tried reaching out some time ago to try to start a friendly conversation to change things and make things right. Say hi to you at conventions, support your endeavors despite all that I'll still be eaten alive by my own doubts and fears of harassment. I was pressured by community as a whole, reaching out to collab once since we got these messages so often comparing us. I hope we could work something out. Okay. I'm thinking. Here's the thing, and Silver has a little some blame here. If she was not interested in doing anything with Cinder, she should just straight up and said it. You know? And she didn't have to. I'm not saying be mean about it. So listen, I'm not interested in doing anything with you right now. If I do, I'll reach out to you, and kind of just left it like that, you know. Instead of no, what she put out there, which is kind of like, hey, contact me through Discord. We're not friends. So you can't contact me through Discord. December 2nd, 2022, 2 days after messaging Silver, almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I thought about the collab with Silver and Aru. Jesus. And asked her if she ever heard from Silverbell about. Aru said, never said anything about this again, and I didn't ask about it again. It was okay with me. This never happened. Aru later admit she never actually messaged Silver like she said below. November 11th, 2022. This is the first time the name Powerpups was ever brought up from a viewer who suggested it. Since I didn't have a community name yet, I didn't want to choose a name at that point because I didn't have a mascot design yet. And my chat really liked the name though. Oh, there it is. There.
Since there isn't a name for the community
No.
yet, how does the pyro
No
pups
karaoke
sound?
no I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I know there's like spontaneous times where I just like belt it out.
I gotta say, I don't get how people say her and Cinder sound alike. I mean, their laugh does a little bit, but their voice, there is a difference. I really don't get why people say this. I didn't realize my background music isn't playing. Hold on. Sorry about that. There we go. Now we got some background music. So you're not just listening to me prattle along in silence. We got a little music in the background for dramatic effect. 2 months later, I revealed the finishing design of my mascot and asked my chat the name. Suggested placeholder name was Lil Fiend. One of the names suggested was Pyro Pups again, and my chat ultimately chose that. Okay.
Oh, it's really big. Oh, really big. This is the little friend. It's named Little Friend because we don't have a mascot name yet. We'll get there in a second. Yay! So this reference sheet was made by Apaberry. Such a talented designer. I'm sure you've seen a lot of his designs around in terms of mascots and outfits and things like that. So I was really, really excited to work with him. And he made a whole turnaround of what the mascot looks like and a couple other cute little emotions. We got at the top, we got the orange one sleeping. The orange one looks a little sad.
There's the origins of the Power Pups. June 28th, 2023. January 28th, 2023. Pyro Pup. All right. April 12th, 2023. I messaged Nano about starting some poses idea for my first waifu cup when she was ready and available to. We read those already. April 21st, 2023. April 22nd, 2023. I raided Silvervale and she didn't acknowledge me by name. I raided Silver multiple times over the years. Every time she refused to say my name for for everyone else I've seen, she would. After this raid, Red and I both separately messaged one of her friends about it. We could find it in this friend about the situation with Silvervale and Spite at WeCon 2023 a couple weeks before this, where they offered trying to talk to Silver about me. As far as we know, they never did, and these were the only message to them about Silvervale.
Hello? Thank you for the raid! Thank you! Welcome everybody! Wasn't there? Yeah, there's a monster chick. I don't really want to play the monster chick. It's either this girl or the girl with like the green hair. Hello? Holy shit.
No, they didn't say Power Pups, or she didn't say anything like that. Is that bad etiquette? Yes. You should acknowledge the person who raided you. So, yeah, I could see why she was upset. Yeah, they're a little. It's coming off like they're a little pushy about this, to be honest with you. April 26, 2023, one of my friends and I had a conversation about Silvervale leaving V Shoujo, which led me to open up to them about my experience with her. There are gaps in the screenshot where irrelevant things were being talked about. I also want to point out that the emotion reaction to my message below about genuine friends wasn't there before, and this friend deleted at least one message of theirs from an unshown part of this conversation. It's the same with the Lily hate. The Lily hate, like, for real, I don't get it at all. You're all so sweet. Excuse me. When I said when I said somebody did that to me, it was a reference to spite. Although she was never discussed here. Everything with spite will be addressed in her section. And she has a section? Yes, she does. Just hopefully it's not as long as this one. Dear God. 4 hours. Shit. And Lily. Yeah, all we can do is just move. That's what she should have moved on from the silver stuff. By this time, she's getting successful on her own, and I know she wanted to be close to silver. She drop it. Seriously, just fucking drop it. April 30th, 2023. I told Nano I was trying to get her the okay to work on my waifu cup art on stream so it would be easier for her. And I told her how much it meant to me to have the first waifu cup artwork with her. May 4th, 2023, May 5th, 2023, Red asked about Nano's project, when Silver contacted her about her model made in 2020 to encourage her to set aside time for her own content. This is a bad habit they both had, talking about other VTubers. Just stick to your brand and not worry about anybody else's. Yeah, we read all this. Okay. Red, I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model from her because we grew suspicious of if it had anything to do with Sinder and her debut about a couple months earlier. The few things that happened with Silver at this point in time made us believe she had a problem with Sinder. Silver had worked with Nano before, but wasn't known for making models in the summer of 2022. Nano only had done 3 models at that time, including Cinder's. Cinder's debut in June 25th, 2025, and since I was modding the chat, I saw Silver Veil lurking at the start of the stream a little while when Silver was introduced. Cinder introduced herself. I had no proof since I don't think I've ever needed a screenshot of it, but I was present modding 99% of Cinder's streams ever. Okay. Since Sinder came out with her design in 2021, she was always compared and harassed about being a copy of Silverveil. There's only one direct interaction between Silver and Cinder before her debut when she made the fan art of them together. We also been working with a mutual artist friend of Silver's for a lot of that time, who first drew Cinder's model before it fell through. Silver knew who Cinder was, and Cinder was gaining popularity right off the bat. Oh, this was back when VTubers were exploding, so it's not surprising everybody was gaining popularity right off the bat. It was just maintaining that momentum that was the challenge. If Silver believed Cinder was ripping her off, then upstaging her with a new model by the same artist right after her debut would be a great way to do it. Reaching after Silver's debut in August, Cinder was harassed that she copied Silver's model too. Being a much smaller career than her at the time, people didn't realize Cinder actually debuted first. It's because people are fucking assholes. Once again, just block those people. May 5th, 2023. I thank Nano for the Waifu Cup artwork she made for me, and her scale figure was announced. May 9th, 2023, May 10th, 2023. Ray talked to Nano about the situation with my first waifu coup, which led him to revealing our experience with Silver over the past 2 years, which was a fucking mistake. Before this, I told Silvervale had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it, that was already far into production. Very excited and proud to have the first waifu cup with Nano's art. All of a sudden, that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, if my cup was going to be released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. Red, I did not lie to Nano about anything I said in this conversation, and would have had no reason to. Everything I said was generally thought and experience speaking to a friend I trusted. That was a mistake. She's not a friend. She's a vendor. Sorry. It may sound... It is dickish. I'll admit that. That is a dickish thing to say. But it's the truth. She's a fucking vendor. She's not your friend. It's the truth. And we have seen all these before. Once again, we have seen all these before. Red, Silver didn't like Cinder and how she was responding to Silver's raids, and the past experience we had to infer that Lily's reaction with her raids, along with other behavior, signals she had a problem with Cinder. Once again, we have seen all these DMs before in this document. Yeah, I know I'm just kind of whizzing by these because we've seen them before. Red, Nano, by the way, I love, like I said, we've seen all this before. Cinder has this bad habit of, I don't know why I'm wearing my headphones. That's the reason why my ears are hurting right now. Let me get a throat lozenge here. What the hell happened here? Make sure I got all the paper off. Cinder's repeating herself. She has this habit in this document to constantly repeat the same thing, show the same screenshots over and over again, which increases like this over here. A lot of it's taken up by these DMs, which, if I was to say anything bad about this document, is the repeated uses of the DMs, which increases the page count, which this page count could have been a lot lower if she just like did a shortcut to DMs or something like that. To like a short, what I mean by shortcut to DMs, I mean not like what she does for YouTube videos, but more, hey, in these DMs are in this section, which you already read. So you can just click on that shortcut, go to that part to look at the DMs without all this. I don't know if that's possible in Google Docs, but it would be nice. In between these screenshots, Red told Nano the story of the long process of getting my first model, but it's not relevant to show here. Once again, for sure, all this. Like I said, once again, these DMs were in the Nanoless section of this document. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. She's a big customer. So like, we're not saying to stop working with Silver, but we always like plan to work with you. I'm using we here, but Silver had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us without her knowledge or consent. Then you shouldn't use we. Just saying. Didn't realize this message was cut off from the screenshots. Like once again, we've seen these. I mean, I'm not discounting them. It's just I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on them because we've seen them. They briefly talked about Silver leaving for your shoulder between these screenshots. I read now clarified to me that she was the one that went to Silver about a new model when she told me about it on May 4th, 2023, but already regretting it due to not being up for more model work. Nano's taking on more models than she can handle. Will continue to happen over the next couple of years. Tell me about it. Like I said, we've seen all these earlier in the document. That's why I'm just scrolling by them and getting to like the more relevant stuff. Red told me the gist of the conversation with Nano, and the next morning I messaged her about it. And once again, we've seen this. We've read all this before. Later in our conversation, we were talking about my scale figure that was in production. When Nano suggests I've got some amount of... Okay, yeah, once again, we read this. This was also in Nano's section. When Nano suggests I have good smile to make my demon figure, I said they didn't even want silver, which is something I heard from another friend. Godsmile was very hard to get work with. She was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them was even smaller, and I chose to keep this in. I'm pointing this out because it's the only time I've said anything mean about silver in any of my DMs to anyone. But like I said, a lot of this stuff is repeat of things that was said in the document earlier. That's the reason why I'm just scrolling through it, because we've read it already. I don't want to spend too much time on stuff that we've already read. Because, fuck, I have dedicated pretty much like a whole fucking day on this document. We're talking a total of 22 hours of streaming. That is one of my major complaints about this document. Cinder likes to reuse things over and over again instead of just like maybe creating a shortcut or having these DM. I mean, I know why she did it, because that way people will read it. All right, but I like more concise Wish there was a way to make this more concise. That's what I'm getting at. Let's take a little break and see what's still going on in chat. Let's see. I'm not seeing why you get mad at. I'm not seeing why you got mad at this. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention when you pushed that. That's hella weird, but not worth the pursuing. Yeah. If you get weirded out by a ship tag, that you issues, not someone else's issue. That's a you issue, not. You know, you gotta remember back when all that shit happened, VTuber community wasn't really as big as it as it is now. But this was like the explosion of growth, so anything is kind of weird, Brandon, back then. I'm gonna be honest, I hate Silver's got. I didn't like the face. I'll be honest, I didn't like the face. The demon was okay, a bit over design, but it's fine. That's true about a lot of designs that you can see in any kind of entertainment media, to be honest with you. But it was fine. Okay. Or the black button is right there. People weird. I'm back. I was taking a bath. Thanks for sharing, JP. Oh, Power Pop. The little friend, the base name for Cinder's. A real base name, Sinder. Well, not even raid messages on screen. I probably, because that's Cinder Silvervale's VOD, they may have edited it out because you didn't even see the chat in that. To be honest, yeah, I got my chat box. Where's my chat? Where's my chat box? Oh, it's over there. I need to move that. Because it's like over here. I'm gonna move it. Where can I put this? Or I put my chat box there. Where's my alert box? Okay, let me move my alert box like right there. I didn't realize my chat box was over there in the document. Probably couldn't be seen by that many people. That's my bad. Why the censor names? I still don't like it. I get why the censor names. Yeah. I understand that. It's like, but if you don't really, no, it's being respectful to the person. If they don't want their name out there, so be it. Okay, Bob. So the model thing was a red brain worm inside. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A lot of people got into Cinder's head about the Silvervale stuff. I mean, I don't know if it's Red or some of her friends. It's just like something got in her head about the Silvervale stuff, and it just ate away at her. Just no one but yourself. Yep. I do agree with the criticism that she does sometimes say the same thing multiple times in a row. It's just in different ways. Also, hey again, grown-ups. Hey Lee, how you doing? Yeah, because we're at 89, and it's mostly we've gotten there so fast because we've already seen this. We're moving on. It's just something we covered in the Nanoless section, and the Nanoless section had a lot of fucking DMs. It took the first stream I did, that was all Nanoless. Okay. And then it was constant repeat of the same DMs over and over again. I get why she's doing it. She wants to make sure that people see that she actually had evidence of everything she's saying. I get that. But there comes a point in time for me, as someone who's reading the document, I've seen this, I'm moving on. I know what these DMs say. I don't need to constantly see them. But that's like a nitpick, really. But I understand why she's doing it. May 13, 2023, I had a Discord and Twitch monitor application open, and one of Silver mods applied. They were chosen because they're experiencing model for another large VTuber. I refer to them as Mod 1. Okay, May 12th to May 15th of 2023, I asked Nano to record some voice lines for my lore video for my upcoming debut. I asked a lot of friends to participate. A couple lines I gave them were reference to the comments I got about Silver Whale. Here's all this I can. She's just a copy. Try and be original for once. All right, May 15th, 2023, I messaged Nano to tell her we need to change the artwork on one side of the waifu cup because it was too similar to Silver. We've seen this. July 14th, 2023 and July 21st, 2023. By the way, these DMs were new. Okay. At least I don't remember seeing them. These DMs were new. These DMs weren't. We've seen these before. 7/14/2023 and 7/21/23. Nano and Gamer Subs worked incredibly hard to get my waifu cup released before Silver. It was important to me to have the first cup with Nano's art on it because how much she meant to me, and what it meant to me to be the first one represented on her. Okay, we've seen this before too. This whole section, we've seen this before. July 21st, 23. So about 7 days apart. Okay. This is what my waifu cup originally was supposed to look like with the flame heart artwork on one side. I had the same flame heart kiss animation on my model. And love having it represented here. I was made to change it to avoid being too similar to Silver Veil's cup. Silver Veil's artwork was finished a long time before mine. I was at least able to use my desk mat, but I was incredibly upset that it wasn't the artwork, my cup, or my shirt. This was not Silver's fault. I never blamed her for this, but it added to my negative experience to her. I mean, personally, I think that's fine. How is that similar? How are these two things? Hold on. Load, please. All right. I mean, the hard thing, yeah. But it's something every fucking VTuber does. I mean, seriously. I hate to tell Gamer Subs, they're not even fucking close. Other than the hard thing, there's nothing even close about this artwork. The poses aren't even similar. The only thing is similar here is the fucking heart. That's it. I don't summon these fucking glasses at Gamer Subs. I'm serious. There's legitimately no reason for this artwork not to be used. It's not different. That's the only thing is the fucking heart. I mean, let's put it bluntly. Cinder is not showing her ass. Silvervale is. And other than this one little thing here, and it's not even even the poses aren't even close with the heart involved. I'm sorry, gamer subs fucked up. They fucked up. 7/18/2023 to 7/19 July 19th 2023. Red messaged Nano about Silver, asking about model right after my Demon Day model debut, and we have seen this. Nano mentioned to me that more people are contacting for model because of Sinder. Red, after asking, then told me Silver already asked her for a model after Cinder's Demon debut, which was 3 days before this. Now, these are fucking coincidences. I mean, come on. I mean, they're making it like Silver did, like, constantly trying to respond to Cinder all the fucking time. I don't think that's the case at all. It's a fucking reach. That's what I'm getting at. They're reaching for reasons to think that Silvervale was doing things to put Cinder down. When I enthusiastically said, wait, did you tell her no about the model? Nano had the ability to tell me no. Was still reclining, regardless how I felt about it, which I accepted. That was just business. Her calling calling Silver Cinder's enemy at the time was her words, not mine. It's not how we view Silver at this time. It was just someone treating Cinder unfairly. And once again, we've seen all this before. Just want Silver to get along with Cinder, but we could recognize the way she always... once again, we have... Even Red's messages here, we've read these before. Okay. I'm not going to read them again. I mean, I'm just quickly reading Red's messages. All right. I know I kind of blew past all that, but like I said, we have seen that before. We've read those before. Even Red's comments, we've read it before. And I'm not going to waste a lot of time reading them again. It was a nice little refresher, but that's about it. October 20th, 2023, Silver and I had back-to-back meet and greets at Mythic Talent booth at TwitchCon. When mine ended, I saw her in line, wasn't busy, so I hopped in to say hi to her. The last time I tried to talk to her was on a Twitter message about Minecraft almost a year earlier. Another friend of ours happened to be there to see Silver, so I waited in line with him. When I saw her, I congratulated her on her Novel Horizon figure, her Starforge PC, that were both displayed at Mythic booth. I told her she should be proud of all the cool things she was doing recently. I wish her luck in whatever she was planning next. Silver nodded along, thanked me, and I left. Red took the picture of me talking with her in the moment, which is not something either of us planned to do beforehand. Later that day, I posted on Twitter. It didn't seem to harm posting a cute picture of us together. We were both with Mythic Talent, and everyone wanted us to see interactive. Showing us on friendly terms could stop the harassment. I said in my apology, the photo of me at the meet and greet was taken candidly, and I thought it looked so cute, I posted without asking which was wrong with me. It's your fucking picture. You didn't need to ask for permission. I'm just being honest. It's like every other fucking person in a meet and greet posted their pictures on Twitter, meeting Silver, Iron Mouse, whoever. Why should Sinder be treated any different? Where's her tail? Just saying. Right after the tweet, Red messaged our mythic contacts asking Silver to do something together. All right. 10/23/23. Silver messaged me on Twitter 3 days later where she said she wasn't instantly glad but always down if I want a message or anything though. Sometime after this, the message giving me okay, I sent Silver a friend request on Discord. Okay, we've seen that message before. My messages with Silvervale. Here are all my DMs with Silver after she said to contact her on Discord. Since there's only a few of them to be shown, I will go over them below. This was a quote from my apology. The quote from my apology applies here too. Okay, that's the same quote we read before. All right, Silvervale. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm not interested in a transsexual relationship with anyone. Hope you can understand. Yeah, it doesn't look like Silver ever got back to her. Just saying. I mean, it could be she was busy, and I got, like I said again, Silvervale has major league fucking trust issue. And that message here about transactional relationships, that comes from V Shoujo. I'm gonna be honest. That was a V Shoujo thing. How she felt that that's what most of her relationships with the other talent in V Shoujo turned into, just transactional things. Okay, I'm gonna gotta do old man stuff. I'll sit here and I'll find some like music or something for y'all to watch. Give me something for I piss myself. Okay, here we go. Something fun that y'all can enjoy. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Let me get back to this. All right, let's quickly go through chat. I do agree with the criticism that she does say the same thing. Okay. And Lee said, I don't blame people for being annoyed. I generally think this was intended to be digested over a course of weeks for most people. So I appreciate you going through this. No problem. You know what the funny thing is? I turned my heater on and I'm starting to get hot. I'm going through menopause, people. Okay. 10. What time is it? It's almost 2. Let me do something real fast before I get too deep into this. I need to check something on my phone. On my glucose level. Okay, we need to cut up that a little bit. Load up, please. Thank you. All right. I'm ordering food, if you're wondering. I'm just gonna get something like from McDonald's or something like that. Not from fucking Zaxby. They're way the fuck overpriced. No, I always prefer Burger King over McDonald's, to be honest with you. I think their hamburgers taste a lot better. But that's just fucking me. Yes, it is. Bible gift. Original chicken sandwich. Oh, okay. Come here. Let's get some fries. I'm gonna go with me. Need to cut down the fucking fries. Jesus, fucking monster menu. What's that? Just want a fucking hamburger, please. Get a Whopper. Add cheese. There we are. The full items. Let's see how much that's going to cost me. Let's continue, please. Okay, that's good. Okay. I don't need anything else. All right, sorry about that. 10/25/2023 to November 3rd, 2023. Several messaged me after accepting my friend request. This was our first and only conversation or DMs after turning down a collab. I brought every other thing read and had talked about us doing together to see what she thought and got out of the way now. And get it out of the way now. On the other hand, Ray was in my ear the whole time. Saw how great we worked together. Since again, he's been the business-oriented side of my brand. Maybe Silver didn't want to stream together or would be open to doing something else. I didn't say it at the time, but I also brought these things up because dozens and dozens of requests I've seen of fans wanting us to do something together too. I said I'd love to chat more either way, and followed by I completely understand when she turned me down again. Silver never showed that message. That it was cut off by her in her document. This was the final 2 times I asked Silver to do something together. And the first and only time I asked her to do something professionally together. I don't mind her saying no. I was just glad to finally be able to talk and to connect. While Red had lots of ideas to work together, I wanted to fix whatever problem she had with me, at least be on good terms. If public saw us friendly with each other, I believe the harassment would stop. And also the fucking block button would do the same thing. Just saying. That's why, no, I'll be honest. I'm more than capable of blocking people on fucking Twitter. You know? Or unfollowing somebody on Twitter. Muting somebody on Twitter so I don't fucking see their messages. If you annoy me enough, that's what's going to happen. If I just don't want to see your fucking name because I'm sick of seeing it because of the type of shit you post, you're gone. It's like, hey, why is he not responding to me? Most likely because, hey, I don't fucking want to deal with you no more. I mean, let's face facts. If I was Sinder, the first time I see someone say, hey, you're copying Silvervale, I'll be like, block, fuck off. Because I know it's not true. Why do I give a flying fuck about their opinion? If it's not true and that's what they're coming to message me about, fuck off, block. Why would I want to have any kind of interactions with you if this is how you open up with your first time talking to me? And if that means I'm block, fuck block, And this has a lot to. Sorry, I'm like really far away from my microphone. I gotta bring my heater over because for some reason my fucking feet are freezing. I know this is about I know this is about Silvervale, but this is more about Silvervale's fans than it is actually her with this harassment. Silvervale has no control over her fans. Like, I really don't have any control over you guys. Listen to me. Hey, Raja. Just get in. So, in summary, who's wrong? Everybody. How do you like that one? But it's not Silvervale who's doing harassing. In fact, Silvervale is kind of like, I'm guessing Silvervale also got harassed about Sinder too. That's the reason why she's behaving the way she is. It's just a guess. But at the same token, both of them could do block. You know, it's that fucking easy. Really. If you didn't copy Silvervale, why do you give a flying fuck what these people are saying? You know, just fucking block them. Just constantly fucking block them because the message will get out. If you say you're copying, you say, tell Cinder you're copying, that she's copying Silvervale, she's gonna block your ass, and it will fucking stop. Then you'll hire, get someone to watch your socials for you, and they can go block, 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 block. So you don't see the messages. 11:15. I'm getting confused. Bark, 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 bark. November 15, 2023. I messaged Silver after I received her gamer sub merch and support all of our model sisters, even Silvervale. This message was used in Silver own document against me to make it look like I was taunting her, claiming Red and I were planning to force Nano to cancel Silver's model. I said this before she had the conversation Red where Nano canceled Silver's model herself. Replied to Nano's tweet showing up mine and Silver's merchant next to each other. Once again, I don't get gamer subs. Fucking just stupid. 11/17/2023. Here's Red's DMs with Nano 2 days after my message. Nano made the decision to remove Silvervale from her wait list and cancel her mod. The full conversation was in Nano's section of this document, which in other words means we read this. We read this and this. So sorry guys, I'm not going to go through this again. I've done it once. I don't need to do it again. Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's model image from Silver's document. This is what Red told Nano in May about working with Silver. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. In July, Nano told Red that Silver is still her client no matter how he may felt about it. Here's Nano's in her own public Discord server the very next day on November 18th saying she's healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cotton from her commission waiting list. Another day later, on the 19th, when Red and Nano were talking again, Red commented on Silver finding another model artist. I hope Silver would find someone else to do her model so she wouldn't come back to Nano for one. Unlike Silver, at this point in time, I've already basically written off Silverwell because of the undeserving way she treated her, treated Cinder. Part of me kind of opens up Cinder, Silvervale's document, see if she was talking about being harassed too by being harassed by Cinder, okay, by fans, because I think this is all this is between Cinder and Silvervale is fans going, hey, when you gonna collab with Cinder? Hey, when you gonna collab with Silvervale? Hey, when you gonna shut the fuck up about it? This guy. Just saying. I mean, it comes a time when you just gotta say, it's not gonna fucking happen, so shut up. If it hasn't happened the first time you asked, and it didn't happen the second time you asked, guess what? When you ask the third time, it's not gonna fucking happen. After clearing everything else between them, Nano and Red said she was going to take back Silver's mom, but never did. But here's Nano's reaction on April 26, 25 to finding out about my message to Silver and the image of how it portrays in Silver's document. Nano wouldn't have known exactly what happened, would have known exactly what happened with Silversmith. December 6th, 2023, I messaged Silver about her VTuber award nomination. Okay. And February 16th, 2024, I messaged Silver congratulating her on her new model debut. When I went to her stream to support her, my message weren't sending. I don't know what the problem was at the time, but it came out later. I was restricted in her chat, meaning all my messages were held to review, only visible to her and her mods. Silver has been ghosting my messages for months, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she was just generally missing them. She told me she was always down if I want to message. When this happened, despite everything telling me not to, I still clung on to hope that we can make amends. I wasn't obviously to the way Silver's been treating me since first debut. Maybe I was too naive in thinking this way. Yeah. Should just let the fucking thing, you should just let it drop. After her not responding to anything, you should just let it fucking drop. To be honest with you, just fucking let it go. My food's here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my food real quick. Man, I'm a real streamer. I'm telling you what I'm doing and keep you informed and keeping the narrative going. Yay me. Okay. French fries. Like a hamburger. All right. There were multiple times I thought should have asked her about the problem between us so we could try to work out differences, but I never had the courage to send the message. All right. It was a missed opportunity, to be honest with you. Where's my... Okay, there we go. April 19th, 2024 and April 26th, 2024. Silver's Gamer Sub flavor launched 1 week before mine. Once again, I was told I was copying her, not just because her flavor was out before mine, because we both had a label drawn by Nano. It's the second time our Gamer Sub launches were back to back. No, you fucking blame Gamer Subs for that one. That's the truth. You can't blame Silver for it. That's all on Gamer Subs. I mean, quite honest, no, you need this whole copying the Silver Bell thing. It goes back to hitting that block button. I'm not interested in it, playing these videos. By the way, if you are, sorry. May 4th, 2024. I messaged Silver congratulating on Game of Silver. This was the last message I ever sent to her. Red's conversation with Mod 1. May 7th, 2024. I had a mod application open again. Another two of Silver Veil's moderators applied after being encouraged by Mod 1. Red messaged Mod 1 for their opinion on these new two applications. They've been modded for Silver for almost 2 years alongside them. Red asked them about me being restricted in her Twitch chat a few months earlier. If there's any problem with her mod team had with me since Mod 1's been around for a long time. Mod 1 asked Red to keep their conversation private for me. I was never told about these conversations Red was having with them, or what he was told by Mod 1 over the following year until Red and I was putting this document together. I wanted to apologize for Mod 1 for including our messages here. I hope you understand. Now, I'm reading these because I haven't read them. Red, Mod 1 told me they encourage these couple of Silver mods to apply to our mod application. I'd like to know, I know Silver deals really bad with imposter syndrome and stuff, but this feels really different. The response I got, well, glad you like modding for Silver more than me. Okay, that was an interesting conversation there, wasn't it? I mean, was Silvervale having a bad case of imposter syndrome? That basically means high anxiety and that feeling, that low self-esteem, all that shit. It's not an excuse, but it does explain a lot of things that's going on. So excuse me. I do think there's because what happened at V Shoujo and with the massive trust issues that Silverville has with VTuber relationships in general, she thinks VTubers are going to use her to get like popular and all that stuff, led to this whole conflict. When, especially after what happened with after V Shoujo and way maybe she didn't like how Cinder approached with collabs and constantly talking about doing things together. Granted, it was because people were requesting that from Cinder, but I also got a feeling that people were also requesting that from Silver, and she was tired of dealing with it. Which, you know, understandable. But there was a lot better way for pretty much Silver to handle this situation, which is explain it to Cinder. Listen, I just came out of a bad situation. And you don't have to bring up, say it was V-Show. I just came out of a bad situation, and I don't feel like doing any collabs or anything with people I don't know. I mean, I would be more than happy to every once in a while respond to your messages, but I don't want it to be a daily or even a weekly thing. You can send me a message every once in a great while just to say, hey, how are you doing? And I will respond to you. But right now, my current headspace, I need a lot. I need to heal a lot. And if Silver would have done that, I think this situation wouldn't have become what it became. So basically, Silver just has much to blame about this as Cinder does. Because neither one of them were really expressing what they were feeling. Yeah, the fucks didn't give me any fucking napkins. God damn it. May 8th, 2024. The other two silver mods who replied were accepted because of their experience and recommendation from mod 1. May 24th, 2024. That was a mouthful. I didn't even know I could say it like that. Silver had tweeted her own versions of this emote saying, hi. I replied with use my Powerpuff one short after she deleted her tweet and never reposted it. This was the last time I tried to interact with Silvervale. Uh, 5/24, 2024. The next day, Red messaged Mon, but the tweet, they told him that the post was shared in Silver's Discord server. Users there were wishing for a collab between us. Then all of their messages were deleted. May 30th, 2024. Mod 1 message read telling that more of my emos were getting blacklisted in Silver's chat. Mm. Ah, June 24, 2024. Mod 1 told Red they suspect Silver may have canceled her stream due to my second anniversary subathon, citing that she said in her announcement. They've been modding for her for about 2 years, and we'll have a good idea of her motivations. A good idea is not facts. My actual VTuber debut anniversary is on June 25th. I didn't have a screenshot of her announcement since Red was banned from her server. Really? Okay. And I was never in Silver server. June 25th, 2024. Reds expressed concerns to Mod 1 about the treatment of the mod Silver and I shared. Mod 1 told Red everything they've seen from Silver side has been petty drama. July 11th, 2024, Mod 1 told Red that her chatters found out that my name was blocked term in her chat. July 19th, 2024, Mod 1 message read again about this drama in Silver's mod chat about me. Excuse me. I just needed something to pick my energy back up. Which is why I ate. Hopefully the little glucose alarm don't go off. I'm kind of ruining the vibe. Message between two silver moderators, not including mod 1, talking about how I was restricted in her Twitch chat. One of the same mods above, one of the same mods above made an analogy about what I can only assume is me occasionally chatting in Silver's Twitch chat and replying to her tweets, as if I was trying to make her crowd take her crowd away from her. This is an analogy of them saying, "I've told you in private multiple times very nicely, please leave me alone in every aspect of my life." Didn't come from nowhere. Led me to believe this is what Silver had been telling her mods that happened between us. As you can see by the entirety of our DMs, I've shown nothing even similar to this was ever once said to me by Silvervale, even after I reached out to her directly about my message not sending to her in her chat. Here's a screenshot of Mod 1's conversation with another one of Silver's mods that they sent to Red. Mod 1 is in green. Okay. Okay, I will say that's a big fucking mistake on Silvervale's part. Having people who like worship you, the very ground you walk on, and give you a lot of money and making them mods, it's not healthy because they'll take things to extreme. That is a big, I think that's a big mistake on Silvervale's part because well, they're the lunatic fringe. They're going to go to extremes. So it's going to come back and bite her in the ass eventually. That's my opinion. My bikini debut and Silvervale's birthday. As early as March 2024, Red and I were playing a Gamer Sub merch drop with my second Wafu Cup for my anniversary on June 25th. Everything wasn't going to be ready on time, so at the end of April, we pushed it back to August launch alongside my bikini outfit debut. I wanted that debut to be between my VTuber anniversary on June 25th and my birthday on September 14th, since my bikini debut was in October of 2022. I want to actually debut in the summer this time. We plan on August 16th. At first, we're given an okay. August 16th was available to launch my merch. Almost 2 months later, we're told we couldn't launch that day because another creator is having their own drop. It was requested at the start of the year. It wouldn't matter if it wasn't another VTuber, since we were told it was a similar drop as ours, and as for us and for a special day. Red pieced together could be only Silvervale. Hopefully, show proof of this, by the way. The timing closed on my August debut, and drop or plan had nothing to do with Silvervale or her birthday. Once Red figured out it was her who was launching something at the same time as me for the third time in a row, unintentionally throwing a wrench into things. After my interactions with her since TwitchCon is when I became competitive towards Silver. A double down in trying to launch the weekend of the 16th, if not on the 16th itself. We did eventually compromise the launch on the week before on August 9th, even if it wouldn't be alongside my debut. However, a couple weeks before the release, we were told the 16th suddenly available. We moved my drop to that day. Silver launched her birthday merch drop along with a new 3D model debut on August 13th, a day after her birthday. I launched my merch drop alongside my bikini outfit on August 16th. Silver on August 14, 2024, Silver tweeted on the 14th about her drop was released on the 13th. August 16, 2024. Silver debuted a 3D model with two separate outfits. As you can see, the pose and design and themes of the two outfits in this artwork. All right. Look, she went from look. I'll be honest. The wolf, she looks more like a fucking bunny. I mean, honest, how big the ears are. She looks like a fucking bunny. Back in 2023, I debuted my 2.0 outfit and demon models, which were paired with to each other. As you can see, the pose and design and theme of the two outfits in this artwork are from the same artist as the one above. I'll be honest, if she didn't say anything, I wouldn't have known. I'm just being honest. What's everybody having to show their ass? I'm just being honest. Let's take a quick look at chat, see if there's anything going on over there. I don't dislike Silvervale even after this, but I was someone who was very sympathetic with the whole Hogwarts Legacy cancellation and then the V Shoujo fallout and reveal. I'm definitely not going to be lenient with Silver anywhere near as much after this. Crying on stream definitely isn't going to cover it this time. I guess in summary, my disappointment over her original involvement is just deeper now. Let me say this about Silvervale. And I'm going to say, well, let me say this about all VTubers. They all have fucking issues. They all have they have the inferiority complex, the imposter syndrome, inferiority complex, and it's just, they're all like that. It's not just Silvervale, it's not just Cinder, it's not just Shylily. And when something, they all react to extreme measures instead of doing simple things like talk to each other, work out your problems, and come to an understanding. Whether it be, hey, we're good now, let's continue our friendship, or hey, no, it's best that maybe we shouldn't talk to each other because we're apparently toxic to each other. I think, once again, I think if Silvervale was just up front and said, listen, Cinder, I don't want to have nothing to do with you. No offense. It's just, I'm not comfortable around you. That would end everything. And if Cinder would have just said, hey, I'm getting a lot of harassment, saying I'm a copy of you, can you help me out on this? I don't want this to be an issue between us. If she was just upfront with what was really bothering her, once again, she put it out there. If Silvervale reacted negative to that, that's on Silvervale at that point. But the point is Cinder expressed what was really bothering her. Okay? And maybe we'll learn, hey, Silvervale could have replied, hey, I'm getting the same stuff too. Let's do a united front of that. Not necessarily meaning that they're going to collab, but they both have similar messages. Hey, I'm not copying Silver. Cinder's not copying me. We are not going to do anything together because you guys sit here and kept on copying this with these copy allegations. No, it's turn it back on the community, because the community is the ones that are mainly in fault here. And turn it back on the community and say, because of the way you guys behave to us, we're not going to collab. And that would put a kibosh on that stuff. The stuff with Mod 1, Silvervale is going to extremes. Instead of expressing what's bothering her, whether it been on stream or in DMs, that's going too far, in my opinion. Okay? This is not me saying I don't like Silvervale, because I do. I do enjoy her content. I don't, put it this way, I don't donate to any fucking VTuber, be honest with you. Well, because mostly because I don't have the fucking money. Just be honest. I don't even have memberships with anybody except for Saba. And it's like the low tier one. And that's the only VTuber I technically support financially. And it's not the top tier stuff. You know, just a little something to show my support. But to have mods based on how much they spend on you, I think that's a big fucking mistake. Because, no, I'm not saying they're all like this, but it's like you marching into dangerous territory with people who are too fanatical about you. That's why I say it's a mistake. I would rather have someone in there that's going to be professional about being a mod, and the amount of money they donate to me, it shouldn't be a factor in it at all. Because let's just say the mod did something that Silvervale didn't like, and she removed him as mod, and just like what happened to Bungle Tiger, all of a sudden this document comes out that, hey, Silvervale did this, and this to this group or whatever, and in turn, we got another fucking Google Doc, which I'm not looking forward to reading or wanting to read, to be honest with you. Exactly. The whole situation is more than even. Silvervale could have just resolved so easily. And yeah, it just, this is something that's like a prominent thing with VTubers. They just don't want to fucking talk about their feelings with each other. And it's not just Silvervale or Cinder. It's like some part of their brains is like, don't talk about your feelings. We don't want to hurt people. Well, because then you get fucking Google Docs all over the goddamn place. I'm thinking about writing to Google and telling them to get rid of the fucking app. I'm almost tired of hearing people criticize Sinder for over keeping red after hearing about. I'm almost tired of hearing people criticize Cinder over keeping red after hearing about Silver's mod situation. I have no idea what you're talking about, but then again, I've been purposely keeping myself out of the loop on everything related to this document. So eventually, maybe I'll look into it eventually later, but not now. Let's continue on here. Nano's exclusivity deal in Artist One, like was shown in Nano's and Bow section, Artist One wanted to discuss a permanent pay position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like Nano, Red handled any business relationship discussion with them. This is where the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from. When I agreed to, we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and not to make any model alphas for Silvervale anymore. Nano will have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano. I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from somebody else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. This is what I said about Silvervale in my apology in regards to this exclusivity deal. At one point, I was working with Nano consistently. We brought up not making any more models for her. If VTuber model is how everyone recognized it, would be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike. Well, you can blame that on Nano for doing that. Just saying. Because Nano can make it distinctly different for each of them, but she didn't do that. It may be because her style is limited that way. It was wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years. But no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. I didn't know why I said it was a constant topic in Nano or that Red pushed harder for this, other than being overly apologetic. Red only had meaningful conversation about Silver with Nano in May and July of 2023. The two situations involving her in November of 2023 and in January of 2025. There's only one specific creator responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into the reconsidered Project 9 Tower list. I was overly apologetic here, saying we're pressuring her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silvervale when talking about exclusivity, which he did. The only projects Nano would have to reconsider would have been future ones. Hers was the only name Red and I discussed. As for the exclusivity with Artist One, Red and I only agreed we wanted to include it for the work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. January 15th, 2025. This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I don't know Red was planning to talk to her about that day, or even he had until after they already come to an agreement. Without my involvement, this was everything that was said about Silver in a full conversation in the Nano section. Red, this was the second of 4 times with 3 different artists as I ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all present in this document. In this instance, it was in negotiation for exclusivity deal. We didn't want Silver to be able to get a new model from Nano, but I wasn't looking for her to cancel anything. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. Okay, we see these. Yeah, we see these. Nano and I went back and we, yeah. We seen this. After this happened to Nano. Yeah, we've seen that too. Is Cinder repeating herself again? As was shown in Nano's section of the document, Red and Artist One also spoke about Silvervale and their own exclusivity talks the same day. Because Silver didn't like Cinder, I consider her competition. Artist One didn't know either of our thoughts on Silver, unlike what I told Nano. This was the third of 4 times with 3 different artists I have ever specifically anyone not to work with someone else, which are present in this document. Once again, as for the way I look at exclusivity, you just work for us and nobody else. That's how I would put it. I mean, I get it. Like, the artist wants to take out the commission, and you can also put this: you work for us, and you need our approval before you take anybody else's work. We don't want to interfere with our deadlines. That would definitely fucking help Nano with her inability to maintain a workload that wouldn't cause her to cancel 7 models at the same time. January 16, 25, the next day, Artist One sent Red a document laying out everything. Okay, we've seen this. Let's see, Artist One sent a written agreement over. As far as I remember, there was a carve out for both Silver and Bao. Didn't push for this regardless of what I said the night before. They were their clients already and left things open to work from. I had posted that in our project server to discuss it in there and where Silver could see it herself. This was an agreement with RS1 never actually happened due to the reason that delayed us finalists. Due to other reasons that delayed us finalists. I wonder why. This was like beginning of the year and April was not too far away. Just a second, we know what happened. Artist 2, February 7th from 2025 to February 12th, 2025. These are message. Okay, we've seen this though. Nano cancels the deal. Okay, February 10th, 2025, February 20th, 25. Nano cancels the deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she can work with Silver. Silver didn't lose any projects for now because of her agreement with Red. Once again, we've seen these DMs. We've seen Red's comments. February 11th, 2020, Nano messaged me the next day about, okay, we've seen this. We've seen all this. I'm not going to go over stuff that we've already went over once. If you're really interested in what I said about it, go watch the streams. Good luck. They're long. March 13th, 2024, Mod 1 message Red and told him someone in Twitch chat was banned for asking about collabing with me. Okay. This is new. Apparently that banning you if you do a TTS dono in Silvervale's chats, it will say Cinder's name. Don't do it. Later that day, Mod 1 told Red another one of Silver's mods was rude to them just for pulling one of my V cards. I will give credit here to Redacted, to Red. Hey man, whatever's best for you. He's not encouraging to quit. He's saying it's your decision. Which is totally okay when somebody says, hey, I want to quit my job. It's your decision, man. That's like the best reply there can be. Or like if that's what you felt like, that if that's what you feel like, if that's what you want to do, it's like, this is your choice. I'm not encouraging it. This is your choice. I have no animosity for Sinder, but in truth, but hearing about Silver's dislike for her and why I'm not fond of her that much either. I just read it aloud. February 20, 2025 to March 24, 25. Read message artists 2 in their DMs separate from our chat in my project server to eventually ask them not to work for Silverwhale. I was not aware of him doing this or his messages with ours 2 until putting this document together. Nano canceled our deal 10 days before because of Silverwhale. I have my own dislike for her, and I value the value I place on this artist. I asked them if they're not willing not to work with her. I didn't have a reason for not telling Sinder about this. I just didn't. This is the fourth of 4 told times with 3 different artists I have ever specifically asked anyone not to work with someone else, which is all present in this document. Okay, this is go. Yeah, this was back in February, by the way. Hmm. Okay. At least they didn't hide it. That's one thing I gotta admit. They didn't hide the times that when they told people not to work with certain VTubers, mostly Silvervale, and the time with Nano's exclusivity with Bao and Cotton. Okay, they didn't hide it, right? That's really to the credit of both Cinder and Red, mostly Red. But yeah, Let me actually get done with this document tonight. I hope. April 4th, 2025 and April 11th, 2025. I launched my AFK flavor merch and in the very next week server drops her Pixie merch drop. Making this the fourth time our gamer sub drop. That's no, you guys need to you should have fucking talked to gamer subs. I'm sorry. It's been released back to back. The first time was to try and release my cup instead of hers, and they happened to be back to back. The second time with our flavors could have been a coincidence. The third time was bad timing. For all happened randomly again in April, separate from any other events, was weird. Like I said, you should have talked to GamerSub and just flat out told them, hey, we do not want our stuff to drop close to Silver Veils. We want some space because we're being harassed. And if they didn't fucking get it, know it, well, I guess we're not going to be having a sponsorship with you anymore. Good to know. Talking to RS1 about Silvervale. April 11th, 2025, Red message RS1 asking if they were one who took the IRL pictures of Silver's Pixel merch, which they were. Once again, Red didn't tell me about this conversation he had with someone about Silvervale. On the same day, the day after, on April 12th, 25, was when Red talked to Nano about Shylily, another conversation he didn't tell me about. For reference, this is the one picture Red was talking about that Silver showed on a stream on April 11th, 2025, only posted on April 14th, 2025. The message RS1 reference above was their own message to Red from February 21st, 2025. The reason why this is relevant because if RS1 had sample merch items in their hand on this date to take pictures, then the merch drop would have already been complete and ready to launch at almost any time Silver wanted, almost 2 months beforehand. February 21st, 2025. So pixels are looking pretty cool. All right. The conversation continued, but with RS1 pointing out how mine and Silver's merch always drop back to back, leading Red to telling him about the problems between her and I. I don't think it's about ego. I think it's trust issues, to be honest with you. Like I said, they some. I don't think it was Silvervale as much as it was Gamer Subs, because with Cinder being part owner, why would I mean, how could Silvervale dictate to Gamer Subs when her merch is to drop and make sure she stays close to Cinder? Especially if Cinder was moving more product in Silvervale. I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, unless Gamer Subs thinks, oh, two wolf girls at the same time type mentality thing. And so Silvervale get a little boost off of Cinder, maybe? Is that what they're thinking? Because, like, it doesn't make sense. Because I don't really think that Silvervale had that much influence over Gamer Subs. And especially with Cinder being part owner at this point. There was something going on with Gamer Subs. I don't think it was Silver was really involved. I think somebody within Gamer Subs constantly thinking having those two, having Cinder and Silvervale's merch drops close together was a good idea for some reason. And they just kept doing it. April 13th, 2025, April 14th, 2025. Artist one messaged me in our DMs, asked if Red told me about his conversation with him about Silver 3 days earlier, which he didn't. Red never told me about this himself, the same way he never told me about his conversation with Nano about Shylily days earlier. His message with Mod 1 and Artist 2 are about Silvervale, or that Bal and Cotton were part of his exclusive deal with Nano. Breaking down Silvervale's document. In the events regarding Nano, Silvervale, like my friends, only knew what information Nano shared. I won't be adding or addressing most of the DM screenshots shown in Silvervale's document since they were all present within Nano's document and the full conversation is already shown. After going through things Silver wrote, I addressed many things she claimed on stream. Yeah, okay. Silver, who wanted no personal or professional relationship without me at all, wouldn't have any knowledge of how Red and I conducted ourselves together. She just agreed with the narrative that many of our accusers decide and added to the choir of voices, pushing all the blame onto me. Nano was not manipulated, abused, or treated badly, treated as a tool by Red or I for almost 4 years working together. One of the first screenshots Silver show is this one. This is the message when Nano called the deal with Red Fair, which included not working with Silvervale again. It's completely removed from Silvervale's version of the screenshot. Blah. This is something Silver did herself. This is the same screenshot in Nano's document at the bottom. It's also cut off to hide what Nano said. And this is how it appears in Bao's document. Nano's message isn't cropped out because Bao had no reason to remove it. This first part up here, this first part right up here, this first box, I wonder how true that is now. And I think it's going to get worse as things go on, to be honest with you. No one was sabotaged because of Red or I, and Nano wasn't manipulated, but Silver pushed the reader's emphasis with these false claims and the incomplete evidence on display. See, here's the thing. In our private interaction, I was cordial as possible, which is true. You just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being our friend. Then you should have fucking told her that. Which you didn't. And that what ended everything. Other than maybe Cinder possibly come to you and say, hey, can you help me do something about this harassment of being them constantly asking us to collab and me being a copy of you. And if Silver didn't respond or didn't react negatively like that, like I said, negative on that, that would be on Silver. I drew fan art of us. I asked her to hang out offline to get to know each other. And I went to see her at public events. When finally given a chance to ask her, she refused any kind of business relationship. I was okay with it. I accepted. That's what Red prioritized me pursuing. I just wanted to try to be a friend, if not friends, at least on good terms. She's absolutely correct in saying she had the right not to vibe with someone. She was never obligated to be my friend, but instead of telling me directly, which she did, this is true, she completely two-faced me. I did nothing wrong to her, yet she held some hatred against me for existing alongside her. Why did you black out? It was Cinder. That don't make no sense. Because who are you talking to? Project Melody? See the point? Why black it out? It don't make no fucking sense. I could have messaged Silver on Twitter again, but I could have friended her on Discord out of the blue to me. To me, both of these would have been weird considering our history. So after being at Mythic booths together, Red and I tried to go through Mythic. You can literally see the tonal shift in Silvervale's two messages to Mythic after my name was brought up. She could have let Mythic tell me she wasn't interested and went about her day. She made the decision to message me on Twitter, which was never shown in her document. In her document, Silver said she told Mythic she read in a collab, but accepted my friend request on Discord after turning me down. But I never showed where she turned me down in our Twitter DMs. October 23, 23. Silver didn't message me to tell me off or that she wanted nothing to do with me, like one of her mods implied she claimed to them. She told me she was always down if I wanted a message for anything. I've been in Discord servers with Silverveil for years. Never once sent her a friend request because I thought it would be really weird to. It was only after Silverveil sent this message explicitly saying that messaging on Discord would work better that I did. Silver was the first one to message me, both on Twitter and on Discord. She conveniently cropped out my very next message after she turned me down, where I completely understood her decision and any following the message that had nothing to do with monetized collabs. October 24th, 23 to October 29th, 23. She didn't say anything to me here or in her Twitter message about the picture I posted of us just days earlier either. She could have asked me to take it down if she had a problem with it, the same way she did about my fan art in the past, and I would have. We've seen those. These two messages are present out of order in Silver's document. In Nano's document, they were presented in the correct order. You can clearly see the timestamps on these two messages. I don't know why Silver deliberately choose to lay them out this way, other than to try to make Red's messages sounds worse. Well, she didn't have to try. Plenty of messages from Red were bad. I already explained this in Nano section, but Silver's model wasn't canceled due to Red and I pressuring her to do it. Nano canceled herself. That is true. There's evidence in Nano section about this. November 17th, 2023. Okay, this is the Red. They're asking about her schedule. I'll just tell them my manager told me to get rid of some because I'm dying, so Mal gets the fault. Yeah, this is where blaming on my manager thing. This is also the fact that Nanoless constantly took more work than she could do. You know, if you can't handle the workload, don't have that type of workload. Know what your limits are and stay within your limits. The very next day, in her own public discourse, Nanoless says she was healthier and less stressed after canceling Silver's model. November 18th, 2023. When Nano went to Red to clear up the confusion about the previous conversation, Red reassured her about working with Silverveil and that he understood her position. November 25th, 2023. Business is business. Yeah, it's Nano, you're a freelance artist, and Silver is a long-time client. It makes sense to continue to do work for her. Once again, where's this whole sabotaging career shit? Nano told Red she was going to take back Silver Mount. Nano told Red she was going to take back Silver's model, but never did. If Nano lied and told Silver that her model was canceled because of me, then I can't blame Silver for thinking that that was the case. Nano chose to cancel Silver's model in November 2023. It was not mine or Red's fault. She never took it back like she told Red she was going to because she was healthier and less stressed. Despite this, I don't expect Silvervale to care about what really happened to her model since Nano's currently making her a brand new one. September 17th, 2025. Uh-huh. This is the only other message between us Silver showed in her document. She framed this DM as for me as if I was secretly taunting her while working on getting her model canceled. That story is completely untrue. This message was 2 days before Red even had a conversation with Nano where she canceled Silver's model. My message was genuine, and Silver ghosted it anyway after inviting me to message her. All right. I didn't do anything to warrant Silver's hate of me other than just existing as Sinder. Nano canceled Silvervale's model in 2023 herself. Nano also canceled her deal she made with Red because Silver asked her for art, meaning Silver lost out nothing due to our agreement. Their agreement was for Nano not to work with Silver anymore, not to sabotage her. For not having a Nano model, it's not gonna fucking sabotage anybody. Just a different fucking artist that you know help become popular like Nano and get something that she had in her works canceled. Neither of us sought to have Silver's project canceled. Red asked one of the other artists not to work with her on his own, and as far as he knew, nothing was canceled because of it. The rumors expressed about Silvervale were true to our own experience with her. There's no reason for Red or I to lie about that. The same way there was no reason for Red to lie to Nano about my experience with Shylily. I was waiting for when Shylily was going to come back into this. Just saying. I hope this document and evidence presented will convince you that Silvervale is the person I've shown her to be. Gum. What you convinced me is the way you see Silvervale. And what you also convinced me is what I said about all VTubers. You all have issues. The main one is not talking to each other and working out your problems. That goes for Silvervale and Sinder. And Red, for that matter. And everybody else in this fucking document. Silvervale's claims on her stream. Oh, dear God. When Silvervale finally had an opportunity to talk all about me on her stream, she showed her true colors to everyone. However, no one watching would have known that those colors really were. Almost everything Silvervale said about me on stream was greatly exaggerated or a lie. All right. Not going to play the fucking video. Tell you right now, I'm not interested in playing any more fucking videos about this shit. Not because I'm defending Silvervale. It's just like, want to keep this moving along. We're going at a pretty good clip, and I don't want to fuck it up. Obviously, I don't want to talk about this, but I feel like I have to. Silver didn't want to talk about this, then goes on to egregiously lie about me. To find out I've been systematically being torn apart for years. If she was, it wasn't by me or Red. So yeah, I found out all about this like a day or so before I put out my doc. Silver posted her doc towards the end of the day on April 26th. If Silver only found out about this a day or so beforehand, it supports my timeline in the breakdown section of when she, Cotton, and Spike were first contacted. I was asked if I wanted my name censored. I wanted it censored so that people wouldn't know it was me. But when I went back and looked at the doc or the pictures about everything that happened, I went back to my messages with her and saw that one where she was so excited that we shared art, we shared a model. I didn't think anything of it. And I saw the fucking timestamp on it. And I couldn't just take it, man. It was so fucked up. It was so vile and malicious and cruel for no reason. What the fuck was she talking about? Was she talking about that? Silver's referring to my message 2 days before Nano canceled her model in November of 2023. I already debunked this claim. My message was to her was genuine. True. That's a true statement. The proof is in this document. She's shown every fucking DM. Involved in everything. Now, could Silver, misinterpreted and been manipulated to believe things in a certain way? Yes. By who? Most likely Nanoless. Because that's who Silverveil was closest to. I mean, I don't think Silverveil's really that close to Shylily, to be honest with you. She's probably the one that can get into Silverveil's head would be Nanoless. I don't know her. I wasn't her friend. I was just someone that she beat down progressively over years for no reason. And feel like this says a lot about a person. I just really need to get it out there because it was just sitting inside of me. Like so much was just sitting inside of me that I was realizing was just horrible. I'd gone through it and I couldn't say anything because I thought she was really a business savvy person, you know. I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, it's just been gnawing at me, and seeing that I just felt like I had to get my side out there. As you've seen, Silverveil was not beaten down progressively over the years for no reason by me, Red, but Silverveil was implying that she had a problem with me a long time. Let's think about this. I'm thinking about Red talked about Silverveil prior to the exclusivity contract with Nano, which is the main focus here. Because if you don't have a Nanoless model, you can't be a successful fucking VTuber, apparently. Twice, I think. You know, what gets me about this, really, this is all over fucking art from one person. Which really, at the end of the day, doesn't have that much impact on your career. It's just a fucking pretty picture. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, there's a fucking gnat in here that counts like flying in my face. I didn't talk to her, never talked about her like she was there for years talking about me. Hello? Fuck. I moved my mic and it stopped working and I didn't check. How long have I been muted technically? Fuck me. I was muted the whole time. Oh, fuck. I'm not going back through that document, by the way. I'm not. I will summarize what I hear in a minute. About 20 minutes? Fuck me. Here you guys. If you, well, I can't, I'm not really looking at chat, so it wouldn't help. Yeah. Probably 5-10 minutes. So, okay, 20 minutes was excessive. Thank you. I could survive with 5 and 20 minutes because I moved my mic. Fuck. Hey, by the way, I do have a tip jar that you can donate so I can get like better equipment and shit, and so this will stop fucking happening. You don't have to donate. It's just trying to make a joke, make levity out of this situation. Fuck. That gives me a fucking headache. I think good old man. I'm trying to be. All right. Hey JJ, thanks for being here. Hey One Wolf, thanks for being here too. Dude, I'm just a brain fried right at the moment. Orland, thank you for being here. People are trying to force Silvervale, all them to make nothing's going to come out until after TwitchCon, after they read this Google Doc, and I would say most of them, Spite will probably not say anything. I probably would definitely Shylily is going to respond. Silvervale may possibly respond or just fucking completely totally ignore it. Be honest with Buff Pup, she just better keep her fucking mouth shut. Because she's been wrong multiple times, and her takes are about the worst takes of all of them. Val, I'll be honest. Besides Red and Cinder, granted, yes, they did multiple things wrong. Like I said, Red was 100% unprofessional, and Cinder was a bad friend. Now, Bao is an interesting thing. Because if you want to say who was a victim here, beyond Cinder being canceled, people really manipulated Bao. Because if you think about it, by Bao's own admission, she was not in a good mental state because after the surgery, she was in a lot of pain. She was going through a very painful period, woman stuff. And quite frankly, Nanoless took advantage of that. And used Shylily to get Bao, a very sympathetic figure, to be the quote-unquote victim of Cinder. I mean, a lot of that visceral anger came from how Bao was treated. And not as much about Silvervale. And quite frankly, not much about Nanoless. It was about how Bao was treated. So they made Bao the victim of Cinder while victimizing her. Now, should Bao respond? Publicly. I'm going to say this publicly. If she's capable, because I think this is going to hit her harder than anybody else. Because once again, she feels like she's probably feeling like her friends once again betrayed her. And she has to relive all this shit again. And she's probably going to reliving every time someone fucking scammed her. She got scammed again by people she thought she could trust. Beep boop, I'm back. Hey JP, why didn't you tell me my mic was off? So yeah, other than what the cancellation of Cinder, Bao is a victim here. I hope so too, but unfortunately they may double down and save face and people will still think Cinder is the bigger. I don't think they can do that anymore. I mean, granted, there's people probably on Twitter saying, she's still this, that, and the other thing. Hey, Alex. But and I will address that once we get through this document. All right. Let me address what we missed since my mic was off and no one fucking told me. All this shit. This is basically from here to here. It's basically the same thing she said in the majority of the Cinder section, to be honest with you. All the thing I was doing is reading this and Cinder's response. And mostly what Cinder here is the truth. And a lot of what Silverveil is saying here is exaggeration, if not the truth she was led to believe that turned out to be a lie. I mean, this fucking thing is stupid. It's I can't have that on my screen. It makes me laugh. This could be misremembering because it was so long ago. We're talking when this document was put out. It was 4 years ago. You know, this part right here, I can understand getting wrong because you don't ask me for what the fuck happened 4 years ago. A specific thing like what someone did on Twitter, I couldn't tell you. I would have to literally go to Twitter and look it up. So I'm saying that could have been an honest mistake by Silverveil. I don't think she intentionally lied. That's what I'm getting at. Because like February 1st, 2021, it was 4 fucking years ago. So it's quite possibly she remembered it wrong. Cinder's manager messaged Yaki. I don't know why they messaged Yaki. Maybe it's because they didn't want to message my mom, but messaging Yaki. God, what the fucking name is Yaki? Asking why my mom didn't retweet the art and such a weird thing to do. Like, why what? Like, what? Why is he just expected? Okay, this is all about her mom taking back her retweet and deleting her comment. This would be extremely weird thing to do if that's what happened, but Silverveil is lying to make me sound crazy. I think Silverveil's misremembering, to be honest with you. Fuck off, Nat. Red messaged Yachi because she was our only friend in this space at the time. She was a mutual friends with Silver. He didn't ask why her mom didn't retweet my art, but she unretweeted it because there must be some kind of problem with it. And there's that message. I never expected her mom to interact with my fan art, say for Silver or for Silver either. That would be weird. Yachi. It's so much fun. Okay, whatever. Hey, if you want me to say your name right, spell it phonetically correct. Or better yet, stop using Japanese names. Okay, we're not gonna call him. What is it? Spell Yachi. Oh, Yachi, you're now Bob. Okay. That would be weird and insane. Silver said to me, choosing to spend hours on my own time making fan art of us together was so shameless and strange and weird because she chose to interpret my action in the worst way. I don't think at the time she thought that. I think it just know that the shipping tag thing, which you apparently were unaware of, which you know, I made that mistakes too with the whole tagging on Twitter and all that shit. People got upset with me about, but you know, I was like, oops, and I don't really do it anymore. I use the hashtags, but I know like if I just type a VTuber's name, it will appear in like the trending page and shit like that. If I'm really concerned about that, but it's always to me when I was doing it, it was like, hey, I'm going to fucking talk about you. I want you to I want you to know I'm going to talk about you. That's the reason why I was using all those tags on Twitter. I wanted people to know I was talking about them. I was going to do it behind their back, right there in front of your fucking face. And if you want to respond to it, go ahead. If you don't, well, fuck off. Don't complain about, I didn't know he was talking. I fucking tagged you. Okay, you got me a little worried when you said hello, Silver JP. I was like, Silverville's here? Okay. I know you were talking to Lee. Now. And there was the TwitchCon picture. Okay, it's about the TwitchCon picture. The picture was taken in the moment and wasn't pre-planned. Silver never told me to leave her alone. She did opposite just days later. We pranked you. We pranked. Whatever, dude. If Silver had a problem with the picture I posted, I think she should have said something about it. Yeah. In this message, but she didn't say anything about it on our Discord messages either. If she did, I would have taken it down like I did my fan art years earlier. Yeah, that's on Silver. If you had a problem with it, should have said something. Just say. She had a problem with it. Should have fucking said something. She didn't. So it's on her. And that's the reason I haven't done any meet and greets since then. Such a traumatic experience. Like one person that I don't particularly like posted a picture where there's 50,000 other ones of me doing a meet and greet. Why were you scared? She's not like she threatened you or anything. If Silver was truly scared of me coming to talk to her and shouting her with compliments like I did, She could have told Mythic not to let me in her meet and greet line again if she didn't want me there in future events. So blaming me for not going to TwitchCon because of the possibility I interact with her. Anyone who's met me in person knows who I am and how I act. Don't know what she's afraid of, especially when all I did was praise her and encourage her at the last meet and greet. Again, she told her chat she didn't want to talk to me, didn't want me to talk to her again. But this is the message she sent. But this is what she messaged me directly herself. It's just so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. It's just so fucking stupid. This whole fucking thing is stupid. And this is all over about a fucking artist, too, on top of everything else. What, does Nanoless's models suddenly turn into fucking gold statues one day? Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I get there was legitimate complaints about how Sinder was a bad friend, and there's legitimate complaints of how Red acted in DMs and how he talked to DMs. I get that. But it's not this level. This is nothing in here requires a fucking Google Doc. And because of Nanoless's Google Doc and all the other ones, we have this 1,000-page one for someone to kind of clear the air and said, this is what fucking really happened. This is the full context of everything over nothing. I got canceled for nothing. That's all this Google Doc is saying. Which is true. It was true before this Google Docs, and it's true after this Google Docs. Cinder got canceled for nothing. Maybe I should get the Cinder totals back. Sorry, I needed to have a laugh there. I was getting a little too angry. Silver that don't make any fucking sense, really. Where was Silver very directly and said anything like that to me? This is true. Silver never directly or said anything nicely. Well, no worries. I'm really flattered by the positions, but I'm not just interested in a transactional relationship with anyone. I hope you can understand. Maybe that's her nice way of saying I don't want to be fucking friends with you. Okay? Who does that? Everybody. If I have a manager and people want to collab with me, the process will probably you need to talk to my manager first, because he has my schedule, and it's like if hey, can he collab next Saturday or next Sunday? No, he can't. He's doing something that day. That's why you contact a manager, so you can find out when you can collab, and then you can go on to talk to me. Hey, I want to do a collab with you. Your manager says you're available this date. Is that cool? And he said he talked to you about it. Yeah, he did. We're cool. What do you want to do? Then you can start making fucking plans. But contacting the manager first is like the process. This is the one and only other time I messaged Silver myself to do something together. About a year earlier, she never responded. It wasn't about an on-screen collab. It was just to hang out offline. I wasn't friends with her on Discord, so I couldn't message her here. Red was the one with the idea who thought about asking Silvervale to do something together with Mythic. I agreed. It was just to ask if she was interested, if she's down. And we seen this DM. No, I don't know Silver would had a hard time saying no to her talent manager. Once again, interpreting my action in the worst way possible. Because it's a fucking process. You go to the manager first. Because I never had a problem saying no to I have never had a problem saying no to mine. Sure, you never had a problem with that. My mind just went someplace else. I'm sorry. Your talent manager is always on the side of whatever you want to do or not to do. The screenshot she shared of this conversation doesn't show her have any problem saying no to them. She's very stern. She very sternly turned him down at the mention of my name. Hey, honey, want to have some fun tonight? No. Like I said, my mind went someplace else when I read that. It was like very clear. I was very flattered by the persistence because God fucking damn, she was persistent. But I just didn't want to. Like, you should be allowed to just not want to talk to someone. Like, why did it have to be me? I was very clear and not interested. Silver's right. She said I was allowed to just not talk to me. I would have been very okay with that if that's what she told me. That's not what she told me, and she was not very clear. After Silver told me she was always down to message, I asked about the possibility of everything else other than a collab. I tried to talk to her. I sent 5 messages after our first conversation over the next 6 months, which she all ghosted. Nothing. I said in any of these were messages about collab. All of them but just saying nice things to her. Yeah, which is true. Persistent by a collab? No. Aroo! Silver about a collab. She had an idea in October 2022 that never went anywhere. I asked to hang out offline, not collab, at the end of November 22, which Silver never responded. Mythic asked Silver about collab, her messaging me, and me asking about anything other than collab on Discord were all in the span of a few days in October 2023. This is every instance there was any attempt from me to do anything with Silvervale. Persistent in trying to talk to her like she always down to, kind of, yeah. When she never replied to my messages on Twitter from a year earlier, and from what she said in her message to me, I gave her the benefit of the doubt. She was missing my Discord messages and will eventually see and respond to them. I'm sure. No, what I wish Discord would do and have is like, no, sometimes like on Facebook, if someone sees your message, you get a little notification, like a picture down by the messages, say, hey, they saw it. Like in some phone messengers, you can see whether someone read your messages or not. I wish Discord had a feature like that, because if that was there, if there was some indication that Sinder, Silvervale read these messages, that would have been like incredibly helpful. Like, hey, she saw them. She saw all of them, but it doesn't. So we don't know if Silvervale ever read these messages. Because I do think you get a message in Discord if someone unfriends you. I would think. I don't know. I've never been unfriended on Discord, so I don't really know. Hey, any unpopular people have been unfriended on Discord? Let me know. Don't. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. um. Uh. Like, go to the extent that she did just harass me in weird ways. It's really bad. Like, there were little things, you know, little things that was like, I don't really like this. I don't. Why didn't you just say so? After our first conversation on Discord, I messaged her 5 times with positive message over 6 months. Occasionally, I would say hi in her Twitch chat until I was restricted. I very rarely reply to her on Twitter. I don't know what constitutes me harassing her after she told me she was always down to message. Silvervale never communicated to me about anything. She falsely claimed to her chat that she was very direct with me about how she felt portraying me as this malicious person. No, she portrayed you as a stalker. Not necessarily malicious, but stalker-like behavior. That's kind of what Silvervale was portraying you as. I was not obsessed with Silvervale. Red wanted to pursue working together because she knew anything we did together would be a success. But to me, if Silvervale were on good terms publicly, whether going through something like a collab or a small interaction on Twitter, the harassment I was getting, and she was supposed to be getting too, could have ended. I don't know what doesn't make any sense to her. This is true. Silver, you're already attached to Cinder because of gamer subs. You have related merch to Cinder, Silvervale, because of gamer subs. And they're constantly pairing you up. I don't think you had anything. I believe that you don't have anything involved about when your gamer subs drop. Because if you're so uncomfortable, being associated with Cinder, you would have made sure that your merch drops for gamer sub were few weeks apart. As I explained, I asked Silver about every possibility other than collab to see if she was anything interested in anything else Red had talked about us doing together to get it all out of the way. I asked her once, she said no, I accepted, I moved on, just trying to be friendly with her. I expected Silvervale to agree. I did not expect Silvervale to agree to do anything right. I certainly expect Silvervale to reach out to me herself and tell me she's always down to get married. She loves hopping on this text message, doesn't she? Like you hear horror stories about, oh, this person's so different off stream. It's amazing how two-faced Silvervale was and how well she hid everything. I accepted her decision when she told me she didn't want to collab after the one time I asked. So she hid that from the public. A lot of most of the Silverwell stuff is it would have been much better if somebody along the way would just go along and say, "Hey, do you have a fucking problem with me?" and be very direct. I mean, like this message about doing the collabs and all this other stuff. Hey, my manager's pestering the living fuck out of me about doing a collab with you. So I'm going to ask you, do you want to do a collab? Do you want to do a song together? Because this is all the shit he keeps bothering me about. If you want to do it, fine. If you don't, okay. Because I need to ask so he leave me the fuck alone. I bet if she put it that way, she'd just be like, I'm sorry that he's pestering the living fuck out of you. Because it kind of sounds like what Red was doing to her. Silvervale told me that she wasn't interested in a collab. I was okay with that. She never showed that in her document and didn't show that to her chat. At no point was I trying to take her out to a restaurant and a movie. I wanted to ask Nano not to work with her on new models anymore, so Silver would get a model from someone else. And the biggest thing we were compared, and the biggest thing we compare over wouldn't be a problem anymore. It'd probably still be a problem. It probably would be, because you're wolf girls. It's like two cat girls. Everybody will compare to two cat girls, and you know what? The two cat girls go fuck off. I don't see how her not being able to work with Nanoless on a model would have taken her out. Me either, because apparently the model turns into a fucking gold statue after a certain amount of time. Silver blames me for all the misfortunes in her career when I did nothing to her. And one time I agreed to try to do something, it didn't affect her. I was focusing on my own content. She looked at me with scorn for years, but she broke me. I never hate her. I just didn't want her around me. That sounds like hate. It does. Like, I respect her that she's so business. Like, it sucks, but I respect that, you know. She's a real go-getter. Okay. She's very business oriented, very admirable and impressive, you know, going so much so fast. She's really driven, but it's just not, we'll just say that shit. It's obvious Silva had a problem with me for years. She didn't respect me enough to even respond to my message. Even if to tell me directly, like she lied about doing everything she said here is untrue. She just parroting claims that Shylily and my friends made. Parrot, squawking the claim, squawk. All right. You tell me about it, Clankers. I tell you what, I'm not gonna read none of these things from these. I'm not gonna read none of this out loud anymore. I'm just gonna read it through my head, and then read Cinder's response. In other words, what I've been doing. Okay. You wore that revealing dress, so you deserve what happened. That's Silver Whale's argument about my fan art and how it was related to years of harassment I got for being her dollar store version. I drew fan art of us because she inadvertently inspired Cinder's creation. Not to be sending hate and called names for years. Seeing comments compare us didn't have anything to do with me knowing Silvervale hated me. Her own actions told me that. Nothing I ever told to anyone about Silvervale was slander or untrue to the way she treated me. Silvervale said herself that she got upset because the comparison made between us. But instead of being friendly to one another and she decided to put up blinders and ignore it because she couldn't bring herself to show me the kindness I showed her at every turn. Silvervale wouldn't have been able to work with Nano if Nano didn't cancel her deal as soon as Silvervale asked for something. She would have lost out on one artist who initially agreed to cut her off. That's hardly anything to losing access to a fucking artist is not going to ruin a successful VTubing career, because there's like 50,000 other ones out there to do the art for you. At least 100 that probably can do the same quality, and probably at least 10 that are even better. And probably out of those 10, you have worked with them already. So, not having an Nanoless model is not going to fucking destroy your career. There's times where I just wish I could go walk around to people and hit them with a ball-peen hammer. Stop being stupid. Stop being stupid. Stop being stupid. Just say. Like, yeah. I don't have a Nanoless armor. My career's over. Bam! Stop being stupid. Stop being stupid. Nothing went on for years. I didn't ruin Silvervale's project. She blamed me for everything that went wrong with her. In May 2023, Nano told Red that she was the one that asked Silvervale about making a new model for her. Nano canceled Silvervale's model herself in November 2023, and then chose not to take it back when she had the chance. These are the DMs, which we already seen. Silvervale's birthday is August 12th. It was supposed to be her birthday model if her birthday has already passed months ago by the time her model was canceled, when it was only scheduled to be started on January 2024. Okay. Silvervale saying I had her model canceled for her birthday does sound extremely evil, which is why she said it had nothing to do with her model being canceled, which was canceled by Nano without any input from Red. She told Red that she was going to cancel Silvervale's model, which is proven in the DMs in Nanoless section. If anybody wants to read it and comprehend it, go ahead, because I'm not fucking going back to it. Silver claimed that she was contacted by so many other artists telling her I was slandering her, conveniently right after doing a project or an art piece with her, because I allegedly didn't like the traction it got. Why would she say this if it wasn't true? Silver claimed she was contacted by so many other artists that telling her I slandered her, conveniently right after doing a project or an art piece with her, because I allegedly didn't like the traction it got. Why would she say this if it wasn't true? There are 3 artists total Red and I have ever talked to about Silvervale treating me, how Silvervale treated me. Nanoless, Artist 1, Artist 2. Silvervale is talking about Nano. She said as much. Nano is the only artist I talked to about Silvervale. So she could be possibly talking about Artist 1, but Red was the one who talked to them about Silvervale. I can rule out Artist 2 being someone she's referring to here, because something she said at the end of her stream which will be addressed. Meaning there aren't so many other artists reaching out to Silvervale. Either I'm choosing to either I'm choosing to leave out a conversation I allegedly had with another artist about Silvervale in this document for some reason, or a bunch of artists separately from each other all decided to message Silver and lie to her and tell her the same story all the same time. So, or Silvervale is lying to her audience again and making me sound worse, or Nanoless told her a bullshit story. That last part I added in because that is quite possible. Hey, Silvervale, I've heard from other artists I associate with, and Sinder was telling all these slanderous things about you. Couldn't have that happened? Just saying. If Silvervale's telling the truth, then she would have no problem showing the message from these artists. I'm betting you came from fucking Nanoless. That's my guess. And I will say this, you can't pin this on Shylily, by the way. Silvervale and Nanoless were friends. Nanoless had no problem talking to Silvervale, unlike Bao. So you can't pin this shit on Shylily. There's no reason to, because Nanoless is more than willing to talk to Silvervale and willing to end an exclusivity contract with Red and Sinder over Silvervale. So this, I don't think Shylily had really any involvement in here other than being kept in the loop. I didn't want to destroy... Not having an analysis model is not going to destroy your fucking career, by the way. I didn't want to destroy Silvervale or her career. I didn't try to. I wanted to ask Nanoless not to make models for her anymore because the comparison between us and the harassment I got over it. And because the way Silvervale acted towards me for years for no reason. That's just stupid thing. Alright, let me check my glucose level real fast. Just need to stay on top of this thing. Yeah, it's getting a little high. Let me just pull off here for a little bit. This is just so fucking stupid. So goddamn dumb. It's not even funny. It's just so goddamn dumb. In her apology. I don't get the big deal about everybody. I don't know why everybody's trashing this apology. Was it a horrible apology? No. It's, let's put it this way. It's not a video of Sinder playing a fucking ukulele and trying to make an apology by song. It's not that. Could have been better, yes, but considering in the time frame that she put it out, it was pretty damn good. She took accountability for everything. She, in her own words, she was over apologetic, which I do agree. And she didn't have it. It was put out there so fast, and she was going through so much. I'm amazed that she even made wrote apology. Made an apology. Cyril repeated Cyril's claim. I took zero accountability in my apology. Okay, that's just a play straight up fucking lie. If anybody says that Cinder didn't take accountability in her apology, apparently they need to learn how to read English. Yeah, I apologized the most to Silvervale. I call myself unapologetically evil towards her and didn't go into detail of our interaction layout in this section in this document. And she said she felt bad saying mean things about me, even if they were true, but almost everything she claimed about me has been a lie. That's no reason why I've been kicked down constantly. Okay, that kicked down constantly thing, that's a V Shoujo thing. V Shoujo was constantly kicking her down. Silverveil was not kicked down constantly by me or Red. Silverveil claims she isn't a problematic person. Everybody's a problematic person. It just fucking, we all have our fucking issues. I could have just said, okay, I didn't want to do things with me. That's fine. You're, oh, fuck, like I'm a very direct person. No, you're not. None of your messages that we have seen, you weren't very direct. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm not interested in a transsexual relationship with anyone. I hope you can. That is about the most direct of any of your messages you had with Sinder. All you need is that I don't want to do collabs with you, and I'm not interested in being friends. That's fucking direct. Is it mean? Not really. You're just being honest. I mean, honest is not necessary. Being honest and blunt. Now, being blunt sometimes can be seen as mean, but at least they got the fucking message. Silverveil is a very direct person. She's a very communicative person. Oh, we're getting to clapback mode. If she has a problem, she will tell you. If something makes her feel uncomfortable, she will tell you. Yeah. Yeah. Love it when Cinder goes into clapback mode. Red said this to Nano on May 2023 once, expressing that working together would be mutually beneficial for us. Her message before this literally says it wasn't about the money, it was about Silver getting along with me. We didn't ask, did she say, yeah, her and her manager, her boyfriend / manager kept talking about how much money they can make if they did things with that is so fucked. It was just a fucking walking money bag that they wanted. That's insane. That's Nanoless manipulating this conversation. I'm being honest with you. I don't know why Silverveil dragged gamer subs into this conversation other than to look considerate to them and her audience. Listen, I don't understand why anybody associated with gamer sub, and especially have a title part owner, would want have any Google Doc released, because it doesn't make gamer subs look good. It's bad business. And if I was gamer subs, I would be so fucking pissed right now. Oh, we're sponsoring you? Not anymore. If I was running gamer subs, that would be my. It's like, I'm not sponsored. We're not sponsored. Why? Because you're making us look bad. You're associated with us and you're doing all this shit. This childish bullshit, which should have been handled privately. Fuck off. I could never come out and say no. Yeah, you could. No, I don't want to collab with her. It would fucking end it, wouldn't it? I didn't want to use Silvervale. I wanted to be on good terms with Silvervale, if not eventually friends. Something she didn't ever want. That wouldn't have been a problem. She just told me directly instead of being two-faced to me, then playing the victim. That's true. And Silvervale just bluntly said, I don't want to collab with you. I don't want to be friends. Have a good day. That doesn't sound too harsh. It's just like straight to the point, and that's the end of it. We're gonna have no further more contact. Don't make any more fucking artwork on me, and don't come to my meet and greets. If she would have said that on our first interaction, none of this shit would have happened. So easy for you to say. I have said it to people. Did they get angry? Yeah. But guess what? They didn't come around me anymore, and I didn't have to deal with them. I don't like you, and I don't want you around me. I have said that to people. Why did I say that? Because I didn't like them, and I didn't want them around me. And quite frankly, that's how, like, the people that used to live here when I move in, that's the reason why they're not here anymore. I didn't like them, and I didn't want them around me. Especially when the cops come in to do a drug bust, I didn't want to be one of the people that went to fucking jail. Just because I happen to be in a house where there's drugs. Because when they bust a place up for drugs, everybody gets arrested. Thank you. No. Silver continues to attribute any of her plans that fell through as my fault. She admits she had a problem with me working with someone she similarly considered as one of her artists. I got an unreleased art piece commissioned from them because I liked their work. They drew fan art of work of me in the past. It had nothing to do with Silvervale, or because how I somehow telepathically knew she was planning to ask them for a new model in the future. I like that one. Ooh, this artist is gonna do work with Silvervale. I better fuck with him. I love Clapback Cinder. I do. She's so much fun. Oh. I did not step on Silvervale's constantly or beat her down from the shadows. All my messages to Silvervale were genuine, but she couldn't see them for other than she wanted to see them as. I hate to tell you, Cinder, she just didn't like you, and she didn't have the balls to say it. That's the truth. What a crazy thing for Silvervale to say. She would have to think this would come out eventually. Have Red said this shit. Look at Now's document. How many times does Cinder appear in that damn thing? Get your Miss Silvervale, get your head out of your own ass. After you move the G string that was in the way. What artist? Name names. I dare you. I dare you to name names. Because if you name names, now, I bet those artists. I didn't fucking say that. Because I don't want to get involved in this shit at all. What message from some artists, plural, who told Silvervale they really wanted to say something about her to her about me? Like I said, name fucking names. If you're gonna say something, name fucking names. that'd be. I would literally not go to a convention and do this. I would like if I saw her like if we're like in a group chat call, I'll be saying name the names of the artists. Go ahead, name names. You said this publicly. Publicly name names. Go ahead, go for it. Do it. Fucking dare you to do it. Yeah, that's the kiss Nanoless ass now. Nothing went on for years. I didn't abuse my friends' trust just to betray them. Well, that's Nanoless. That's what Nanoless did. Silver Veil's career wouldn't have ended if Nanoless decided to abide by her agreement with Red and not work with Silver. Silver again implies everything in her life has gone wrong would somehow have been my fault. Once again, when fucking Nanoless Mile turned into a gold fucking statue after a certain date. It's just a fucking one artist out of what? Thousands? Nano lied. Nano wasn't abused. She wasn't manipulated. Yeah, it has. Silver, you were part of it. It was called V Shoujo. I don't think this has ever happened like in the history. Yeah, it happened to you because of V Shoujo. It just you couldn't talk about because of NDA, and you're taking out all that anger and aggression, and all that hurt and pain, and you're directing it at Sinder because you couldn't direct it at V Shoujo and how you felt the talents betrayed you that stayed there and believed what V Shoujo told them. Other than a passing comment about Iron Mouse when you said, is she really a friend if she hasn't talked to me in 6 months? Remember that? And you signed the NDA for V Shoujo. You could have broke it anytime you wanted to and talked to Melody, Mouse, Zen. And just say, fuck it, I'll deal with it. I will deal with that because I want to stay friends with them. But you gave up. You didn't even fucking try. That's on you. So why don't you take all that hate and anger you had about V Shoujo and direct it at V Shoujo instead of Cinder? Because what I've read here so far, that's V Shoujo. That isn't Cinder. V Shoujo tried to sabotage you. V Shoujo made an effort to end your career, not Cinder. That's the fucking truth. All the evidence of things read and I have said about Silvervale is all shown here. We did not slander her to anyone, and everything we said was based on our own personal experience. Shylily called me a snake, and Silver went out of her way to call me a clout-hungry snake. Well, apparently, some snakes are cute, by the way. She had no problems with being safer. I think I'm losing my fucking mind. If anything's gonna drive me insane, it's this. The fact that Silvervale saying it sucked to be compared is funny because she was never harassed the way I was. Well, you can't say that for sure. She was never blue Cinder like I was red Silvervale. If only there was a way we could make comparison between us. Stop. Be direct in your messages. Hey, can you help me stop these comparisons and harassments I'm getting, please? I don't think, quite frankly, either one of you said that. She goes on to blame me for her community apparently leaves her and become power pups, as if they couldn't be both our fans. Maybe her community leaving could have been something to do with her choosing to change her stream time to mornings instead of nights. Did she do that because of me? How would I have taken them from her specifically? Mind control, target ads? Like, what? I love clapback Cinder. Her mods were willing to apply to my mod application and chose due to their experience modding. Maybe they wanted to be a mod for me because my server had was a much more inviting place to be by mod one's account shown in the section above, and maybe Silver started making them pay her to have the privilege of the job, and apparently abused them when they only tried helping her. This we seen these. The most ironic thing Silvervale could possibly, once again, a lot of the stuff that in what Silvervale said in her video, it's not really directed at Cinder. Cinder's just getting the brunt of it. These are the things that she wanted to say to V Shoujo. Cinder's just the target. And it's wrong. I'm not excusing this behavior. It's wrong that the venom that she had to V Shoujo, she's putting on Cinder. That's wrong. Let me make that perfectly clear. It's wrong. But that's what this is. And just Cinder is an available target for her anger, her hurt, and her pain, and that's what she's doing. It's not an excuse, but I can see that being the reason why she's doing this. Silver says she didn't do anything wrong while lying about all the things she supposedly felt bad saying about me. I was someone she claimed she didn't ever think about at all. The person she attributed to every misfortune in her career for years, including her audience and her mods choosing to watch and support me. Pedal pals. Did she get power puffs from that too? Our community came up with that. As I explained, power pups and my art tags were not derivative from Cinder Vale's brand. Silver calling Shylily the Rock, where everyone points to her bringing the one who reached out to Silver and one to head the planning of my cancellation. First of all, it's extremely narcissistic of her to claim she was the boss I couldn't be and a goal I couldn't achieve. Specifically ironic when she's the one blaming me for everything that's going wrong with her career. One time I asked about professional collab through Mythic, and directly I accepted her turning me down. But why did it matter we did something together? For years we're being harassed about each other, and at the same time begged by the fans to do anything with each other. How do we appease both bars? We do something together. Literally anything, even as small as interacting on Twitter. If we're seen on good terms, the fans will have no reason to perpetuate this stupid bullshit of comparing us. There's also the fucking block button. Eventually you get through them all, and you won't be dealing with it anymore. And the fans that would want to see us together are satisfied with their two favorite VTubers interacting, but Silver couldn't look past her own ego or even communicate with me, and rather sit there and blame everything went wrong. Silvervale hasn't been in a good was not in a good headspace during this because of his shoujo. I think this is only like a year or maybe a year and a half after all the shit that went in typical VTuber fashion. She never went and got help, professional help. She don't talk about their feelings. Granted, with the NDA, she couldn't. And hell, even Silvervale's mom has an NDA with V Shoujo. And this is what all this is. Just an outlet to get those feelings out and just blast Sinder with it. Silvervale's lying. Her mods didn't all have negative opinions of me for no reason. One of them made an analogy of Silver being very direct with me, something they only know if Silver told them she was. Another one said they heard about Silver's dislike for me. How would they know that unless Silver talked about me? There's all these. We have already looked at that. All right. Oh, we don't have that much left here. I spoke to Nanners at a party at AX in the summer of 2023. It couldn't have been for more than 15 minutes. I'd like to know what I said that stuck with her because I don't remember saying anything remotely similar to what is being described here. I can't imagine when I would have when I was sitting directly across from her. This is the first time I met her, spoke to her, and never had any ill feelings toward Nanners. We've spoken briefly at other events since. We're both only kind to each other. Nanner's pretty, if I understand, Nanner's pretty nice to everybody. Just saying. Not that Cinder's lying here. Okay, let me make that clear. I don't think Cinder's lying here. What I think is, it's V Shoujo, dude. I don't know what else to say. And what could possibly stop these comparisons that Silver made Silver said? I said, no, this is about the messages again. She never told me to please go away and leave me alone. She lied. Once again, we're saying that message again. Man, she loves putting that message up. I'm kind of curious how many times she did that. I love gamer subs too, so how did I disrespect or take advantage of gamer subs in any way? In anything I did? I didn't, but that didn't stop Silver from claiming I did. I'm going back to, there's something fucked up going on in gamer sub to constantly keep, Cinder and Silvervale merch drops a week between each other, so close to each other. It's like they were given a signal to them, we want you to collab. I think it was a passive aggressive way of them saying that to him, to be honest. Come on. Based on the project, I can only assume that this person worked closely with is artist too. If it is, Red didn't know Silver had anything planned with them that would have been canceled. This would be proving that artist 2 couldn't have been the artist for Silver claim to reach out to her after my cancellation. If she didn't know if we were involved in this project getting canceled or not. If artist 2 reached out, that would have been something told to her. That leaves Nano and artist 1 as the only 2 artists that could have reached out to Silver about anything Red or I said to her. It was Nanoless. All that to get to Nanoless. The very next day, Silver chose to talk more about my fan art from 2021 instead of correcting her from the story from the day before. She doubled down on lying about what really happened. Oh, how much? Oh. I really appreciate it. Silver makes another comment about our viewers returning. Instantly, I stole them from her, keeping me them from supporting and watching her in some way. On her previous stream, she said she was seeing some of her community leave, but these comments coming from her support what Mob One said to Red about Silver announcing canceling a stream specifically during my anniversary subathon 2024, as me being as far back as last summer. She felt this way and not much earlier. Let's take a little break right here. I'm going to go check out chat and make sure my mic is working. Is it work? Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Let's see what we got going. Oh, and banana juju on our side. That's pretty. Yep. Okay. Oh. Oh, that was the fucking name. Make it stop. The only person who they only wanted to work with one person. Like, holy shit, there's a bunch of more artists there that need to be recognized. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck? This is all over nano models. It's like, Jesus Christ. What, you get a nano model and you finally start farting gold coins out your ass? It's like, what the fuck? Like, I know a lot of artists that deserve to get... Yeah, there's tons of other artists as good, if not better, than Nanoless. Hopefully that happens after this. If I was working with Nano, I would be immediately looking for another... Yeah, I wouldn't trust Nano to do anything. I said hi to you, Lee. Nano doesn't even follow her own TOA on her website. One of the most talented artists and one most unprofessional. Greed isn't even a problem. She's dangerous to work with. Yeah. What about Lily? No, Lily was manipulated by Nanoless to start all this. Now, doesn't excuse her actions after she got involved, but I'm maintaining that Lily is not the mastermind. Nanoless is, because Nanoless want to get out from behind Cinder's shadow. How's the dogs going? It's painful. They're losing followers. Yeah, they are. They're not trashing the apology because it's bad. They're trashing it because they didn't want to. They're trashing it because it wasn't done the way they wanted to. Okay, the way they wanted it done was for basically Cinder to get on her hands and knees and kiss her feet and kiss the ring of the almighty queen of the independent VTubers. And she didn't do that. She took accountability for a lot of things she didn't have to. And I see now she was very overly apologetic. Personally, if I was Cinder, my apology would be fuck off. That would be my apology. It would be a very short Google Doc. It would be fuck off. 2 words? Easier to lie and manipulate their fans than admit they were originally wrong and may or may not have benefit financially from the drama. Maybe. Yeah, Silver, that is obvious, and Cinder's stock dropped. Yeah, Silverville definitely has trust issues. And like I said, a lot of this visceral anger is coming from her experience. Things that she's been wanting to say about V Shoujo for a year and a half, and she couldn't because of an NDA. Like I said, I would just broken a fucking NDA, and goes, no, V Shoujo didn't pay me. And then V Shoujo had to take her to court and prove that they did. Just saying. if you think about it. Wait, who's losing the followers and how? Nano and Lily? It's 4 digits or just 3 digits per minute. Lily's still within the same number as followers. Let's see Nano. Where are they losing followers? Hope Silver finds peace. I hope Silver gets help. Because she's... And this is no means of a defense of what's going on here. She's been through a lot. And it's fucked with her head. And she needs to sit down and have a talk to a professional to help her get through it. And I don't mean her fucking mom either. By the way, her mom's really nice, by the way. Go check her out. She's funny. But Silvervale needs to have did I forget to turn my music on again? Yep. Sorry, guys. That's probably the reason why I got a headache. I don't have my background music on. There we go. And to help work through these issues that she had with what she went through. And the other girls involved, including Lily, shouldn't be counseled from making a mistake. I agree with that, JJ. Everybody fucks up. With maybe the possible exception of one. Snakes are yeah, some of them. The small one. I don't know why that's it's just like my mind is going kind of nutsy cuckoo because of this Google Doc. So that's the reason why I'm saying a lot of weird shit comes out of my mouth sometimes. It's like I can't believe like the Sinder 12 thing. That's so fucking silly. I'm so sorry. Not trying to say I'm important, by the way. It just as one individual semi-fan, I'm not happy. Okay, like I said, I'm not going to be as lenient on Silver after this. I don't hear about good with Silver past this situation. Hey Lee, you wouldn't have to be a former mom. Sorry, I had to cut. I agree with not counseling only insofar it would make Cinder look bad. Shylily will likely do something like this again. Let her cook. I will say this: there will be a dip in followers and subscribers across the board. I'll make this very clear. I don't think they're gonna flock to Cinder. What I think is like people are just sound fucking done with the whole VTuber shit. That's why I said this whole stuff was bad for the community. Really, it was really bad for the community because there's some people I'm sure that are no longer watching any VTubers because of this shit. And then with the V Shoujo, then the Dora Bunny, then the Takahana, they're like, I'm fucking done with this community. I'm not watching any more VTubers. Cinder can't always rebuild with a new returning audience. She's done enough to prove her innocence. Her detractors only make themselves look... once again, hater will hate. You know, haters will hate. You guys are right. Better to do nothing. I'm just stressed for this 5 long month of stress. But that good. I was, hey, yeah, I mean, where everything that bad happens, there's a little good. Okay. That being is that the Power Pups have become a tighter community. That's one of the good things that happened out of all this. The Google Docs, the Power Pups have become tighter, and you know, yeah, I got 114 subscribers. When the fuck did I happen? Okay. Didn't know that. Just teaches you how often I pay attention to numbers. I stopped paying attention after I hit 100. It's like I don't look at it really that much anymore. So, uh, this is just an unemployment FC. And no, I won't read the Epstein files. JP, all good, man. I didn't even know who Slender was until all this happened. I'm all riled up. Wait, there's something going on. Yeah, it's something interesting with gamer subs, and they constantly want to pair up Cinder and Silvervale. And your mic is working. It's weird. I don't think it was Silvervale's doing. I think it was somebody within Gamer Sub. It's like, hey, we got two wolf girls. Let's constantly put them together, and maybe able to get the message of doing a fucking collab. Right? Instead of fucking straight up and tell them, say, hey, you guys are gonna do a collab. We're telling you, or you're gonna lose your sponsorship. That's one way to get a collab done. This isn't the NX. All right. True Grump, they wanted her to grovel, and she did. Yeah. Or Zentrea. One of the better VTubers in space, but still not a therapist. I think Zentrea sees a therapist, to be honest with you. If don't hold this to me as being true. When Zentrea's mom died, she disappeared for a little while and went to therapy. So it would be a good idea to go to a therapist. To be honest, that's how I feel when all of this happened. I felt like I didn't want to be with VTubers anymore because this is getting on my nerves every day with all of them. Yeah. I'll be honest. When all that shit with Hololive happened, yeah, I was gonna walk away. Because I was a big Hololive fan. I was a big Gargura fan, a fan of Ame, fan of Numi, Mume, all of them, and they all just up and quit. I think I post something, repost something about what something about 2025, and it said the heart of Hololive left. When all of those left, basically what I felt is the heart of Hololive just left. It has nothing against the girls who stayed there, but honestly, it's just like something feels like it's missing now. Will the Sherpies become tighter when the same thing happens to Lily? Every community rallies around their Oshi and they get tighter. All right. That's the truth. I don't know. JJ, hope Nikki can help. Yeah, Nikki's really cool. I like Nikki. He's really cool. Yeah, wolves are pack animals. We happen to eat freshwater shrimp, by the way. Sorry. Oh, that was mean. I didn't. I'm joking. Because I really don't know if wolves eat freshwater shrimp, to be honest with you. I mean, Zentra isn't Silvervale, sir. Oh, okay. I don't even know if she talks to Zentrea. I mean, I'll be honest, it's been hard for me to keep track of what's going on as far as who's collabing with who. Now, I don't have, at least for the last few weeks when I've been doing my own things and doing the grind, it's kind of hard for me to pay attention to VTubers really, other than Saba, because I actually make an effort for that. But yeah. Okay. What should we do here? I do want to take a little bit of a break. Get up, stretch my legs, do old man stuff, that kind of stuff. I'm just gonna keep on playing this. Here, enjoy, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Probably within the next 5-10 minutes. At the very most, 5 minutes.
Look up at the horizon together as one. A star's on the rise and it's only begun. The pivotal moment we're clamoring for. An infinite future's at our door. Yeah! It's time to story with a new feel. Not just allegory, it's real. Wake up, big dreams about to come true. That means it's time to break through.
Never knew we could make it so far, but we're striving, thriving. Here we are, achieving the impossible. We're virtually unstoppable.
We can't sit still, we just keep moving. Now everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We'll reinvent the world that we live in. We'll greet every day with new intentions. Break conventions, run right through. This is it. Been smashing barriers left and right. Strong as we ever were, scaling high. So get together, let's reunite. Reach out, the future's bright.
We've been together for what feels like an eternity. The times are changing, but we're ready for infinity, yeah.
Our stories align. We're gonna go far when we combine.
So look at the horizon and then look beyond. We'll marvel at the skies and the strength of our bond.
We're making a vow in the smiling stars. A powerful moment that's all ours. Seasons change, but we keep shining. Now everybody sing. Keep it going. We're making our way to the next dimension. A million thrills in every direction. We'll give every mile our full attention. Breaking tension, breaking through. With endless energy, stronger ties. A perfect harmony we devise. So clap along with me. Time to rise. The future's right before our eyes. A new dimension of freedom that we found.
Yeah, we've made it.
We're breaking out of the mold, no longer bound. We're unlimited. We're gonna spring to life and break change. Turn up the hype, can't be contained. We're shaking up the status quo, no time stop. We're good to go.
The whole wide world is listening, so everybody sing.
We're making our way to the next dimension. We're living out the dreams we believe in. Excitement beyond our comprehension. There's no question we'll break through. So relax, we'll keep aspiring to excel. It's awe-inspiring, going well. So light the fire and let's rebel. The future's brighter, we can tell.
And Ame's always the last one to stop moving. Sinder and Silver started hanging out more after Vinny's Shoujo imploded. There were still friends behind the scenes, but couldn't talk about because of the NDAs and bad blood with other creators. There's a Reddit video titled "Wholesome Moments Between Mama Veil, Silver Veil, and Sand" that's actually pretty sweet. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, really, if Silverveil's attitude about all this has changed now that she has an outlet for what she was really angry about. That she can actually address what happened to her at V Shoujo compared to like when all this shit happened. But excuse me. Let's get back into it. Okay. I barely did anything to Silverville through the course of fucking 4 years. God, I love Clapback Sinder. She's fun. Can we just call her Clapback Cinder from now on, please? She's so much fun. I don't want people to think I was being untruthful or anything. I talked to Bob about it when she was... In order for Silver to find this in the Wayback Machine, she needed to link my original deleted tweet. Maybe? I'm not 100% sure how the Wayback Machine works, but maybe she's right. I don't know. And she said she had it because her mom messaged her about it. So because her mom did retweet my art, contrary to the story Silver has been telling, it's more likely her mom messaged Silver the link to my tweet she already liked, commented on, and retweeted, or that Silver saw her mom's retweet. Jesus Christ. And my fan art then messaged her saying she had a problem with it, prompting her mom to delete everything. I believe Silver was even lying about this. First, Silver claimed I was posting art of myself with people I didn't know for weeks. She's talking about my scabs I addressed in the previous section. Everyone got scabs who knew me at the time I ordered them, so she's wrong. She says posting these scabs made her more uncomfortable when she saw my fan art. As you see from the section of screenshot of Silver stream above, my original fan art tweet that had the Silver Cinder Veil tag was posted January 31st, 2021. That wasn't up for more than 24 hours before it was deleted. Here's my first scab request with another VTuber. It was delivered to me one day earlier, January 30th, 2021. Here's the tweet media post from December 1st, 2020, before Cinder was even designed, to February 6th, 2021. After I already reposted the fan art of Silver and I without the tag, there's one meme where I made myself and another VTuber that was posted before my fan art. There's no art post of myself and another VTuber because they don't exist. So how can Silver claim that my non-existent scabs made her more uncomfortable about my fan art of us together? She's lying again. She's making me sound worse retroactively by throwing that detail into her story. What's with everybody like? Oh, it's the same one. Never mind. Silver goes on to say her mom didn't know what to do about this since she already stressed and that she was already stressed and anxious over it. Her mom liked and commented and retweeted my post, so I find this hard to believe, unless Silver was the one who went to her mom with a problem with it. Oh. Then her mom didn't know what to do. Although it wouldn't matter, but she could have taken accountability for something this minor that happened in 2021. If Silverveil didn't reply to my art, it wouldn't have looked suspicious at all. Does Silverveil reply to every single piece of fan art she gets? I know Saba loves to retweet fan art all the fucking time. You know? When she decides to be on Twitter, and she's intelligent, she's not on Twitter more than, I think she comes on Twitter twice a week, unless she's going to do a stream. So maybe she's smarter than all of us put together. She talks about how uncomfortable and stressful it actually made her, but I was nobody at the time. Here's my Twitter profile from March 16, 2021, a month and a half after my fan art was posted. I had under 5,000 followers. If you would have said under 500, that would be like a real thing there. I wasn't a VTuber yet, and wouldn't be for well over another year. As I said, I didn't expect any kind of interaction from Silverbell or her mom. Here's Silver. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Here's Silverbell profile from February 2nd, 2021. Then right when this happened, and she had over 100,000 followers. Yeah. Where I messaged Bob because he was our only friend in VTuber space at the time. And she was mutual friends with Silver. Silver always had her DMs on Twitter's closed, so I couldn't reach out to her. And I wasn't going to message her mom directly about unretweeting my art, since that seemed like it would be even weird, and asking a mutual friend their opinion. It had nothing to do with being cloudy like Silver is projecting me to be. None of this was calculated, and it's crazy for her to think it was. At the time, I was nobody in this space making fan art for people that inspired me some aspect of starting my VTuber journey. Red did not ask why Silver Mom didn't retweet my fan art. Silver lied to her viewers about this 2 days in a row. Too much coffee over the last few days. Silverbell was looking for the worst in me from the start and completely twisted my actions into some malicious, clout-driven endeavor, and that's not at all what happened on my side. Silver never liked me, and said as much. She said she didn't want to escalate things, but just like Mythic in 2023, she just couldn't ignore the situation and move on. But she felt the need to say something. In the image from our DM shown on her stream, you can literally see her message acknowledging that her mom untweeted my fan art and not the story she claimed. She couldn't have misremembered what happened. After going back to find this message to show them on stream, she chose to lie about it. Right there. Silver said my fan art was always something that was in the back of her mind, and why didn't she interact with me, and why she didn't want to interact with me. She lied to me directly in the this is fucking message again. She just loves clapping back at that message so much. She held a several-year grudge against me over a misunderstanding that I sympathized with her over and fully comply with fixing. I agree with Silverville. I believe everyone should be formally informed about everything. This good old clapback Sinder. She's so much fun. I was not jealous of Silverville. I did not obsess over Silverville. I did not copy Silverville. And for years, I've been harassed for being her lesser half, and my existence was discounted as a poor ripoff of someone else. The lengths of people went to convince themselves I did everything to copy Silverwell throughout my career, downright copying her laugh. are the same lengths my friends must have gone to convince themselves I somehow sabotaged them for years. I don't really like to know how she fucking sabotaged people. Because it can't be because they couldn't get a Nanoless model, because that's just fucking dumb. Neither was true. My insecurities about these comments ate at me for so long. I had to go to similar lengths to avoid getting harassed over these comparisons. All I ever wanted to do was get along with Silver, but I got off on the wrong foot with her because of my mistake in my original fan art post, and she never forgot that. Once it was apparent that Silver wasn't willing to show me the kindness and respect I show her, and that I couldn't expect her help in any of these hateful comparisons between us, I resorted to agreeing with Red to ask Nano to stop making models for her. Eventually, one of the biggest things we were compared over wasn't an issue anymore. What we did was wrong, no matter how Silvervale treated me, but she quite literally lost out on nothing to my... Once again, not having an Nanoless model is not going to end your fucking career. You know, I don't have a Nanoless model. Does that mean I'm not going to have a fucking career? Jesus Christ. Mousy didn't get a Nanoless model until like last year or something like that. Or maybe in 2023. She was pretty fucking successful. Hate to tell you that. Jesus fucking Christ. And quite frankly, I really like Mousy's original model, by the way. I think it was fucking cute as hell. I didn't have a problem with Silvervale herself because of other people's comments about us. My problem was the way she treated me, opposite to what she said to me when I did nothing to warrant it. She pretended to be friendly, then ghosted me, restricted me from her chat, blacklisted anything to do with me, all without ever saying a word directly to me about how she really felt. Regardless of how I felt about Silvervale, I never did anything so petty to her. I made fan art of us together. I asked her to hang out offline once. I asked her to collab once over the course of 2 years, and that was too much for her. Silvervale claimed she was very direct with me when she wasn't, so let me be direct with you. Oh, shit. We got the rage hellhound going now. Silvervale is a master emotional manipulator. If Shylily claimed I was a narcissistic manipulator, then I don't even know how she can describe Silvervale. She effortlessly lied directly to her audience. She claims to care so much about through her crocodile tears. Oh, dear God. She manipulated them into giving her the support she felt I was taking from her for years. On stream, she would lie about me, then manipulate her viewers by saying how awful and stressful everything was and how uncomfortable and anxious I made her. Dear God. She was not even this vicious with Shylily, I hate to say. She repeated the exact thing over and over again. Okay, I won't say anything about that suffer with this because of this document. I'm just saying, turn me into big bad wolf I never was. Like, cute. Her ending with how much she cared about and loved her fans. She manipulated the majority of her mod team against me and even emotionally manipulated one of her mods for the sin of trying their best to help her out with something she asked help with. Silver couldn't take accountability for her own actions towards me and lied about them to everyone when I was already down. Silver had lied about everything she experienced with me because if she told the truth, it would show her being at fault, not me. I don't agree with that statement. I say you both are at fault because neither one of you directly came out and said exactly how you felt. Cinder, you never asked Silvervale to help stop people comparing you two together. that how it was making you feel. There was literally no reason to lie about what happened with my fan art from 2021. I was already canceled, but Silver wanted to make me look worse for no other reason than she could. Vishojo. She said anything she wanted about me because I was the only one that could refute it. I drew fan art of us together, and she took it personally and held it against me ever since. Silver's been full of spite towards me. If she wanted to claim I wasn't lying about everything, then she deluded herself into believing an alternate reality, twisted fan fiction, where I've been the cause of all her problems and all her own personal comic book villain. She was never willing to bury the hatchet until she was able to bury it in my back. Oh, Jesus Christ. How can anyone trust anything Silverveil says after this? I'm not going to say anything. Silverveil resented me for what she saw as me trying to use her, steal her viewers and her mods away from her, and being just as successful as her in my own right, despite just being her copy. She became adamant to turn her mods against me, remove all mentions from me from her Discord servers and Twitch chat, refused to do something as small as to reply to each other on Twitter, and couldn't even bring herself to even thank me by name when I rated her as not to give me any public validation. She can only see my words and action. She can only see my words and actions in the petty, threatening way she chose to interpret them. I was nothing but kind to her for years. Instead of just telling me to fuck off, she truly felt she was. I really like Clapback Sinder. She was two-faced and then lied to her chat about her willingness to be direct. Pretended not to see my supportive message to her for months while lying to her mods about me and soft banning me in her chat for simply saying hi every now and then. She expressed she didn't like getting harassed over comparison to me either, but she never acknowledged that simple getting along could have helped the end that for both of us. I never expected her to do anything with me. I just treated her like a person. She's seething over my existence alongside her and blamed me for every inconvenience she ever suffered in her career ever since I wrote this hashtag Cindervale and a long deleted tweet. But she claims she was the one that broke my brain. Maybe if she looked in the mirror instead of glaring over at me for 4 years, she would recognize the problem. Woo! Fuck off. Oh, I like Clapback Cinder. She's fun. Just like any other situation I discussed in this document, the issues with Silverveil were due to a severe lack of communication. And that's a fucking understatement. And a refusal to communicate. Silverveil didn't start any my cancellation, but once it was in motion, she jumped on board to throw as much fuel onto the fire as she could. Ever since her year-long abuser was taken out of the picture, Silverveil reclaimed her community from me. She's much more active than she's ever been, now doing hand cam streams, even planning to cosplay. She profit off of all the lies she told about me, just like Nano, who's now making brand new model for her right now. I think that's not true. I think Silverveil got a major league boost because of the V Shoujo stuff, which happened not too long after this. I think it was even just like maybe 3 weeks after Nanoless's Google Doc, maybe three weeks to a month. V Shoujo imploded. You know, maybe people can stop being so fake. I don't know if they will, but I can hope, I guess. It's not hard to be a good person. It's really not. It's so much more effort to lie to people and manipulate people. Oh, you should ask Nanoless. And how did that, and how did that get stressful, you know? Like, how do you not feel bad at least a little bit? Yeah, you could just ask Nanoless. Okay. Pattern of behavior speculation. Silvervale didn't like me. Well, that's very clear by her own behavior over the past few years, her own mods, accounts, and lies. My second debut anniversary was on June 25th, 2024. Very likely evidence in her own words on stream and the count of her longtime mods. She canceled her stream on June 2024 because my celebration subathon, meaning she knew where it was. Well, if you posted a schedule, I'm assuming she could check it out and look at it. In August of 2024, my bikini debut and merch drop coincided with the week of Sinder's birthday debut. And merch dropped, an important event for her when she debuted a similar pair of outfits to my 2.0 and Demon design from a year before. Her Pixel merch drop was presumably complete and ready to release at any time, almost 2 months ahead of the eventual launch date on April 11th, 2025. Which just so happened to be released a week after my AFK merch drop on April 4th, 2025. That's a GamerSub thing. I'm telling you, my gut is something telling me that was a GamerSub thing. I don't think Silvervale really had anything to do with it. Because it's the final decision of game. I mean, if you want to get into deep, dark theories that are highly unlikely, it could be a Shylily thing too, to kind of needle Silvervale to go after Cinder, if you want to go that route. Just saying. June 26th of 2025. Silver had the same bikini debut merch drop I had during my birthday week and merch drop last year, day after my anniversary this year. During the stream about me on April 29th, 2025, she said that we plan out our drops like a whole year, so I like having a whole year of really cool drops planned. And in 2024, she had her birthday drop planned as far back as the start of the year too. In most cases, GamerSub lets the creators choose when they want their drops to be. Okay. Maybe Silvervale did do it. Her bikini debut and merch drop was already put together before my cancellation. She would have been able to schedule it whenever she wanted. If the pattern of back-to-back releases was to continue, I believe Silver planned this at the same time as my drop to spite me and overshadow my anniversary, the same way I'm sure she felt my bikini drop did on her birthday week last year. And another thing I noticed were the unusual amounts of similarities in our beach background environments, which were both done by the same artist. Her beach background from June 2025. Okay, my beach background from August 2024. It's sort of similar, but there's enough differences there. I mean, it's going to look similar because it was the same artist. I really don't see anything wrong with that, to be honest with you, because there's a lot of differences between the two backgrounds. A screenshot from your debut stream with a beach bar overlay. Okay. Screenshot of my debut stream from August 2024 with my beach bar overlay. Like I said, they're different. They're different. I don't really see what the point here is. But she broke me. Once again, I don't really see what she's trying to get at here. September 26, 2025. Right? Just because she's collabing with Shylily, I'm assuming. Birds of a feather. All right. Oh, that was the Silver Veil section. That took us 8 hours to get through. This is only 34 pages long. Thank God. Thank God. Let me just check out chat real fast. Okay. I hope so. I'm just afraid Silverveil may be too used to sympathy from all situations that happen and try to play the victim card again. We'll see. This Cinder you just used the way back. Yeah. She used it a couple times, JP. Know what? Screw this freaky Shylily versus Cinder drama. I'm gonna play. Okay, JJ. Outrage. Wow, calm down, Sarah. Oh God, we have a full clapback. It's like I love clapback Cinder. She's fun. I think both Cinder and Silver owe the other person an apology so far as only one has done so far. Yes, you need a peace treaty. 100%. Yeah, they're just listen. If they would just talk to each other open and honestly, I don't think things would have gotten this bad. But nobody and all of this did that. And over fucking artists of all things. I get why Cinder's angry in some ways. My timeline may be off, but I believe her apology came out before Silverveil stream talking about her. GVP has the timeline thing. I think if I'm not mistaken, she streamed the day she dropped a Google Doc, which would be her first stream would be before Cinder's apology. Then no, wait a minute, because she brought up things in an apology in that first stream. So yeah, it would be after her Google Doc or apology. Joker laugh. Between not ever really talking with Silverveil and the dislike that brew over time between them, and the VOD after effect, I think Cinder really hates her. What gave it away, Lee? I don't know why you say that. I feel the same way. Call me crazy. That's not counting the scenes and artwork, which I'm not sure has been covered yet. Both Cinder and V Shoujo helped her. Yeah. I don't think the Cinder stuff helped her as much as the V Shoujo stuff did. Because then the truth came out. Really. So, yeah. I tentatively agree with that. Recycle ideas are better, actually. Better statement, I mean. Yeah. Are they a similar setting? Yeah, but there's enough difference there to I didn't get what was her point. Especially if you're using the same artist. Everyone should make a piece. Yeah, JJ, I agree with you on that one, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Thunderlord. Hey, Thunderlord. Yes, it's like they just talked to each other like normal grown adults, none of this would have happened, and nobody would be making this big dang deal in the first place. Agreed. Please, don't be any more fucking Google Docs. And I still like that tweet. That didn't age well. Made a joke about Google Docs, and about what? A little over a month later, here's this. Howard's tweet for reference. No, I've never read this. So this is basically all about Silvervale. Yaki. Huh. Posted after my apology on April 28th, 2025. That's because Red was to blame. Oh, hold on. Excuse me a minute. I forgot my background music. Gotta have the background music. Gotta get that sense of drama. Okay. I really took the opportunity to speak out against me and lied. Claim I used her as a tool to get to Silvervale, and that's all she was to me. I met Aru during a Twitch Rival event in September of 2022. I met her in person with Red at TwitchCon the following month. At the con, she mentioned she knew Silvervale while we're sitting at the shoujo booth. This is the first time I learned this and didn't notice they were mutuals, like she claimed. I told her I was planning to go to the meet and greet the next day. I said nothing against Silvervale at the time this happened. I wasn't motivated to meet her by deep hatred like Aru claimed. I chose to invite Aru come because I was nervous to see her myself. But I was going either way. Red was with us, but he stepped away to the side when he saw Silver. Aru, Red, and I were waiting in line right after the meet and greet. Aru was the one who suggested the idea, the canine collab between the two of us and Silver, even though she claims I pushed it onto her in her tweet. Since it was a verbal conversation 3 years ago, I don't have any evidence other than Red and I both being able to corroborate. However, Red told the exact same thing to Nano in May of 2023. May 10th of 2023 to be exact. After the con, Aru, Jesus, what a fucking name, asked about the idea to see if she was serious. She happily asked Silver about it. And at the start of December, I asked Aru again about the collab to check if she heard anything about it. She said, let me message her right now. She admitted it was a lie in her tweet. Aru never said anything else about it, and I didn't ask again. There's no way to change my friendship or view Aru. She said by 2023, our interactions stopped. But yet we continue to message each other on and off for the next 8 months. I even asked her to voice on one of my lore videos in May of 2023 when she was hesitant to be part of it. I really sure I wanted her to be. I still want her to be. It was around that time Aru found out VTubing and we grew apart. The last message in our DMs were from her asking me about doing the IT escape from TwitchCon that year. Although I never replied to her directly, us and a group of friends did plan to go to Saw Escape Room that year, which was organized in a separate Discord server. I have no idea what she's talking about in her tweet when she's saying Sinder made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me. I would see Aru at conventions and events. Every time I interact with her, I always treated her as my friend. She hasn't messaged me and I haven't messaged her. Now it's because I always just using her to get to Silvervale. But now it's because I always just using her to get to Silvervale. I messaged her about the collab. She was the idea for twice ever, almost a year before we stopped talking. Silver had no obligation to do anything with us, but I didn't hold that fact of the collab never happened against Aru. Her suddenly thinking she's like to come back to VTuber in the same tweet she lied about me when it was popular to do so is extremely opportunistic. Below is the entire of my DMs with Aru. Yeah, we've seen these. Um, 10/7, October 7th to October 11th, 2022. Message during my trip to TwitchCon. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see the point of this, other than to prove the fact that she, you know, establishing that they were friends during this time. October 8th, which is right where this is, 22, I asked her if she wanted to come to meet Silvervale with me. I was going to the meet and greet myself either way. The image of us meeting Silvervale that Aru posted later that day, I didn't make my own tweet about meeting Silver. Here was Silvervale's reply to Aru's tweets. Um, 10/11, October 11th, 2022, I messaged Aru on my way home from TwitchCon if she actually planned to ask Silvervale about the collab together, which she did. I said, you still thinking about messaging Silver because the collab was her idea? Yeah, we saw that one. Yeah, we saw that one. Screenshot of Aru's DMs with Silver that she sent me. Silver never got back to Aru about this, and Aru never brought it up to me or Silver again. I will admit she has a nice model. This Aru person. Well, at least me and Cinder has similar thumbnail designs. So she must be a great person. 10/24/22. Here's the vibe of the collab Aru and I playing together. November 11th, 2022. Between the messages above, Aru and I had another collab with a couple of our friends that was playing in group chat. November 30th, 2020, I asked Aru if she was okay with me getting the skiv of us together. December 2nd, 2022, almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I asked Aru. She heard again from Silverbo about the collab. In a tweet, she admitted she never asked Silver about it again. Neither of us brought it up after this. 2 days earlier, November 30th, 2022, I messaged Silver on Twitter about hanging out off stream and doing some reminder about the collab with Aru. Yeah, I'm not reading this stuff out loud because I don't want to constantly go, Arr! What's wrong with the name Aru? Okay. Uh, okay. See, the last message here was October 10th of 2023. So roughly 2 years ago, on the dot, almost. Spite. What is this gonna be? Boop. I'm very sorry to Spite for the harassment she gotten over the years for absolutely no reason other than she being similar to me. Know how it feels to be called a copy or an inferior version of someone when you know it's not true. I dislike Spite for what I thought was her copying me, and I was harassed for being similar to her too, and near forgotten degree it was not near to the degree I was with Silvervale. I've never reached out to talk things out with Spite. I should have. I'm sorry. I never condone or told anyone to harass any other creator, even if I held anything against them myself. I'm no. I'm kind of wondering if this is even worth going through, because we know this is all just a bunch of fucking coincidences, just a bunch of fans harassing Spite and being assholes, and Cinder was not really involved in this. Neither was Red, for that matter, other than asking Nanoless not to do a model for Spite. That's about it. I mean, when we get down to it, that's the whole thing. I lied when talking about Spite in my apology. I knew Red talked to Nano about her in 2023. He had gone as far as asked her not to work with Spite. It was not something I had anything to do with, but I was okay with it after he told me Nano agreed. I lied so I wouldn't make things worse for myself and admit to it to more I was being accused of at the time when everything was crashing down on me, which is understandable. I'm sorry to her for being unknowingly excluded from working with Nano because how I felt. Nano was just one fucking artist. Jesus Christ. I believe Spite was contacted by Shylily and compelled to make a public statement about me. It made up of allegations without is based purely on conjecture. She profited off all these baseless accusations and making them against me. If Spite was never shown the screenshot of Red asking Nano not to work with her, which I feel Spite would have included in her document, then she made her statement over one screenshot of Red's DM talking about her from May 2023. At no point have I ever stolen a copy of anything from Spite. Besides, Red, I've only talked about my grievances with Spite to a handful of friends. Following her on Twitter to the extent Red and I is the extent Red and I have ever been watching her, and I never care about what she was up to beyond mid 2023. I moved past all of this a long time ago, and I wish no ill world to her Spite. Why do you get 97 pages? Yeah, a lot of people have shown this stuff. First thing I want to show is the evidence I didn't copy Spike's design or effort at any point, including the blue flame merch artwork I have myself. December. Hold on. Let me get a consensus from. Should I cover this? I mean, is this really worth going through? I mean, all this has been talked about. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of nice to get Cinder's point of view, but it's just a bunch of fucking coincidences. And let's not leave that up there. I don't want YouTube to sit there and say, hey, I'm keeping the panties and bras up for. I like the way you say it. The name of annoys me. Aroo! Werewolf of London. Oh, Spite, here we go. I think the reason Spite is I think the reason Sinder is covering Spite now after Silverbell is on some level she sort of sees Spite as her same way she was initially with Silverbell. Yeah, I get that. I don't agree personally. Spite helped to actively hurt Cinder's image, so they're not the same, but I get where Cinder's coming from. You know what? I'm tired. I mean, legitimately, I'm like almost falling asleep here. Fuck. It's me. This is like 30 hours of me covering this Google Doc, and it's been a lot. And the problem is, if I go lay down right now, I'll probably sleep for about 8 hours. That's the fucking truth. And I will be getting up at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, and not be able to go back to sleep. Here's the thing, guys. What's going on right now with me? This is very draining, you know. I mean, it's not Cinder's fault. Let me make that perfectly clear. It's me, how it's affected me personally, because it's mentally draining to constantly deal with all this negativity in this document. That's not just coming from Cinder, it's from everybody, and it's mentally draining. And I'm being honest. It's kind of crashing me out a little bit, crashing me out. Like I want to go lay down and stay in bed and not do anything else. This is one of the reasons why I'm not monetizing any of my Cinder videos, because it doesn't make me feel good. And I still want to cover this, and I still want to give the due attention to the Spite section that it's deserved, and I regret saying I want to skip it, because after Spite it's the message to the Power Pups, and basically it's wrapping this up, really, which probably will take me another 3 to 4 hours, if not more, to do, because like I said, Spite's 97 pages, and I am extremely tired and worn out, and I'm sick of this miserable situation all the way around, and I just quite frankly don't fucking want to deal with it anymore. But I know I got to complete this coverage, because it's my head. It's what I'm thinking. I started this. started covering Sinder, and I covered every document that came out against her, and this is her truth, and I need to give it the same attention I gave those documents. And if I continue on, I'm not going to, if I'm talking about continue on tonight, the way I am right now, I'm not going to. I've been getting a little silly, a little distracted. I have noticed I made numerous mistakes when I was talking, and I'm not doing this any justice. Okay, and I want to do it justice. So this is what I'm thinking here. I don't want you to feel bad for me, by the way. I know these are the rest of it's quite short. JP, you still here? Okay, do me a favor, JP, because I just kind of send a message out on X and let people know that I'm stopping my stream for now, and I'm going to start it up later after I get some rest, because I need to get some rest. I got to recharge my battery. I'm going to set my alarm so I can return to streaming around 10 o'clock tonight to finish this up. All right. No, it's because I want to finish it tonight, because I have a collab with JVP and Loboto on Sunday, and I definitely want to rest all day Saturday. I want a complete break from everything on Saturday tomorrow. So I need to finish this tonight, and there's not that much left to do. So just send a message on X, let them know I'm stopping the stream. I will be starting the stream later, probably around 10 o'clock or so, I'm thinking. And then we're going to finish the document then. I'm sorry, guys. It's these past 2 days have taken a toll on me, and I feel kind of bad doing this, to be honest, and I do appreciate you guys understanding. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, other than the fact I'm a little disappointed in myself. But I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna lay down for a little bit, and then after I wake up, I'll come back. I'm not even gonna change the thumbnail. I'll just make an announcement on Twitter that the stream is restarting up again, and yeah. Once again, if you've gotten this far in the VOD, why did you have this VOD on for 8 hours? Just say. But if you have gotten this far, leave a like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Once again, my tip jar is in the description. If you feel like if you want to donate, I would appreciate it. I'm not trying to e-beg here, but I'll be thankful. You don't have to. Just subscribing to me is more than enough. All right, and I'll see you guys later. Okay.